devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Hopefully, you're having a great time wherever you are. Welcome to RossonARI TV. Yes, early start today because I got to close sooner rather than later. And I haven't done the news in a few days. I wanted to take a break from the red and black because right now it's very difficult to be a Milanista. But there's always time to talk about Milan, so we're going to talk about the current events that are filling the AC Milan universe news. For example, Loftus is officially AC Milan player. Now it's 100% official. He signed his contract, and he had a little 3-minute interview with AC Milan channel. We'll check that out. We'll look at that together. And I don't even know who he signed with. Like, it used to be Maldini and Massara signing with a player. I don't even know who he signed with. Honestly, I don't even care. I just don't even care. It's bots. Milan is run by bots. Who gives a shit what they do? But Loftus-Cheek is an AC Milan player, so hopefully he will turn out good. Hopefully he can be useful to the cause. Hopefully he can be more than just I mean, listen, let's just be honest here. Loftus-Cheek for Chelsea was kind of like what Krunic is for AC Milan, a utility player that played half a season, didn't always start, but sometimes he did have some good performances, just like Krunic sometimes has some great performances. I always hear, Loftus-Cheek had a great performance against AC Milan. Well, Krunic had great performances in the Champions League also against big teams like Atletico Madrid, when we beat Atletico Madrid in their home, against Napoli, against Tottenham. So anyway, let's hope that Loftus-Cheek can defy the odds and come to Italy and be, top three midfielders in Italy from day one, because that's how things work. And he can definitely start cooking right away. But we do have a player that does have qualities. He's a big player for sure. His physical qualities are important. That is undeniable. Tall player, muscular player, heavy player. So not a player that in theory, you should be able to bully around. One thing we got to see is that if his technique can, in theory, from what we see on his highlight reels and watching him play, he is quite a technical player. So in theory, you can expect some good technical plays from him. I guess we'll have to wait and see what he looks like on the Serie A pitches, how long it will take for him to adapt to those pitches. And those are things that we can only find out. Obviously, Loftus-Cheek is not a world beater. He's not a player that has been in the forefront of football. So he's not a player that can guarantee you straight away maximum results, but it could be a useful player that can grow into the team and can be useful from a tactical standpoint. It's just very difficult to imagine Loftus-Cheek to be a midfielder that can take charge right away. I mean, hopefully he does. His buddy Tomori did really well. By the way, he did speak about Tomori in his interview, how happy he was about meeting his friend Tomori. He really wanted to join AC Milan. So these are very good, positive things. He did, as far as I know, he did take a wage deduction, essentially, to come to join Milan. But he is happy now to, after 20 years of Chelsea, to move on with his career and to, face a new adventure. So AC Milan seems to be the club that he wanted to join. That's what he said. And AC Milan seems to want him. Now, it is interesting why we eventually got him. It is interesting because Loftus-Cheek is a player that Maldini wanted, and when Maldini was deleted, from the file folder in the computers, in the Skynet computers, when they deleted him, they put him in the bin, empty recycle bin. It seemed like Loftus-Cheek wasn't a player that this new management wanted. There was a feeling that this management was struggling to go for these targets they wanted, so they just went on to Loftus-Cheek. That feeling is there. Whether or not that is true or not, it is to be seen, but it needs to be said. There is a little bit of a feeling that they ended up getting Loftus-Cheek because they can't. It was a deal already done by Maldini, and it was easy to get it through the door. This management right now, obviously inexperienced management. This is their really first time taking care of these things. Of course, they still have to learn the trade. These are people with zero pull in the world of football. These are people that are literally learning how to do this as we speak. Of course, it's going to be difficult for them, but they are working. They are, putting those numbers in the algorithms. Skynet is trying to cook, and today we will talk more about all of that stuff, and we will follow also the various news and whatnot. Anyway, let's go to chat. What's up, chat? What's up, chat? What's up, Child Space? How you doing, sir? How's it going? Hey, Lucas, how you doing, my man? AZ Alkmaar being greedy bastards. Of course, yeah, we're going to talk about Reijnders. Forza Milan, Bello Mohamed, Alexander's Forza. A lot of news yesterday. Yeah, we will face it all today. You should check Loftus Cheek's stats. He played 8 Champions League games for Chelsea and 28 Premier League games. That's it. Oh, last season. Oh, okay. No, as far as Loftus Cheek stats go, they're not bad. Essentially, his midfield stats, when it comes to especially possession football, is not bad, and you can tell because why? Why is it not bad? Because it's difficult to push him off the ball. Plus, he's got decent technique. So that combination, makes it difficult for his opponents to get the ball off of his feet. So his possession stats and his ball retention is pretty good. His offensive output is literally non-existent. So this guy, as I said before, does not create goals. He does not look for the goal. He does not play for the goal. So if you think that this guy is going to come to the Serie A and you're going to see him score goal after goal, assist after assist, you're mistaken. He is like Krunic. He is that kind of player. He does not play for the goal. He plays to link the defense with the attack. And his stats do show that he is good at that because of the qualities I mentioned. He's technical and he's big. So when you have those two combinations, as I said, it's difficult to push him off the ball, and he has the skills to create space for himself and dribble around players and look for those simple passes, simple channels. And also, he does like to carry the ball forward when he does have space. That is a very English thing to do. Yeah, I mean, English players are pretty much Forrest Gump. They see space in front of them, they run forward. So he does have those qualities, and his stats aren't too bad when it comes to that. Pulisic to Milan confirmed. Is that true? We will check. Chukwueze to Milan for money plus Ali loan. Really? Where are you seeing this, my man? Where are you seeing this? Sabitzer to Roma. Not bad. What? Really? Is this official? Man, guys, listen, I'm gonna say something. And as of today, as of July 5th, Roma is the best team in Serie A. Roma is the favorites to win the Serie A next season. I don't know if this is true, though. Sabitzer to Roma, I don't know if that's true. But listen, I'm telling you guys right now, when you look at the rosters, right now, Roma, they all they need is a center forward to replace Abraham. These guys are cooking. They have everything they need to win the league and to be the best team. So I don't know who they're going to be losing. I think Wijnaldum, but Wijnaldum wasn't an important player after all. But with the purchase of Arar, Indica, and with a team that they already have, plus they're going to get a center forward for Abraham. And also imagine when Abraham is back and we're going to have 2 really good center forwards. Roma right now is setting themselves up to be the favorites to win the league, guys. And remember, guys, if that does happen, remember where you heard it first, okay? Because fucking hell, sooner or later, I need to get some fucking credit for the shit I say, because nobody gives me any fucking credit. Actually, everybody, even when I say things that come true, people still want to fight me over that shit. But listen, right now, when you look at all those rosters in Italy, I'm not saying, I don't know, in August, everything might be completely different, guys. I'm just saying today, tomorrow it can be completely different. But today, Roma is 100% the best roster in Italy right now. Okay? Of course, we got to see what Inter does. They did get Frattesi, they got Thuram, but they did lose a bunch of players like Brozovic, like they still have to get Lukaku, which we're trying to get, but they lost Zeko, Lukaku, Brozovic. So they still have a lot of work to do, Inter, before they complete their squad. Napoli lost Kim, which was a big loss, and I don't know who. There's reports of them replacing Kim with Scalvini, which is good. But I guess we have to see what else Napoli does, and if they can keep their champions. if Napoli, we got to see what Napoli does, because if Napoli builds on what they already have, it's going to be another really good season for them. Juventus is very ambitious. I don't know if he can achieve their ambitions, but Juventus is trying to go for Milinkovic Savic. We're trying to go for Berardi. We're trying to go for some players that in Italy are very good. Just Milinkovic Savic and Berardi in Serie A, just those two players guarantee you close to 40 goals. Just those two players, 40 goal contributions, because both of these players every season consistently get to that 20 goal mark, goal contribution. So they bring in a Savic in there, a Berardi in there. So that's just 40 more goals. But I don't know. We got to see. That's what they want to do. Plus, they want to do other things. Let's see what they will end up doing. And Lazio, I wonder how they're going to replace SMS. So that is going to be something that we have to find out. But if I look at all the teams right now, Milan is 100% the team that has downgraded the most. It is the team that 100% is rebuilding, has to rebuild that midfield, has to rebuild that final third. And we're not rebuilding with players that are experts, nor players that are players that carried their teams. And I'm talking about carried teams that are top 4 teams or league winning teams. We're rebuilding our team with players that have zero experience in the Serie A and players that have zero experience in being carriers of top level teams. So we're rebuilding our team with players that need to learn how to become top level players still. Now, I'm not saying they won't be. I'm not saying there won't be. Reijnders looks like he has all the qualities in the world to become a top G. Chukwueze maybe also. Pulisic, I don't know, guys. Pulisic, I don't know about Pulisic, guys. I don't think Pulisic is any better than Rebic or Messias, really. Is he? Am I missing something here? His numbers haven't showed that. I don't know about Pulisic. We will find out. So Morata is another guy that we're looking at. We'll talk about that. But listen, let's keep on talking about the Serie A. As of today, 100%, guys, 100%, Roma is a team that is cooking the most. If this is true, Sabitzer to Roma, then they also get another. They also want to get Kamada, and they want to get a center forward. Guys, do not be surprised if Roma is going to be the team that cooks the most this upcoming season, because they're building seriously. And also Mourinho is staying. Mourinho, if he doesn't believe in the project, he goes bye-bye. He did his 3 years. Mourinho said he was going to stay 3 seasons. He's done his 3rd season. He's staying for a 4th season. There's a reason why Mourinho is staying for a 4th season, because Mourinho is one of the smartest men in football. And just like me, he can look at the whole panorama of the Serie A, and he's looking at all the teams in Serie A right now, and he's looking at his own team, and he's thinking, damn, this could be the year I can make that leap. So let's see what Roma does. Again, it's early August. It's 2 months away. We got to find out what August looks like. In August, we will know what Milan looks like. We'll know what Juve looks like. We'll know what Atalanta looks like. We'll know what Lazio looks like. We'll know what Roma looks like, Napoli, etc., etc. And then we can make a final assessment. By the way, the calendar has come out, so we will be talking about the calendar as well. Anyway, let's go to some news, guys. First news of the day is Rudolph the Reindeer. So Rudolph the Reindeer, according to the latest from The Telegraph, Reijnders has agreed a 5-year contract with Milan in principle ahead of the potential move, and is hoping to make the move to Italy this summer. AZ Alkmaar and Milan are approaching each other in terms of a transfer fee to be paid for the 24-year-old, but there's still a gap of several million between the offer put forward and the demands of the Eredivisie club. However, there is a willingness from all parties involved to try and find a meeting point so that Reijnders, Rudolph, Santa Claus's favorite reindeer, can join the RossonARI and play Champions League football next season. After plenty of updates from Italian sources, this marks the first time a reputable Dutch source has spoken about Reijnders and confirmed things are moving towards completion. Very good chance that Rudolph does join us this week. Again, this is a good signing, I think. From what we've seen, this is a player that has very good qualities, very good numbers, very technical, very methodical. One thing to look out for Reijnders is going to be his personality, is going to be his fighting spirit, and what he will look like in a league where physicality is a big part of it, and where people are not scared to break your legs. When you look at his stats off the ball defensively, Reijnders does not look like a world beater, but on the ball he's got excellent numbers, no doubt about it. When it comes to key passes, when it comes to progression, bringing the ball forward, when it comes to short passes, long passes, shots on goal, assists, he's got it all. So Reijnders is actually, I think, a very good signing. But again, Milan's issue is really, how the hell are you going to build a midfield and make it cook in the space of 2 months? Especially when the players that are going to surround Reijnders are nothing extraordinary. So that is something that, unfortunately, what we might see is a Reijnders. We will see a lot of good things, but I think Reijnders will probably suffer the impact of Serie A, at least in the beginning stages of the season. Now, guys, I want to remind everybody here about something that is very important. All the players we're linked to, when you compare them to CDK, there's something that needs to be said. CDK was a champion of Belgium, was a starter in his first team. He was one of the leaders of his team. He came from a season where he scored 14 goals, 9 assists, had really good games in the Champions League. CDK was definitely coming from a league as a carrier, as someone that showed to be an important player. But you guys saw what the Serie A is like. You guys saw the kind of impact that he had when you put him in the San Siro, and where there's 70,000 people demanding to see great things from him. The pressure becomes really hard. And we saw the same thing from Origi. Origi, a guy that scored goals in the semifinal of the Champions Leagues, etc., Premier League, easy stuff. So let's be cautious, when we think that these players are going to come and right away we're going to see them cooking. Most likely not. Most likely the first months are going to be very difficult. And guys, make sure to pull your Pioli out gun, because you will definitely need it, because that will be the prime scapegoat. It will be the prime scapegoat. Pioli out. Oh yeah, baby. All right. Anyway, Reijnders. Listen, another interesting piece of news that I want to mention regarding Reijnders, which I think is very, very, very good, is that Barcelona was also interested in Reijnders, and apparently Reijnders flipped Barcelona off and gave them the middle finger and said, "No, Christmas is going to be in Milano. I'm not going to go to Barcelona. I want to go to Milano, because that's where Christmas is. And this reindeer, Rudolph, wants to be there." So, good thing if that report is true. Again, big if it is true. 2 things that are positive regarding Reijnders. 1, he wants to join the club. He's excited about the project. I guess he fucking likes bots and he likes cyborgs. And the other thing is that if Barcelona is after you, it does say that you do have qualities, especially footballing qualities, because Barcelona does not go for chumps. Barcelona goes for players that know how to play football and that have very good qualities. So these are positive things to look at. Let's see if it is true or not. We shall find out if that report is true. But if it is true, definitely a very positive thing regarding Reijnders. All right, let's move on. First of all, let's go back to chat. Romano is reporting on Singo. Yeah, we'll definitely go back. Guys, we will hit the Twitter space real soon will be hitting the Twitter space real soon. We're going to look at the calendar for sure, Alan. We're going to be looking at the calendar and talk about the calendar. We won't finish above Lazio, Roma, Juve, Inter, Napoli. The only thing that keeps us from fighting with Atalanta and Fiorentina are Leao, Teo, and Mike. Listen, Valentin, I was thinking, and I'm going to try my best to not be pessimistic about anything, but I think right now, I'm just talking about today. I don't know, tomorrow everything can be completely different. I'm just talking about today. Today, you have to assume that the football we're going to see is give the ball to Leao, pray to whoever you pray for, and that's it. That's probably what we're going to be seeing with this Milan in these upcoming months. And then just like everything else, maybe we're going to start cooking eventually. But yeah. So I do agree with you. Brahim over Pulisic. I mean, guys, the numbers are pretty much the same. Hey, Roy, did you see the stat comparison between Frattesi and Pobega? No, I have not seen. It, but Pobega definitely played less games than Frattesi. So, by the way, let's talk about Frattesi. So, Inter have acquired Frattesi, a player that now Milan is pretending they weren't interested in, and blah blah blah. Okay, we know that's not true. Yeah, Frattesi now is with Inter. Inter is building a solid midfield. Frattesi, obviously a player that is already familiar with the Serie A. He knows it in and out. Player that already has played with Barella in the midfield. So very good acquisition for Inter with Frattesi. It's a 6 million loan and then obligation to buy. The whole operation, including Mulattieri, who was included in the operation, comes down close to 40 million. Some people are saying that's too much. He's not worth. Listen, let's be clear about the difference between Inter and AC Milan. Inter does not buy players to flip them. Okay? They don't care about that. We, right now, the cyborgs, Skynet, we buy players for the sole purpose to increase the asset value of Redbird, not of AC Milan, of Redbird. So Milan is going to buy players cheap, increase their asset. So at the end of the fiscal year, Jerry can go to his board and say, look at our assets. They have increased. Yeah, let's go buy yachts. Let's go buy houses in the mountains of Florida. Yay, we're making money. So Inter does not give a shit about that. Inter buys players for other purposes. Nobody in Inter is using Inter to buy yachts and to buy. Nobody in the ownership is using Inter to buy yachts, to buy houses, to increase assets. That company right there is a multi-billion-dollar company. They don't need Inter to make money. Inter is a completely different beast than AC Milan. So for them, paying 40 million for Frattesi, so what? They don't need to flip him. They're not buying Frattesi to flip him. They're buying Frattesi because he's 23, and they're going to try and use him as much as they can for the next 5 or 6 years. And if they go into financial trouble, they will sell him. But they're not buying players to flip them. The difference between Milan and Inter is this. We buy players, so maybe one day we can flip them. This is the reality of the matter. So Frattesi being worth 40 million. I mean, is Inter's model really that bad? I was looking at a stat today, and I was in the past 4 years or something like that. Inter has won 5 trophies, including a Scudetto, a final of the Europa League, a final of the Champions League. Whatever they're doing isn't that bad. We can be here talking shit about them, but at the end of the day, what they're doing is do any of us give a fuck that Jerry's got to make money? Who gives a shit that Jerry's got to make money? I don't give a shit that Jerry's got to make money. I don't give 2 fucks that Jerry's got to make money. I want to see Milan win trophies. So at the end of the day, yeah, good on you, Inter. You got Frattesi. He's right now upcoming Italian midfielder that just got in the first squad of the national team. And him and Barella are going to be an excellent pairing in that midfield. And they're going to keep on buying players. They're going to keep on building a team to win trophies. Nobody gives a fuck about making money at Inter except for the players. The players are making money, but nobody in that ownership gives a shit about making money for Inter. They already have all the money in the world. What are the so far they have signed Indica and RR, but they haven't lost anyone except for Abraham, which is a big loss. Roy, I heard the last year the same things about Roma. Well, again, let's wait until August. Let's wait until August. I'm just saying today, Roma has to have, if you look at the panorama, Roma has to have one of the best rosters, if not the best roster. I saw a question about Dia. Dia. I like Dia, guys. I think Dia has proven himself in the Serie A. 26-year-old, so he's not a kid. He scored a ton of goals with Salernitana, a lot of assists, and I saw him play, and he's got qualities. He's a good player. He's got technique, and he's got also leadership. He's got that leadership quality in him too. So Dia could be a very interesting player. And one of the things that I also found out about Dia is that you don't have to pay it up front. You can pay the release clause in portions. Therefore, I think Dia can be a very good operations. Same news says 20 million. Some say 30 million for Morata. Regarding Morata, guys, look, let's be honest about Morata. Okay, let's just be honest about Morata. Nobody here is excited about Morata. Okay, nobody here is excited about Morata. I'm not excited. You're not excited. Nobody is excited. But nobody was really excited about Giroud either. So Morata is that kind of player. These kind of players that they're not going to score tons of goals, but there are players that already have a lot of experience. They have done it all. They've seen it all. They've played in every single fucking stadium in the world. They've played in World Cups. They've played in Euros. They've played in Champions League games. They've played in Italy, in Spain, all over in England. So it's that kind of operation. Not a super exciting operation, but it is a player that can definitely be confident, and he's a player that can probably score big goals in big games. That's one of the things that I definitely learned about Giroud. That players like that do have the ability to score big goals in big games. But is Morata an exciting prospect for Milan? No, nobody thinks Morata is exciting. I'm not gonna fucking throw a party if Morata joins AC Milan, but I will acknowledge the fact that he is an experienced player and that he can definitely, something that we definitely need is experience. Guys, remember something. Right now, in AC Milan, aside from Kjaer, we don't have any experienced players. Messias is experienced, but is he really? I don't know. I mean, he's 30. He's in his 30s. That's it. Florenzi, I don't know if his player is reliable anymore. And then, of course, Giroud. But, guys, remember, the thing that really made the difference with AC Milan a few years ago was when Maldini, the great Maldini, the once amazing DS that we used to have, him and his crew brought in two players that changed the face of AC Milan. One player was quite old, 36, I believe, at the time, 37. His name was Ibrahimovic. I don't know if you know who this guy is. Ibra, I don't know, whatever. And another guy called Kjaer. So these experienced players definitely bring something to a team that is important. They definitely bring something to a team, and it is important. We definitely need experienced players. So Morata joining AC Milan is not the worst thing in the world. It's not exciting, but it's never the worst thing in the world. Some news said that don't want any more. Some news said that we don't want any more. Oh, okay, so the Morata thing is out of the window. Early, yes, Gio. Today's going to be an early one because I can't. I have to stop at a certain time. CDK has one more year to prove. I trust him. Hopefully, yeah, whatever. Let's see. Might as well had signed Turan for 6.5 million salary rather than 20 million plus 6.5 million from. I mean, yeah. In theory, yeah. In theory, yes. Yeah. Kvaratskhelia, one of my favorite players ever, came from Kazan Russia League, and his team has relegated. Now you saw what he did. CDK came from Belgian League and played many matches at VCL. It's all about the player's character, character, and also talent. Kvaratskhelia is a 1 in a million talent. Roy, the difference, all the links you're referring to, like Reijnders, Musa, Chukwueze, Fresneda, Singo, are functional to a 4-3-3, where CDK had no standing in Pioli's false 10 role. But CDK is not the only example of the player that needs time to adapt to the Serie A. Literally every single player minus 2 or 3. I mean, how many players do we know that got in the Serie A and right away started cooking? Okay, Mike Magnan, but Mike Magnan is not an average player. Mike Magnan is arguably the best goalkeeper in the world, if not the second best goalkeeper. Tomori came in, he had an immediate impact, so that's an example of a player that had an immediate impact. But who else? I mean, Kalulu took time. Hernandez took time. Leao took time. Tonali took time. Benacer took time. All of these players took time. And plus, the other thing that a lot of you super optimistic people, Mr. Chunk, that you are not considering is that is one thing when you put Kvaratskhelia and Kim in a team that is already super amalgamated, and already that midfield has been a project that I've been working on for years. I mean, remember, the engine of teams is the midfield. Lobotka, Anguissa, and the other guy, Zielinski. They didn't join in one season and right away started playing like that. No, it took them years to get to that level. So if you just insert one player at a time in a system that is already working, yeah, sure, they can adapt faster. But Milan's situation is completely different. Milan's situation is a complete rebuild of that midfield. I mean, we only have Krunic and Pobega right now. Like, are you forgetting this? We only have Krunic and Pobega. None of these two players are starters. I mean, you can argue that maybe Krunic is a starter. Maybe Krunic should be our starter. But Loftus-Cheek is not. Loftus-Cheek, Reijnders, Musa, all these guys, if they do come in, they have to learn how to play together first. They have to figure out how to play in the Serie A first. Like, it's not going to happen right away. If you guys think it's going to happen right away, you guys are dreaming. And it'll be another lesson. It'll be another lesson that Roy tried to teach you, but you're still trying to fight it. You're still trying to fight Roy's lessons. It's okay. It's okay. Just do me a favor, guys. All I'm asking you guys is when you realize that, okay, I see what Roy was talking about, because Roy doesn't say this shit because he's trying to be pessimistic because he hates the management. Roy doesn't give a fuck about that. Roy would love to see Milan cook from day one. Roy wants to see Milan win the Champions League, win the Scudetto, win everything, because that's what Roy cares about. But Roy likes to use logic. He has experience, and he's been thinking about football since the age of 3, from the moment he wakes up to the moment he sleeps. So Roy doesn't talk out of his ass. Roy knows what he's talking about. And Roy's telling you that you cannot expect these players, with the experience that they have, in the situation that we are in, to come to the Serie A and cook right away. It's just not... It's there. If it happens, it's going to be those 1 in a million examples. It's not the norm. If that happens, it's going to be one of those unique situations where they found the perfect, for some reason, these guys were meant to play together and they fucking start, I don't know. It's one of those 1 in a million situations. Now, if you want to do a rebuild and avoid all this error and trial time, you have to get players of a certain level, right? You bring in a Pirlo, Pogba of the old days, and I don't know, and Iniesta. Okay, so there, yeah, you're cooking right away. I gave you the example. You want to cook right away at high levels? Bring in Frattesi because he already knows the league and he's ready to make the jump. Bring in Gundogan, who's already seen it all, done it all. Bring in SMS, and now you can say, okay, we have a good chance to cook right away. And then also bring in Reijnders, and then now we're talking. But if you're going to bring me Loftus Cheek, Reijnders, Musa, bruh, Krunic and Pobega, you think this midfield can compete as a top four its first season? You're crazy to think that. Either you're extremely courageous to think that, or you're crazy, or you're just being super optimistic. Now, none of what I'm saying means that these are bad players. I think Reijnders in a few seasons is going to be one of the best players in the league. When I saw Musa, I really like Musa. And la Musa mi piace ancora di più. Mi piace ancora di più la Musa. Sai di cosa sto parlando. But Musa, the player, he reminds me of Kessie. He's got that spirit. He's got that fighting spirit. You can tell. And it's a special kind of spirit. But these guys, 20-year-olds, what do you think? You think he's going to come to Serie A and cook right away? Bruh. Who does that? Who does that? There's literally, we're talking about extreme examples. All right, let's keep on going. I don't know. I'm a little more optimistic. Juve is losing key players. Napoli is losing. Well, I wouldn't be so optimistic about Juve losing key players because Juve is not losing a whole department. Juve is essentially keeping more or less the same players, and they might lose some key players. But the difference is that Juve does not build so the fucking owner can buy yachts. Okay? Juve is not building a squad so the fucking company that owns Juventus can make money and they can fucking... It's completely different. Juventus, they're going to build to try and win. They're going to bring in experienced players. They're going to bring in some elements are definitely going to be experienced. I mean, you saw they fucking put down 75 million for Vlahovic on a fucking winter transfer market. They put in 60 million for Chiesa. Guys, Juventus does not give a shit about flipping players like we do. So, no. Juventus is hopefully Juventus is gonna suck because they have the worst coach in the history of football. But they're not going to build a shitty team. As far as Napoli goes, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. If they add on to what they already have, then I'd be worried. But definitely today they're weaker because they lost Kim. But let's see. I mean, again, guys, we lost our whole fucking midfield. We have to rebuild the whole final third. Juve, Inter, bruh. Yeah, but these guys are going to replace them. Okay, whatever. We will see, guys. We will see. This Kamada news was annoying me to hell. Yeah, the Kamada thing didn't work out. Who knows why? Probably because this management wasn't really interested in Kamada. Kamada maybe was a player that Maldini wanted, and because they think that Chukwueze is the player they want to use that non-EU spot for. By the way, Arda Güler, ciao, see ya, peace out, see you next time. Did not happen. Arda Güler looking like he's going to join Real Madrid. Guys, Real Madrid is doing what I think we should be doing. Fuck Moneyball and all this bullshit. Get the fucking new Ballon d'Ors of the future, the best players of the future. I mean, this is what they're doing. Real Madrid is setting themselves up so they will always have top-level teams, and they don't give a fuck about flipping these players. Real Madrid is not buying Güler so they can sell him in 2 years so Jerry can buy a fucking yacht and have holidays in the French Riviera. No, they're building a team so they can keep on winning Champions Leagues. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yes, today's going to be early, but we're also closing early. Fratesi is a joke. It's worth 40 million. Pobega is 30 million. Again, Fratesi is worth 40 million to Inter. They don't care because they're not buying Fratesi to flip him. They're buying Fratesi to use him and keep on using him for a long time. We are buying reindeers, so in 3 years we can sell him to Barcelona. That's why we're buying reindeers. Morata is a money laundering scheme, and meme signing him will usher in the next banter era. As far as I can see, we already are in the banter era. All right, guys, let's move on to the Twitter sphere. What's happening on Twitter? What's happening on Twitter? Here we go. Here we go. Hawkeyes, guys. Hawkeyes. Roy, breaking news: as part of a Chukwueze, Villarreal would like to insert Ali on loan. Interesting. Well, I think any of us would love to have a concrete opinion regarding Ali, but nobody here does because nobody has ever fucking seen this guy play, except for friendlies. I guess good. If that bring, I mean, if they use Ali, I guess we can finally see him play in a semi-important team. I mean, Villarreal. I think Villarreal finished 5th in the league, in the Spanish league. So it is a team that will be playing in Europe. They'll be playing in the Europa League. It will be not. I'm more curious to see Ali play than Chukwueze come to AC Milan. Yeah, how the old Hadley story was just insane to me. But I guess, yeah, if that's what we need to do to sign Chukwueze, sure. Sure, guys. Sure. By the way, a player that is coming, that is definitely 100% coming to Milan. The next player that Milan will be signing officially is the one and only, the next Messi of football, the next Maradona, with a little mixture of Pelé, Zinedine Zidane, Roberto Baggio, and also Eusebio, Brad Pitt, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and Michael Jordan, guys, all in one. Luka Romero. Gazzetta dello Sport, TV talent show record breaker, and Bob Dylan. Nobody gives a shit about any of this stuff. So, 18-year-old player. He's going to be joining AC Milan. He did have 13 games with Lazio. Interesting prospect. Definitely a capital gain win-win. The price of this player can only go up. As far as we know, Pioli is going to test him out this summer, and based on how he performs in the preseason, we're going to figure out whether to send him out on loan or keep him in the first team. Don't know what to say about this player. Obviously, we cannot be relying on this player. Obviously, that cannot happen. So hopefully he can be a good addition to the depth of the squad if we decide to keep him. But sure, 18-year-old, yay, money for Jerry. Yay, money for Jerry. How exciting. Okay, Fabrizio Romano talks about single. Let's see what he says. Fabrizio Romano has provided a brief update on AC Milan's summer targets, confirming that they lead the race for Alvaro Morata, guys. Holy shit. The tap merchant extraordinaire has just said that we're leading the race for Alvaro Morata. If Fabrizio Romano is saying that, guys, then this is probably truer than we want it to be. But anyway, Romano posted a tweet this afternoon saying that Steven Gerrard's new club, Al Attifaq. Al Attifaq. Sorry. I don't mean. Is that how you pronounce El Etifak? Are the Saudi Arabian team who are most interested in Morata, but Milan are keen on signing him and leading the race. So El Etifak wants to sign Morata. I'm sure they're going to give him a lot of money. Let's see what Morata wants to do. The center forward position is on that Milan simply most. The center forward position is one that Milan simply must address this summer, given that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has retired and Divock Origi has struggled. Okay. Meanwhile, in a separate tweet, the journalist confirmed that Milan have Wilfred Singo on their list of right-back targets and have done since last week. He remains a concrete option in the eyes of RossonARI management. Both Singo and Real Valladolid Ivan Fresneda are being considered by Milan as options to replace Serginho Dest and perhaps provide more reliable cover than Alessandro Florenzi. All right, so let's forget Morata for a second. We already spoke about Morata. Let's talk about Singo. So why are we going for Singo Fresneda? Obviously, someone is leaving, and it's not Dest because Dest was an exuberance. We didn't need that. Once Florenzi came back, we didn't need Dest anymore. So who is going out? I was speculating earlier that it could be Kalulu. Are we selling Kalulu in order to bring in Singo or Fresneda, or is it Florenzi? But definitely, I do not think that if we are bringing in Singo or this Fresneda kid, we're going to have Kalulu, Florenzi, and Calabria for the right back position. I think it's a little. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. So, in my opinion, Calabria is staying also because, he needs to stay, but. My opinion, Kalulu could be a player that they're selling because he's definitely a player that PSG has said they're interested in. There were reports that some EPL teams were interested in him. So the capital gain with Kalulu is insane. Kalulu was only paid 500K. So they can sell him for 30 million, 40 million, and they can make a shitload of money with this one. And boy, the yachts they can buy with Kalulu's money. Plus bring in either Singo or Fresneda. So the only thing about these two players is I like Singo because Singo is a very interesting Serie A player. He's already proven Serie A player, very good, also very physical, but also good with his feet. This young kid, Fresneda, apparently he's the Maradona of fullbacks. I don't know much about him. But my question is, I don't believe it's either Dest or Florenzi. It can be Dest. That's bullshit. Dest is already out. So is it really Florenzi or are they trying to sell Kalulu? That's my question. Leave Kalulu, Calabria can go. I don't think there's many teams that are interested in buying Calabria. I don't think there's many teams that are right now knocking on Casa Milan asking information regarding Calabria. But Kalulu for sure. Remember, these guys are ruthless. They don't give a shit what your name is. Everything has a price in their home. So I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. I don't know. That's all it is. It's just me wondering. I'd rather sell Calabria or Florenzi. Well, I think Florenzi is the guy that makes sense because Florenzi now, he's going to 33. I love Florenzi, by the way, but the guy is always injured. He's not reliable. So I would say Florenzi, bring in Singo, Fresneda, and have them as rotational players and more depth. But guys, do not be surprised if Kalulu gets sold. Do not get surprised if Kalulu gets sold. I think Kalulu is one of the players they want to sell the most because of the insane capital gain that Kalulu will provide. You know, for us, trophies is the Champions League, Scudetto, Serie A. But for Jerry and for Redbird, trophies is capital gain. And Kalulu is definitely the number one capital gain, biggest trophy that AC Milan has. So do not be surprised if they end up selling Kalulu. I'm just saying. I don't know. It's just an idea. I'm just wondering why we're linked to these right backs. Obviously, someone is moving out. It could be Florenzi or it could be someone else. Anyway, so Murata and Singo, players that are linked with us right now. Let's go to the calendar and then let's go to the Twitter sphere. Here it is. Calendar. All right. So we're starting off against Bologna away, Torino, and then right away, round 3, round 4, Roma, Milan, Inter Milan. So big tests right away. And notice how both games are away. So big test right away. Then Verona, Cagliari. Okay, let's talk about the smaller teams later, but let's go to the bigger teams because between 1 and 10, we already have some big games. So game day 3, we have Roma. Game day 4, we have Inter, the derby. Game day 7, we have Lazio. Game day 9, we have Juve. And game day 10, we have Napoli. And shit, let's put Udinese in there too since we never fucking beat them. So game day 11, we have Udinese. Very interesting. Very interesting. So right from the get-go, guys, the Pioli out brigade is going to go crazy. They're going to be throwing parties left and right. It's going to be the Pioli out brigade right away, especially if we don't win most of these games. Difficult start for AC Milan. Very difficult start, especially because the team is going to be so new, so fresh. They're going to be thrown in the deep end right away. So not the most convenient for AC Milan, especially if they lose ground in the beginning and you have some teams that are going to start to, get forward in the pack. It's going to be hard to catch up with those teams. So I guess we have to figure out from day one if Milan is going to be a team good enough to beat these other teams like Roma, like Inter, Lazio, Juventus, Milan, who do not have to do the insane rebuild that we are doing. So, listen, I've said this before, and I know people do not want to hear me. They do not want to listen to what I've got to say. They get pissed off when I say this. In my opinion, guys, today, I'm just talking about today, guys. I swear, I promise you, tomorrow I might tell you something completely different. But today, for the way I'm looking at how we're doing things, if we finish 7th, we're lucky. If we finish 7th, we are lucky. If we finish 7th, we are lucky. Now, listen, I don't know. Let's see. By August, we're going to see what Inter looks like. Maybe Inter's going to look like shit. Lazio might look like shit. All these other teams might look like shit. And then, then we can be, okay, you know what? Maybe it's not so bad. But this definitely does not help us. This definitely does not help us. So after game day 11 against Udinese, we have Lecce, Fiorentina, Frosinone. Okay, then we have Atalanta, Monza. The thing with Milan is that none of these games are easy. Like, Milan does not have easy games ever for some fucking reason. And this is since I've been following this team since the 90s. Even when we had Weah, Baggio, Shevchenko, Rui Costa, Seedorf, Nesta, Cafu, Maldini, Dida, and the list goes on, and the list goes on. 8 Ballon d'Ors. Still, when we played against these small teams, it almost seems like mission impossible. So there is no easy game in the Serie A. Actually, one of the things that makes the Serie A so competitive is because the teams from the 10th place below make it very difficult for the teams above to win. That is one of the it's the edge that the Serie A has over the other leagues. Basically, it's that iron sharpening iron situation that is happening in the Serie A, which is one of the reasons why Serie A is one of the most difficult leagues. It's because of that. It's because it's playing against the smaller teams. They're all fucking. They park 5 double-decker buses in front of you, and good luck. Good luck. So hopefully we will have a squad with enough quality to run through these double-decker buses and get points against the bigger teams where we're going to be playing open football. I think of players like Reijnders and you know what? Reijnders definitely has the qualities to open low blocks for sure. For sure. He does have those qualities. Against the open teams, Reijnders, Leao, and Theo Hernandez can be very important for us. It's going to be the Leao show for sure this year. This year is going to be the Leao show. Everything is going to go through him. No doubt about it. I just hope that Pioli is going to do a miracle and he's going to be able to put together a cohesive unit that plays exceptional football from day one. It's very difficult to do that, but I hope he does, guys. I really do. Anyway, so by the end of the league, we have Milan, Salernitana, Torino, Cagliari, Genoa. That's not too bad. The last 4 games, in theory, if we are looking for points, having these 4 games at the end shouldn't be too bad. But of course, it's easier to say right now. We do have Inter and Juventus game 33, 34. That can be very decisive for us, depending where we are in the league. But we do have between 32 and 28, Empoli, Verona, Fiorentina, Lecce. Fiorentina can be an issue. We should be getting Amrabat. Guys, why the fuck aren't we getting Amrabat? Or Hulmand? We do have Lazio, Atalanta here. Monza, Napoli. I think Monza is going to be a tough team next season. Monza is going to be a tough team to beat next season. Monza is for real. They're not fucking around. Plus the fact that Berlusconi passed away, I think there's going to be even more motivations. We're going to push the squad to do really well. Frosinone, I really believe that Frosinone is going to be a pushover. Frosinone is going to be losing a lot of games, 6-0, 5-0, 4-0. I'm confident that even Loftus Cheek is going to score against Frosinone. Frosinone is definitely not a team that we need to be worrying about. Knock on wood. Bologna, so usual stuff. Udinese, we never beat them. Milan versus Roma. Guys, Roma, I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. Today, but not tomorrow. Watch out for Roma. Watch out for Roma. Interesting project. Very interesting project. Anyway, so what do we conclude out of this? A very difficult beginning, especially for a team that has to rebuild, a team that needs time to go through that trial and error process. Very difficult for us to start. So that definitely does not go our way. Hopefully Pioli can hopefully Pioli can do a miracle. So, but guys, we might be seeing the Pioli out brigade straight away from round 5 onwards. So watch out for that one. Pulisic makes me sick. Sell Leao, bring Borini, and we win Serie A. That's right. Roy, Arlsey is also going to be devastating against open teams. And do you hear what Casadei said? Kaká, Ronaldinho, i miei idoli, Valverde, Loftus Cheek, i migliori al mondo nel mio ruolo. Vabbè. Casadei. Yeah, Casadei needs to fucking chill the fuck out. Loftus Cheek is not. Okay. Loftus-Cheek is not one of the best in that position, my man. Come on. Now, it is true that Loftus-Cheek in open space is important because that's how English players play. English play, like it's the Forrest Gump syndrome. Open space, get the ball, run forward, and it's effective. They're good at that. That's what they train for since day one. So I am expecting Loftus-Cheek to do well against open teams. But now to say that he is the best player in the world because Casadei said that, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Please. Luka Romero landed in Milano, ladies and gentlemen. Pulisic for Chelsea has been really shit after he joined from Dortmund. He only plays well on left wing. We need a right wing. Yeah, true. Very true. Clap your cheeks for booty cheeks. That's right. A parte il fatto che Casadei è un milanista di titanio, credi a lui se non vuoi dare retta a me. Ma no, come on. Casadei is a 19-year-old kid. What does he know? So are we really saying that Loftus-Cheek is the best in this? What is his position, by the way? What is his role? Chunk, I love your optimism, man. I love it. I love it. I give you credit. I give you credit for your optimism. I'll give you that. Oh, guys, this one hurts my soul. My heart just dropped all the way down to my heels. Breaking news: Lionel Goulet to Real for 20 million plus bonuses and sell-on clause. Skira. All right, time to go to the Twitter sphere. Time to go to the Twitter sphere. What the fuck is this? Time to go to the Twitter sphere. So Lionel Goulet joins Real Madrid. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Oh, look at this. Luka Romero. Here he is. Here he is. Brad Pitt just landed. The guy that is going to win the Ballon d'Or from the bench. Here it is, Nicolo Schira. Done deal and confirmed. Real Madrid will sign Lionel Cristiano Diego Goulet, born in 2005 from Fenerbahce, for 20 million plus bonuses plus 20% on the future sale. So if they sell him so essentially they can make up to 40 if they even sell this player. Why would Real Madrid is not a selling club. So good on Real Madrid for tricking Fenerbahce here. Fenerbahce definitely got tricked here. Obviously, this release clause sale is bullshit because if this player ends up being the player that we all think he's going to become, he's not going to be sold anytime soon. 6 years contract, bruh. 6 years contract. Listen, guys. If Real Madrid got Arda Güler, I guess we weren't too far off when we were saying that this guy was the real deal. When the top G's of football go in for the next top G, upcoming top G, it does say something. Anyway, I wonder if he's going to join Real Madrid right away. Is he going to be playing with them? I don't see him playing much for them right away. Fuck, why don't we, bruh? You know what we should do? We should ask him on loan. Guys, we should fucking do the whole yo, let's do the whole fucking Brahim Diaz thing all over again. Let's ask Real Madrid if we can park Güler in our garage for the next 3 years. And then when he finally starts cooking, we can send him back and we can celebrate. Yay, AC Milan, top mid-level club. Bruh. All right. now it's official. Alessandro Bastoni has extended his contract with Inter until 2028. Nice. He needs to brush his teeth. Long with what is this? Roy, non è ottimismo perché non penso che sia il migliore al mondo. Riconosco che è un buonissimo giocatore, a differenza tua che non perdi occasione per cagargli addosso senza una ragione. Bruh, let's stop pretending this guy is the best thing since sliced bread, Chunk. Like, why are you so adamant on wanting me to behave as if Loftus Cheek is the best thing since sliced bread? It took a fucking genius to figure out how to slice bread. Loftus Cheek does not compare to that kind of genius. Come on, guys. Now, he's a decent player, but to think that Loftus Cheek is going to come to Italy and he's going to be the best midfielder in Italy, the best box to box in mid, like how? You know what? Something that I suggest to people. Just because a player joins your favorite team and he wears your favorite colors doesn't mean that player is automatically the best in the world. It doesn't mean that. It really doesn't. Now, Loftus Cheek is going to come to it. He's going to do well. He's going to do his job. But we cannot fucking say he's the best player, box to box midfielder in the world. Because Van Krunic is the best box-to-box midfielder in the world. Pobega is the best box-to-box midfielder in the world. Everybody is the best. Like who are the great box-to-box players right now? Who are they? Who are the top five? Who are the top five best box-to-box? Like if I ask you, give me a list of the best top five box-to-box players. Only an AC Milan fan today will tell you that Loftus Cheek is in that top five. But that same AC Milan fan a week ago wouldn't even be thinking of Loftus Cheek. Chunk, you are a great scout and you always bring great talents to the fold. But come on, are we really saying that Loftus Cheek is the best box-to-box player? Well, Enzo Fernandez is not 27, 28. And there is no proof that if Enzo Fernandez came to the Serie A, he'd be cooking right away. There's no proof he would be doing that. But Enzo Fernandez is 20, so Enzo Fernandez has the potential of becoming world class. Loftus Cheek is 28 now. Like, unfortunately for him, if he was going to become world class, he would already shown us that he's world class. The only thing we can be optimistic about is that we're seriously linked and pushing to sign players early, unlike last summer when we got everyone late and didn't have time for preseason. Yes, I do believe Pioli asked the management to get him a good chunk of the players before July 10th. So they're trying. They're trying, guys. The robots are trying. Luka, KDB, CDK, and Krunic, Pobega, RLC, SMS, Valverde. Il discorso vale lo stesso perché mi soffermo sulle qualità tecniche del giocatore, è l'unica cosa che conta, mentre tu ti fai le seghe mentali riguardo all'età del campionato. Bruh, if you think that Loftus Cheek is going to come to the Serie A right away and cook, you're setting yourself up for coming back here in a few months and saying, oh shit, Roy, I guess you were right. Don't do it. Why would you do that? Most likely, based on his skill set that we already know and his achievements in football that we already know, when you put all of these things together, it's very difficult to assess this player as a world beater. Now, at most he's going to be average, but there's no chance in hell you can compare him to SMS, Barella, or whatever, all these other players in Italy that have been playing in Italy for a long time. No way in hell this guy's going to come right away and become that player. You think he's going to, like, maybe in 2 years, maybe in 2 seasons. Like I'm expecting a mediocre, average season from him. Nothing special. I'm hoping he's not going to fucking flop. I mean, I hope he doesn't fucking flop, guys, because if he flops, then Jesus, Lord have mercy. I'm hoping he doesn't flop. I'm hoping he can actually contribute to the team, but let's not fool ourselves. Let's not pretend this guy is Zinedine Zidane. Let's chill out, you know? Like, yeah, okay, he's got some decent qualities, but there's a lot of players with decent qualities. I hope he's not going to flop. But to think that he's going to come to Italy and be already one of the best midfielders in Italy based on what he has done so far, it's illogical. There's no logic to that. That's just being overly optimistic and believing in magic or whatnot. I mean, my question is this: would you be saying the same thing if he was joining Juventus? Like, if Loftus-Cheek was joining Juventus right now or Inter right now, would any of you guys be saying, "Oh my God, we're fucked. Inter's getting the best box-to-box midfielder in Europe, guys. We're fucked, guys. It's over. Inter is going to destroy the competition because they're getting Loftus-Cheek." Would you, if Juventus was buying Loftus-Cheek right now, would you be saying, "Oh my God, guys, we're fucked. It's over. It's over, guys. Juve's getting Loftus-Cheek. He's the best. He's the best box-to-box midfielder that has ever existed in the history of the universe pre-Big Bang." No, you wouldn't be saying that. You're saying this because he's joining Milan and because we're being Milanisti. It's that's what it is. Let's be realistic here. Let's just be realistic about the fact. Hopefully he's not going to flop. Hopefully he's going to do better than what some of us think. But let's not act like this guy is going to be the best box-to-box midfielder in Italy. Maybe he's going to become, maybe he will. But for him to become right away the best box-to-box midfielder in Italy means that he's fucking doing drugs. He's doped out of his head. He's on steroids. He's taking some fucking drugs that are amplifying his performances. That is the only way. The only successful thing Arsenal will do in Milan is to open. However, Arsenal did cook Milan last season in Serie when he played them. He kind of cooked Tonali. Yeah, he played. When I started the stream, I said, yeah, he did have a good performance against AC Milan. But I also said Krunic had also very good performances in the Champions League. He had great performances against Atletico Madrid. He had really good performance against Tottenham. He had a good performance against Napoli. But does this make Krunic the best box-to-box midfielder? If you have a great performance against Milan, does that make you the best box-to-box performer? Listen. We don't need to go on forever with this. Let's just not pretend that this guy is the best box-to-box. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's all I'm saying. Because Casadei said that. I don't know why he said that. Casadei, on the other hand, who's 19, could potentially become the best box-to-box midfielder in the world in a few years. Potentially. Why? Because he's achieved something where there's a precedent you can look at and use that as a calculation to predict future outcomes. For example, when you look at the U20 World Cup, it says a lot about the future of the U20 World Cup. A lot of players that won best player of that tournament turn out to be top ballers in the football. We have Aguero, Lionel Messi, Paul Pogba, to name a few, and there's many more. Now we have Casadei. So if we look at that precedent and use that as something that maybe can tell us about the future, maybe Casadei can become a really exceptional box-to-box player. He did score 7 goals, top goal scorer in the World Cup, and also best player of the World Cup. That's someone that we should be looking at for the future. Speaking of Casadei, guys, Ukraine is doing an exceptional job in the U20 World Cup, U21 Euros. Congratulations to Ukraine. They're definitely, Ukraine is definitely a squad. Okay, Ukraine definitely is a squad to be looking at. There's obviously talent there. Okay, so right now, when we look at the U21s, Ukraine is outperforming a lot of teams, and they destroyed France. That is not easy. France has an exceptional roster. So what kind of freaking roster does Ukraine have? What kind of players does Ukraine have right now? Ukraine right now probably has a golden generation that we want to look at. There could be some very interesting players. We already know they have Mudryk, but there's other players there too. By the way, Spain also always going to be one of the favorites, so watch out for Spain. England has a very good squad too. Roy, again, I'm not saying honestly he's the best one. I'm recognizing that he's a very good player because I look at his qualities and the way he fits in a 4-3-3. Okay. The only thing I can say about RLC is that he can play as second pivot, a CM, and right wing back too. And also, he doesn't say no, he just play and do what he can do, but he will not going to be the best. Yeah, he's going to be a utility player, guys. He's going to be a player. I'll tell you, okay, guys, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen with RLC. This is a player that is very humble, first of all. One thing that you can find out about him, he's very humble. He's a player that works his ass off. He's a player that does not complain. He's going to become another Krunic. Another guy that is going to earn the respect of the fans through his work. But he's not going to become, I mean, listen, I hope he does. I really do. I hope he does. But most likely, he's not going to become like a player that next season Real Madrid is going to come knocking on the door. Hey, I'll give you 80 million for RLC. Difficult. But listen, I hope that happens. I support RLC. I want him to become the best in the world. And as long as he does what he is paid to do, he's paid $4 million, one of the most paid players in the club, to be a utility player. I hope he does that really well. He can play in different positions. He does not complain. So let's see, guys. But listen, like I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding. Listen, guys, when it comes to football, my standards are extremely high, all right? Okay? So I don't know if you haven't learned that about me yet, but you will eventually, my standards are super high. They're super high. My standards are elite, and that's it. Anything above elite, anything below elite, to me is meh, whatever. For me, it's elite, and that's it. Either you're elite, or I'm not going to be excited about you, okay? That's pretty much how I am. Either you are fucking elite, or I'm not excited about you. So I'm going to say the way things that I look at things. I'm not going to be excited with anybody except they're fucking elite. So, okay, so I saw some interesting interesting message here. Someone wrote, while you're right, Roy, breaking news, Milan and Fiorentina are negotiating for Dia. Okay, Dia, I do find Dia an interesting prospect because Dia has proven himself in the Serie A. Very skillful player, a lot of goals, assists. Now, Dia is an upgrade to Rebic, 100%. Dia is 100% an upgrade to Rebic. I cannot say the same thing about Pulisic, though. It's hard for me to say the same thing about Pulisic, but Dia for me is 100% an upgrade to Rebic. And I think Dia is an easy operation because, yeah, you don't need to pay the release clause right away. You can pay it in fractions. Brozovic is better than Frattesi, but Frattesi linking up with Barella will be one of the best midfields in Serie A. Yeah, it'll be a different midfield. Brozovic is more of a builder, of a metronome. He kind of sets the play. While Frattesi is more of an he does incursions. He scores lots of goals. He's a fighter. Different kind of midfielders. So I guess Çalhanoğlu will take, since Çalhanoğlu was already the substitute of Brozovic in that position. I'm assuming the builder will be Çalhanoğlu, or they're going to get another one. And I'm assuming what they're thinking is Frattesi on the left, Çalhanoğlu in the center, and Barella on the right. And that's their three midfielders. I don't know if Çalhanoğlu is going to be that guy. We'll see. They might get someone else. I don't know. Mike will be the next to leave this summer. Why? Because Man U just put in a bid for Onana, which will make Chelsea come for Mike. Well, if the price is right, Redbird won't say no. Let's support my home country today so they can win. You guys, yeah, I'm 100%. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to be bad. I'm 100% going for Ukraine for the U21. But I want to be honest. Spain always looks good no matter what. And England always looks good. Well, no, England never looks good, but England this year looks good. Israel could be interesting. Israel, they did well in the U20 World Cup, and now they're doing pretty well in the U21 World Cup. So interesting generation coming up for Israel as well. But Ukraine, definitely the most impressive team. But anyway, yeah, I hope they win it. But let's also acknowledge that Spain and England are most likely the favorites. Let's see what happens. By the way, guys, I was looking at youth football in Europe, national level. Guys, Spain dominates Europe in such a crazy way. From U17, U18, U19, Spain just dominates. Like, nobody even comes close to them. Every single fucking year they win the tournaments. Every single year. And it's all, and the awesome thing about it, that it's football. It's pure football. It's just because of how they play football. But yeah, I was looking at all the European championships from the youth national teams, and Spain is just outstanding. Outstanding. Bravo, Spain. Bravo. What a footballing culture. Guys, Spain has an incredible footballing culture. Incredible way to look at football. I have to commend Spain. What they've done in the last 20 years with all these, they always win in finals. They always get far into and win finals. Like, whatever the fuck they're doing in Spain, that's how you should do things. Like, they are the standard. They are the fucking standard. And they have the fucking best team in the history of the sport too, Real Madrid. Bravo, Spain. Bravo. Anyway, I hope Ukraine kicks your ass. Zola is not better than Dia. No, I think Dia is better. I think Dia is better than Zola. I definitely think Zola is better than Dia, for sure. Would you be okay with a decent midfield and very good attack? Leao, Dia, Chukwueze? No. I would rather have an exceptional midfield and an exceptional attack. I mean, a decent midfield. The midfield is the most important department in the squad. The midfield is the engine. If your midfield does not work properly, Doesn't matter who is up top. It really doesn't matter. So I would rather have an elite defense, an elite midfield, and an elite attack. I'm gonna keep my standards. I'm not gonna fucking lower my standards for Jerry because he wants to buy yachts and buy houses in the hills of Florida. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep my usual standards. I'm going to keep the standards that made me become an AC Milan fan. I'm not gonna lower myself for Jerry and for this management. I'm not gonna do that. No. I want elite defense, elite midfield, elite offense, and an elite bench too. Yeah, because that's the Milan that I've known from the 90s to the 2000s and 10s, 11s, and then that's it. For 20 years, that's the Milan I knew. A Milan with an elite defense, an elite midfield, elite offense. That's what I fell in love with. That's what Milan is to me. I'm not going to fucking lower my standards for these guys. No chance in hell. No chance in hell I'm going to do that. No chance in hell. Spain, guys, Spain also like tennis, basketball, even fucking Formula One, freaking the motorbikes. Like Spain just has an exceptional sport culture. They always produce exceptional athletes, exceptional the mental approach to sports. I don't know what the fuck it is. What is in the water in Spain? Zola and Dia. I prefer Dia to Thuram 100%. 100% I prefer Dia to Thuram. Zola, I think, is good also. I guess we would have to see Zola in a better context. Spezia maybe didn't do him justice. If, of course, we all want a lead attack, but I'm saying if you had to pick one, I would say midfield. If I have an elite midfield and just one elite player up top, that's all I need. But an elite attack, does not guarantee you what an elite midfielder guarantees you. Most of the game is play. Guys, if you look at attackers touch half, maybe even less than half the balls that midfielders. Midfielders love touching balls, guys. They love touching balls. So most of the time, the ball is on the midfielder's feet. The game is decided in the midfield. And then, of course, when the attackers have the ball, it's their job to create those magical moments. But I don't know. It's a difficult question. I would say since I already have Leao, he's elite. The other players don't need to be elite. I would rather have an elite midfield. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a tough question. Roy, question. If Chelsea came for Mike, which players would you want Milan to swap him plus cash? From Chelsea? Madueke? Nkunku? I guess those two players. I think just those two players. I would say Mudryk, but we already have Leao on the left. But Nkunku for the cam, Madueke for the right wing, plus 50 million. And I think you can have Mike Maignan. We have the best scouts, but no money to buy. I do. We have the best scouts, but no money to buy. I'd do the same if I was Inter Roma, easy mode. I guess Donnarumma days are numbered at PSG. Breaking news from Longo and Vitiello on Pulisic, guys. Let's go. Let's check it out. What do we have? Vitiello, uomo con un grande pisello. What is it? Let's see. 3 minutes ago, conferme sul rilancio Milan per Pulisic e sulla fiducia per la chiusura dell'operazione col Chelsea. Le cifre dovrebbero essere quelle spiegate da James Horncastle. This guy here, this dude here was on fucking Sempre Milan podcast, bruh. He was saying some shit that just triggered the fuck out of me. Anyway, 20 million euros for Pulisic. So let's translate this for our English speakers. Confirmations on the Rays. What? Okay, let me translate. Confirmations on Milan's reapproach for Pulisic and on the trust for closing the operation with Chelsea. The figures should be those explained by James Horncastle, about 20 million euros. Hawkeyes in the chat. I love it. Difficult to say how Pulisic will do with Milan. His numbers are not impressive at all. He's injured a lot. He was injured a lot of the time. He did, win a Champions League with Chelsea. So did Origi with Liverpool. I don't know. I'm not very excited about Pulisic. But again, I hope that these players, Pulisic, Loftus, Cheek, and whoever not, they come to Italy and they are the best cooks in Italy right away. I hope that. So I can reassess my calculations. Because right now the way I'm calculating things, it does not look good. But if these guys can prove me wrong, for me, if I'm proven wrong, for me, it's not like, oh shit, I'm going to hide. I'm going to. No, for me, that's a lesson, because that's how I get better at analyzing, trial and error, right? So I really care about being decent at analyzing things and trying to figure out whether or not things can work or not. So in a certain way, I hope that my analysis, like Giroud, like my analysis on Giroud wasn't great, because I never thought that he would be such an important player, meaning he would score those goals against Napoli, against Inter, like those super big goals. That never came to my mind that he'd be able to do that. So that was a huge lesson, and I use that as a lesson to analyze, future players, because. But Pulisic and Loftus-Cheek and these guys were being linked to, according to the experiences that I've had and the analyses and basically put in all these calculations. I cannot be excited. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Enzo, defenders and midfielders should be total ballers. That's my opinion. For me, yeah, I love a team that is very technical. I love technical teams. Milan, fuck Pulisic, mid-injury prone player. Villarreal want Ali on loan inserted into the Chukwueze deal. Sure. If that's what it takes, we don't use Ali anyway. So sure. Roy, Saudi, at least we have Gasly and Ocon from Alpine. What? Is that Formula One lingo? I love those players. Good shots. Which players? Roy, Saudi club Al Ettifaq have made an official proposal of 40 million plus 10 million signing bonus to Morata. Okay, so that's it. We're out. Unless Morata still wants to cook in Europe, we're out. Because when you're poor, you'll have a bigger wish list. He looks like Cutrone. He kind of does look like Cutrone, doesn't he? Right? Like literally, his facial features. If healthy, he'll be fantastic. Injuries and an autistic Chelsea management slowed him down. Let's see, man. Let's see. Milan is becoming Chelsea B team, helping Chelsea to get rid of their trash. Who the fuck is helping us to get rid of our trash? Nobody. Pulisic is a good sign because of the marketing. Yeah, okay, that for sure. That's a no-brainer. Pulisic is an exceptional signing for Redbird because he's the most representative American player, especially in the, now that the World Cup is going to be in the US. No, listen, I've said this, I'll repeat it again. Having Pulisic in an AC Milan shirt all over America is a good thing for the club. That's undeniable. That's undeniable. It'll bring more eyes to the club, more fans to the club, more money for the club so Jerry can buy 2 yachts, guys. My dream is not for AC Milan to win Champions Leagues and Scudettis. My dream is for Jerry to buy the biggest yacht in the world. That's what's going to make me happy, guys. That's what's going to make me happy. That's the only thing I care about. I want Jerry to buy the biggest yacht in the world so I can say that the owner of my club has the biggest yacht in the world. That is my dream. That is what I dream of when I think about AC Milan. So yeah, of course, Pulisic is an absolute win-win situation. As far as the football thing, guys, I don't know. It's hard for me to say because he definitely has qualities, but his numbers are extremely poor, injury prone. It's difficult for me to think that he can break down the low blocks in Italy. In space, of course, he can operate, but the low blocks, difficult for me to see him do that, at least right away. If he can do it, it'll take him some time. It's not Alpine, it's Alpine, as Rock says. Roy Bellini, I'm content about RLC, but I can't say the same for spending 20 million on Pulisic. So my previous comments don't really apply to him. Although I got to say, I don't really know him enough. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't see him that different from Rebic, footballing wise. I think get Pulisic so we can slap him on the billboards across America, but let's get Dia if we want to. Let's replace Rebic with Dia. I think that is an upgrade. Do you think we'll sign Pulisic and the winger from Villarreal? Well, the information that we know right now is that Pulisic does not want to join any other club but AC Milan. So he is pushing the Chelsea to accept Milan's offer, right? He is putting pressure on Chelsea. To me, that says that most likely we're going towards that direction of signing Pulisic, but we've seen that many other times and doesn't happen all the time. As far as Chukwueze, it looks like, again, the player wants to join Milan. He's accepted personal terms with Milan, but Villarreal are asking for an arm and a leg. We are willing to give him Ali on loan, which is kind of weird. I don't know how that works out. So it's not an exchange. If it's on loan, it's not a full-on exchange. I think Pulisic is much more realistic at this point than Chukwueze. Chelsea fans mad at Milan for offering low price for their rejects. They want 30 million for rejects. Money grows and trees in EPL. Oh yeah, for sure. For them, 30 million is like 10 million for us. Or something like that. I don't know. You could have this same approach. No. Come on. Why is Chunk pushing the RLC agenda on me, guys? I don't, bruh. Chunk, listen, man, Chunk. If RLC turns out to be the best box-to-box midfielder that has ever existed, like Casadei says, I will tell you, I was totally wrong about it. My calculations, my analysis on RLC were totally wrong. I'll try to figure out where I got it wrong, and then I'll correct myself next time we are linked or we have to talk about similar players. But it's difficult that I'm wrong about this one because we've seen many players of the level of RLC come and go in Italy, not just in Milan, and it's always kind of the same thing. PL calculate. prices in pounds, not even in euros. Get Chukwueze done already. What are we waiting for? Pulisic is our Goulet now, guys. That is sad. That is so sad. No, I'm not going to move a goalpost. I'm 99% sure Loftus Cheek is a player I think he is. I'm 99% sure. I'm always going to keep that 1% open. The door is always open, but at this point in life, I have enough experience to be pretty convinced about my analyses. And if I'm wrong, guys. No problem. No problem whatsoever. I'm not here trying to impress anybody. Anyway, let's see what else is happening in the Twitter sphere world. L something fuck wants to get Morata. So it looks like Morata is out of a question if Morata is looking for the money. Looking forward to this game. Milan-Juventus should be a fun game to watch. Ooh, Hakan has just renewed his contract with Inter. Interesting. Luis Enrique is the new coach of PSG. Oh, yeah, that's right. Napoli has Garcia now. I don't know if Garcia can do the same thing that Spalletti did. Yeah, I don't know, because Spalletti, the thing about Napoli last year was not only they had this exceptional roster, which was built beautifully, like the player for player, the bench, it was a perfect machine, but the coach was also perfect for that team. I don't know if Garcia is the right coach. I guess we'll have to find out. This time, I'm not so sure about Napoli. Here he is, guys. Look at him. Lionel, Messi, Cristiano, Zinedine, Andrea Goulet. New Real Madrid player, guys. 18 years old. This kid is going to destroy. 10 minutes ago, calciomercato.com, Milan, new offer for Pulisic. Now, the confirmation of the sale is much closer. Milan Saudi club El Eddie Fuck have made an official proposal for 40 million. We read that earlier. How do I pronounce this, guys? I mean, it says Al Eddie Fuck. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Because I don't want to offend anybody. Can someone tell me how this is pronounced? Is it El Eddie Fuck? Or is El Eddie Fuck? I don't know. How do I pronounce that? Goulet will flop at Madrid, then come to Milan for 10 million in 2 years. Sure. I wouldn't mind that. Eddie Fuck means confidence, guys. El Eddie Fuck. Okay. I'm just reading it the way it is, guys. I'm not trying to be, facetious or whatever. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trolling. LT Fuck. LT Fuck. Buy Morata, get us Icardi so that we can win against Inter. It's L. What the fuck? No, it means agreement. Okay. Interesting. L. Eddie Fuck Jerry. Anyway, bro, the Saudi League is fuck. Where is all this money coming from? I mean, no, I don't have anything against it, not one bit. But damn, they're dropping dimes like nothing. Like nothing, guys. And they're not, and some of the players are getting, like Brozovic is not close to retirement. Morata is not close to retirement. If they're trying to go for Lukaku, like these are not close to retirement players. they're putting a lot of money. They're investing a lot of money into. Well, okay, they're trying to bid for the World Cup, and I think this is a whole. It's a whole World Cup, I guess, promotion. The purpose is probably to get to the world to when they have to bid for the World Cup, to be in favor of the footballing community. Interesting, very interesting. Saudi League coming in strong. Uh, let's see. No news on Musa, huh? No news on Musa. "25 minutes ago, Milan va all into Pulisic. So today looks like it's a Pulisic day. Daniel Longo, Pulisic, a lot of Pulisic, Captain America. Ah, fuck. Goulart, Real Madrid. Saudi League also got Benzema, Kante, Ronaldo. Damn. Yeah, Ghazi. For sure. Because one thing for sure is that if Saudis buy your club, they're buying your club to win trophies. They do not need to fucking buy a club to make money and to build a sports company or whatever. No, they're buying your club to win trophies. So you're very much so welcome. Wow. Ricardas, source please. Guys, we have some potential very disturbing news. Where are we getting this from? AZ, by the way, AZ is very close to selling Kerkez, AC Milan left back, young left back that we sold because we couldn't promise him a starting spot nor many minutes since Hernandez is not letting go of that left to fullback space on the field. So it looks like Kerkez might be joining Lazio, guys. Lazio. As an Indian in America celebrated the 4th as end to the British Raj Day. Not sure what that is. But I'm assuming it's independence or something like that. Kerkez would be perfect deputy to Teo. Yeah, 100%. %. Uh-oh. 2 minutes ago, guys. Oh, my Lord, guys. Here we go. Guys, unfortunately, I have the very, 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 very uncomfortable and terrible task to inform you all that we are most likely signing Captain America. Check this out. Chelsea and AC Milan are close to an agreement for Christian Pulisic, who said yes in March to the move. It is necessary to proceed with utmost caution, but optimism grows minute by minute. Important developments are expected in the next few hours. Oh my God, Desplanches, guys. How the fuck did we sell Desplanches? Like, what the hell? Now, that was a Maldini and Masara just completely they slept on that one. They fucked up big on that one. E quel all-in che mi preoccupa, come se il suo arrivo escludesse Chukwueze. Spero proprio di no, perché se l'anno prossimo giochiamo con Pulisic titolare a destra, io sono d'accordo con te, Roy, a combattere per il quarto posto con l'Atalanta. Guys, can I, just to get a little bit of an idea, like, what do we consider the Pulisic? Like 1 out of 10, guys. 1 out of 10. Where do you place Pulisic as a purchase? Let's rate him 1 out of 10. I just want to get an idea from the chat. So give me a number 1 out of 10 of what you think of Pulisic. 6, 1, 1. 7.5, 1, 2, 2, 6, 4. Right wing as a 10, as starting right wing is a 3. Oh, no. Deputy to Leao as a 10, as a starter as a 3. 8 out of 10. I think he's good. 3 given his stats. 1, 4, 2.5. 5.5. For 20 million signing, a 3. All right, so I'm not the only one here who is not excited about this. As a player, 5 out of 10. As a marketing ploy, 12 out of 10. True. 3, 7. Okay, for some of you guys, he's not bad. He's not bad. I really hope that if he comes to Milan, he's going to cook, guys. I hope he's a great cook. You know, I hope he can put a fucking hot pocket in a microwave and time it just perfectly. But I really hope so. I give it a 5. For me, it's a 5. Roy, do you know that Pulisic is a replacement for Brahim? Yes. To be honest, he's the worst. Let's be honest. Pioli asked for a left-footed right wing, and Pulisic isn't that. 6 out of 10. He's an upgrade from our current right wing. He has experience, and he can be a leader. Any news on the CDK sell to Everton, and Pulisic will be 6 out of 10. Yeah, we just saw news came out. I don't know how true it is. Everton, Atalanta looking to get CDK. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with CDK. But I don't see many of us going crazy for Pulisic over here. To be honest, he's the worst. He's okay. I read that. Pulisic is better than Brahim. In cooking terms, Pulisic is like Jamie Oliver. If we sign Pulisic, I hope we sign Kamada now. Well, the Kamada operation is going to be dependent on Chukwueze. Why would real football fans be happy with this news? The player has shown that when it comes to playing for a big club, he can't take the pressure. Throw who out? Did I miss something here? Who are you talking about? Oh, dude, guys, Antonio was here this whole fucking time, but I wasn't looking at the StreamYard, and he was writing on the private chat. He was asking me to get him on, Yo, Antonio, come back, bruh. If you're still here, come back. Pulley shit. That's funny. Was someone banned or something? Roy did Antonio dirty. Yo, Antonio, if you're still around, come back, bruh. I wasn't watching the fucking StreamYard. I'm watching the chat on the phone and I'm on Twitter. It's crazy how Zion can back Jerry and Redbird when they have constantly shown their ineptitude. It's difficult for right now for me to understand how anybody can be optimistic. Ando,
Dude, I thought you hated me for a second.
dude, I wasn't looking at the StreamYard. I was on Twitter and I was watching the phone for the messages in the chat. So what's going on?
Hey, what better way to celebrate July 4th and my birthday than Christian Pulisic?
That's right, Captain America, bro. Captain America.
Yep.
It's coming to save the world.
Let's go. USA. USA.
So how do you feel about the news today? Anything you want to share? Paisa, Anto.
Pretty terrible day, honestly. There's a reason why no other clubs want to get him, like Lyon, but Lyon is broke. 20 million for this guy who has no stats. He's not like, okay, technically he's not bad, but look at like the goals this guy scores. Honestly, Diaz is probably better than him. Like, let's be honest. And Diaz is a bit younger. Now, okay, Pulisic is 24, which is younger than I thought. So, like, at least he's not too old yet. He should be entering his prime right now. But still,
are you sure he's 24? I think he's 25.
Maybe he turned 25 recently, but like I checked, like last week he was 24 or two weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's about to turn 25. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah, that stuff. But like, okay, for that money, get Chukwueze. Like, we need players that are more dynamic. We don't need a Pulisic because he scores all his goals are like tap-ins, or are like, I think in Italy against the closed down teams, I don't know how much he's gonna do. Now you never really know what they can do, but I don't really expect like more than what Diaz was doing for us. And this is literally the only reason why we're doing this is because Jerry is making them. Let's be honest. All the rumors that Pioli likes him, those are all BS. I want to bet that right now.
Yeah, of course. Jerry, come on, we're not stupid. We know why they're going for Pulisic. Like, we're not dumb. We know what the deal is with Pulisic.
This club is a joke. This club is a joke. The Arda Güler news, just to kind of say what I wanted to say. I mean, I'm not like too mad because honestly, once Barcelona, Real Madrid enter the thing, like, there's not much that we could have done. Now, people could say, oh, we should have closed the deal earlier, but you don't think that Güler was still going to wait and hear all the offers before he makes a move? And Real and Barca just came in like that. So I don't think we ever would have been able to sign him this summer, to be honest.
That was too good to be true.
Yeah, so that's whatever. Now, I'm looking at the names. So we have a completely depleted midfield, and we've just signed Loftus, who will be our new number 8. So let's go. Tonali replacement, Loftus. We're getting Reijnders, who is the only signing so far that I'm kind of excited about because he has good qualities, but also with him, like, it's completely different, the Dutch league to the Serie A, and his defensive work is very questionable. So it's even for him, like, there's a lot of like uncertainties about how he's going to perform. So I don't know. And then, anyways, the midfield is, we're losing a lot of like defensive ability in the midfield, and we need to kind of replace that. And I don't know if that's possible with the players we're gonna get. So far, by the way, with these like links and these low ball offers, my prediction that we're not going to reinvest the Tonali money is pretty much true. Because in theory, if we were able to reinvest, we would have a budget of like what 100 million plus the the money that we were supposed to get. So I don't think that's gonna happen. So guys, expect another like small transfer window. And then I guess in terms of the attack, we need a striker, and now we're going towards Morata out of all the names, which I don't dislike Morata, but all of our top like transfer speculations of players and they're a bit younger, who are a bit more prolific maybe in recent years, they're all gone. So we're gonna have to settle for another year with like a weird striker situation. And I guess Chukwueze would be the best signing because he's more explosive and dynamic, but he's also expensive. And if we get Pulisic, I guess he's gonna have to play on the right wing, or it depends on also if we're gonna play with a three-man midfielder and not play with a trequartista. Because I'm telling you right now, Reijnders and some of the other players, they have to play with a three-man midfield.
Yeah, 100%. You cannot have Reijnders in the double pivot.
And especially Loftus-Cheek, because Loftus-Cheek, if you want to play with Loftus-Cheek, he literally is so. I mean, listen, I was looking at him. I saw him have some really great games against top-level teams like Real Madrid in the Champions League. I saw the way he can play. And I'm not against Loftus-Cheek. I have a lot of questions about the operation because I think we could have definitely done better. But the thing about Loftus-Cheek is he's so limited. He's not good in the final third. He doesn't have good assist and goal stats. He's decent at, I guess, making quick passes in the final third, but he's not the guy who's going to take a risky pass. He only plays very simple passes and tries to create space. His defensive work isn't that great. Even though he's big, he's good at the main thing he's good at is literally just taking the ball from box to box and just running with the ball forward and recycling possession. So a player like that, you need two other midfielders, one that actually has quality and one that can do a lot of defensive work. So that's the thing. You need to play with.
That's right. You have to have three midfield. If you want Reijnders to cook, you need to surround him with two other box-to-box on his side. Yeah.
So, that's very limited midfield. Now, I am a little optimistic because against Inter, we did need someone who could try to maybe run with the ball forward and do something. However, betting that Loftus-Cheek is going to be able to break down Inter is very optimistic. We just needed something else against Inter. I think our midfield overall really let us down, but also we were playing with two midfielders against Inter's three. So that was a little bit difficult. And, honestly, I don't know. Let's see what we can do. I'm trying to be optimistic. I think we need to get Chukwueze. I don't know how Pulisic is going to fit into this. I'm really concerned about him being a starter. I don't know. Do you think he can be a starter? I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, if we're playing a 4-2-3-1 and you want to get Chukwueze and Pulisic, I guess what they're envisioning is Leao on the left, Pulisic as cam, and Chukwueze on the right, because Chukwueze is exclusively a right winger. So if we're going with that experiment, that's an experiment that we have been trying to do year after year, and year after year it fails. Because every time we play a player that does not have defensive capabilities in that role, we end up always putting Krunic there in the end. So at the end of the fucking day, Krunic is going to be playing on the pitch, and Pulisic has to share that right wing with Chukwueze, if that's what we're doing.
Hey, guys, I have a prediction to make. I was thinking about this yesterday. When the season starts, you guys, I think, talked about the schedule. We have a pretty harsh first 5 games with Roma and Inter, I believe. When the season starts, Pioli is going to look at this team. The midfield is going to be something along the lines of maybe Reijnders, which should be close to happening. Obviously, Loftus-Cheek, Krunic, Benacer is going to be out. Maybe a Musa or something like that. So, those 4 names. I'm telling you right now, and if Pulisic comes in, he's going to look at these players, see that in training, he's going to be really concerned. And so to start the games, he's going to go back to his 4-2-3-1. He's going to play Krunic and maybe one of the other midfielders that we get. and then do like a Leao, Giroud, whoever we keep, either Salamakers or Messias on the right wing, and like I guess maybe Pulisic at cam, or like one new player at cam, and then he's just gonna try to keep that lineup. Then he's gonna obviously we're gonna have a lot of limitations, and he'll get fired because he's not trying out the new players. And listen, I judge Pioli all the time for not like giving young players a chance, but at the same time, you're dropping Tonali, a player that is proven that works perfectly with us, and like he's used to the Serie A and everything. He knows Pioli has a lot of quality. You're getting rid of him, and you're not getting a good replacement tactically. So for Pioli, So what do you want him to do? He's gonna have to you need to also be practical, because if you just dump all the new players in, you're not gonna get results. So he's gonna be very limited, and I hope that I hope Jerry proves me wrong, but so far, that's what it's pointing to. Like, this is what this is all coming down to.
I think, and then let's get Ace in here because Ace just joined us. I think if they get the players they want, our midfield is probably going to be Reijnders, Krunic, Loftus Cheek. I think that's going to be the three midfielders that we're going to see. And Pulisic or Chukwueze, they're going to share the right, Giroud up top, Leao on the left. I think that's what it's going to look like. What's up, Ace? Whoa. Let's go, Skynet. T1000 is here, guys.
Roy, did you release the link to the chat?
Yeah. Ace, your sound is outrageous. You have definitely been taken by Skynet. Skynet has definitely taken you. All right, Ace, Ace, you have to definitely put an antivirus there. Go out and come back in, bro, because your sound is out of this world. Milan died the day Berlusconi died. I think Youssef wants a link. I'll send you a link. Yeah, listen, I'm predicting that Pioli will be the scapegoat. It's going to be Pioli out for the next 5 months. Unless for some miracle, AC Milan turns out to be one of the best teams in Italy. It's just too hard to believe that.
Roy, this is the reason why. Because we saw.
Hello? You hear me better now?
All right, now you're good. Now you're good.
Wait, can I just finish one thing? The reason why we're still slightly optimistic is because we saw that under Elliott, even though we really didn't invest that much, we were able to win the Scudetto because of all the different circumstances. Leao exploded, stuff like that. So there's always a chance things happen. Also, Fabrizio Romano just tweeted that we have improved our bid for Pulisic. It's around 20 million now. So it looks like we're going to get him, it looks like, because I think we're serious about him. Jerry wants him and Pulisic wants us, so it's a matter of time.
I want to address what you just said and then get Ace in. The issue with that, Antonio, is that did not happen overnight. Like that, Kessie, Benacer, and Theo Hernandez and Leao, it took him a while to get that level. Now, we already have Theo and Leao. The problem is the midfield. We are rebuilding the midfield. And to rebuild a midfield in the space of a season with players that don't have that much experience playing big time football is very difficult, almost impossible. Ace, go ahead, man.
Okay. Happy belated birthday, Antonio. So I see you're already making excuses for Pioli. But what I want to address is the last thing that I heard you talk about, which was the fact that Milan won the Scudetto last season, and like Roy was saying, at the end of the day, that squad had been developing and growing together for 3 seasons prior to winning. And when you buy young, unproven players that have talent, you need to remember that they're going to need time to grow. And so even if this season we bring in the players that we're linked to, and even I would add CDK into that group, this new group of players that are coming in, they're still going to need time to develop into what their potential says it should be. So if Milan fans don't have the kind of patience to let CDK stay and Adley stay and prove themselves for another season, what's the difference between those guys and these new guys who are coming in who've never been in the league and are going to need a time to adjust?
Kind of like Franks, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, that kind of frustrates me. We spend 20 million on Ruben Loftus cheek, and we could have signed Franks for 12 million, and he would have had a season under Pioli already and would be able to develop more. I mean, this guy hardly played this season for Milan, but still he was the first person that Belgium called when one of their midfielders wasn't available. So clearly they see him as, a future starter for their Belgian team. And, I don't understand, some of the decisions by Pioli and the management to not trust those players that they brought in. Because it's the same, it's the same, hold on, let me just finish. Look, it's the same team of people that are scouting the players. Maldini doesn't go and scout players. Massaro never went and scout players. They have a team of scouts that scout and bring profiles forward, and then they make a judgment call. Now we don't have those guys there. Purely is the man that's making the judgment call on what he wants, and I still think that it's not going to make a difference. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think like Reijnders kind of reminds me of Franks. They have different characteristics, but the same type of operation. Young player, not yet proven though. So I don't see him really as an upgrade to the midfield, although he adds some quantity there.
Hold on, Youssef. First of all, what's up, brother? But there's a big difference in age. Rangers is 24. Franks was 19. So that's something definitely to consider. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure, that's something to consider, but it's not necessarily an upgrade. Because you lose Tonali, we need someone with that capability. Someone like Milinkovic-Savic. Or even a Fratesi could be. But Reijnders, I mean, he's not proven yet. I want to see him in the Serie A with a big team like Milan. Because pressure is something else.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the fact that he is surrounded by other players that are in his same boat, it makes everything more difficult. Because if Reijnders is coming in where you already have, now, okay, let's say Benacer wasn't injured, right? And you already have Benacer and Tonali, and he inserts himself a midfield that is already, amalgamated, then it's easy. But Reijnders has to insert himself in a midfield that is being rebuilt pretty much from scratch. So it's going to be difficult for all of these players to show up right away.
Alan, would you argue that Franks had a bigger potential or larger potential than Reijnders?
Well, okay. I don't consider him in the same position because Franks is more of a box-to-box defensive midfielder. Reijnders is more like okay, so Reijnders without the ball seems like he totally sucks, okay, without the ball. But with the ball, Reijnders seems like a guy that can dictate the play. He can be a player that can be like the metronome. He can, the passes. So everything is going to go through him. Franks is not that kind of player. Franks is more of a defensive midfielder / box-to-box. He's not a regista. I mean, so while Reijnders is more of a regista. Franks is more similar to Tonali, actually, as a player. My question was, if we're going to buy Musa, why the fuck didn't we just keep Ranks? Because they're more or less the same age. Ranks is 19, Musa is 20. They more or less play the same position. Ranks is ready to make the jump into the national team, like Ace said. As soon as De Bruyne was injured, the fucking first person they called was Ranks. So that has to say something. So my question was, instead of like going for Musa, let's just fucking go. Let's just stay with Ranks. It's going to cost us less. He already has 1 year in AC Milan. I don't know what happened with him and Pioli, but no, I don't think they're the same position.
I think just to add to that, I think the issue with players like Ranks is that he knows where he stands with the national team.
I'll be right back.
And because of that, I think he not demanded, but expected more playing time. And because he didn't get that, maybe there was like a small thing with him and Pioli. I think Pioli likes players that are ready to play, and that's the thing that confuses me the most with the project, right? Because you have a coach who prefers ready players, but they're telling the fans that our project is developing players, and it just doesn't seem to be parallel to what Pioli wants, and that's what's confusing me.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like Roy said, Reijnders is a completely different player, or partly a different player to Franks. But is Reijnders really an upgrade from Franks though?
They're different. I think I see Reijnders as more of a number 8. That player that helps the attack in transition and hovers around the box to look for. So in the attacking sense, I think he's better than Tonali. But as a box-to-box midfielder, I think Ranks is closer to what Tonali is. He's more of a 6. So I'm a little bit confused by the players that we are going for. It seems like we lost his cheek as a number 8. He's similar to Reijnders. So and our problem last season is that we didn't have a natural 6 to replace Benesse when he got injured or suspended. And Musa is going to be an expensive operation, and he also has needs time to adjust to the league. Even though I really rate Musa from his potential, I mean, England was annoyed that he went over to the US. So I think there is potential there. But next week Monday is preseason. It's Wednesday, and we only have one new signing. What do you think about that, Roy?
Sorry, I had to do something. One signing by Wednesday, difficult. I think this season is unique because he doesn't have a freaking team. You cannot build a team for a competition like the Serie A in the space of a month and a half. It's impossible. I think Pioli has a lot of work to do, and Pioli is probably going to either he's going to have to do a miracle, or just be ready for the Pioli out propaganda coming soon. But whatever, it is what it is. Let's see. Pioli asked the management for 2 signings before July 10th. So he wants to have a signing. He has Loftus Cheek. He's going to have Romero. He's going to have Colombo. So these are the new 3 players that he has. Maldini is back, so we're probably going to look at Maldini. Is it official?
I mean, all the reliable sources are saying that the deal is pretty close to getting done. So I think Milan are probably in that phase of the operation where they're talking about the Armitage value and how they're going to pay the portions of the 20 million.
Well, let me tell you this: as the more they have, the sooner the better it is for Pioli. But, and I think that's, we all agree on that.
But what I mean, okay, so based on the schedule that you've seen so far, and I also like the thing with the schedule that I look at our first 10 games, and then I look at the run-in, as they call it in England, which is the last 10 games, and it's pretty difficult, you know. And yeah, I just am not feeling really optimistic based on the schedule that we have and where we are in preseason right now, you know. So I think it's going to be a very interesting, and why it is that we've taken so long to start to move some of those deadwood players out of the team.
I think that it's just not easy to sell these guys because there's not many buyers. Like, who's gonna get who? So the teams that you can sell these players to are teams that don't have much money, so they are going to choose how they spend their money very wisely. 2, Rebic is coming off of a terrible season, so who in their right mind wants to get Rebic? Origi is coming off of a terrible season. CDK is coming off a terrible season. Now, obviously, Milan does not want to just let these guys go for no money. So Milan needs to make some money in return. So it's extremely difficult to sell these guys. You know, that's what I think. But I think they're trying. I think they're trying to get rid of Rebic for sure. And if something concrete comes for CDK, they will. Messias, if they want to use him for this for the single thing, but it looks like Torino is not convinced with Messias's evaluation. I think selling dead weight is extremely difficult, unless you're Chelsea and you have a stupid buyer like Milan.
Yeah, but I mean, there must be a stupid buyer around. Redbird knows Toulouse. They own Toulouse. Why can't we just
yeah? That's not a. That's a good shot. Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah.
But I don't think Jerry owns fully the club at all from the France. What the team called in France? I forgot. Toulouse.
Oh, Toulouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in charge of the club anymore.
Right.
They do own them, but someone else is in charge.
Hey Roy, did you see the rankings that ESPN put out today with the top 10 players,
attacking midfielders?
Oh my God!
So Kevin De Bruyne number 1. What's that?
Yeah, Diaz was there.
Yeah, so they have Kevin De Bruyne as number 1. Martin Odegaard is number 2. Martin Odegaard is a really good player, by the way. But is he still a Real Madrid player that is playing for Arsenal? It's kind of like a Brahim Diaz operation, I think.
No, Arsenal bought him out right last season.
Oh, they bought him? That's a good one. Yeah. Bernardo Silva, number 3. Jamal Musiala, number 4. Bruno Fernandes, number 5. Julian Brandt, number 6. Number 7, Gavi. And number 8, Brahim Diaz as the best 8th attacking midfielder of the last season. Paquetá number 9 and Barella number 10. Barella is not an attacking midfielder though.
I mean, I want to know how they use. What did they use? What stats did they use to come up with Brahim Diaz ahead of even if you want to say Barella is an attacking midfielder, he's way better than Brahim.
I don't know, man. It's ESPN, No disrespect to the Americans, but it is what it is. What's up, Gavin? How you doing, my man?
I'm here.
What's going on, man? What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Well, I just joined in the live, so I missed out on a lot.
Any interesting news that you want to comment on? The players that we're getting. What do you think about the upcoming season? How do you feel about it?
This upcoming season is going to be a testing one. That's what I believe. Going to be a testing one. Just think about the backbone of the team is gone, basically. Right? We don't have a midfield. Right? We're rebuilding a midfield. We still have the same defenders. We need a backup for Theo. We need a backup. Hold on. I was just saying that we need a backup of here. We don't have another striker. You know, Giroud is the only person. He's turning 38, and we can't depend on Giroud. And it doesn't look like this management is going to spend big on any type of strikers at all. Right? It's either some upcoming somebody that we don't know about, or somebody older at a cheaper price. Because I don't know what is the plan, honestly. Is the AI broken? What they're trying at? Because
From
it's
what
not the
I
AI.
understand,
Because it's not the AI, because you can't go off of Pulisic knowing that he has only one goal and hardly played the entire season.
Well,
So that has to be some previous scouting from before. It's not the AI. The AI not going to tell you let's look at Pulisic.
I mean, the reports
He has
came
no
out
stats.
saying that we had an agreement with him since March, so it was kind of a Maldini.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying that that has to be scouting. That's definitely scouting. That's not AI. The AI, you punch in some numbers and names and whatever, and it searches and give you what match whatever you're looking for.
But
Right?
Pulisic is an upgrade to Messias, though.
Let's say he's not upgrade.
is he Vo?
I'm not going to say he's not an upgrade, because
I don't
Pulisic.
think he's an upgrade.
I think that Pulisic on his best form is better than Messias. But the problem is, are we going to get the best form out of him, knowing his recent injury problems?
and
I
he's
think-
not a
I
right
think-
That's a big issue for me. I don't know
I think
about you.
Pulisic is on the same level as Macias, to be honest.
I don't.
I think he's about the same. It's just that he gets to play for the US, and Macias is never going to make the Brazil team. But let's put it this way: if Pulisic was Brazilian, would he be in the Brazil squad?
I don't look at it like that. I look at it like this. Pulisic is a much younger talent, right? Messias is a late bloomer, right? Looking at all the prototypes of Brazilian players, I would say Messias wouldn't come near 3/4 of them, right?
Yeah, but Macias would probably start on a US team.
Right? Anybody can. Most European talents can start on the USA team, so that is nothing impressive, right? But the thing is, I'm just looking at greater potential, if you want to look at that way. Pulisic has the potential to get better, while Messias has plateaued.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry, but like I have the potential to be a great football coach, or I have the potential. Like potential only goes so far. I like to look at the body of work that a player is putting in, and based on his time at Chelsea before he started getting injured, his levels just wasn't there.
Right. And I agree with you with that. That's why I'm saying, is the AI broken? That's the first thing I said, is the AI broken? Because there has to be some sort of scouting on Pulisic, because he has no stats to back. The AI can't say, oh, he has this amount of assists and this amount of goals. No. So there has to be some amount of scouting, and there may be from that scouting report, they're saying, all right, Pulisic can play more than one position. He had a few seasons back, he had some good stats. Maybe we can rejuvenate him. Maybe we can relaunch him. That's what they're going after. Look at it. It couldn't be nothing else. Otherwise, from what Roy always say, the marketability of Pulisic's name.
From what I understand, our management is trying to run the club like a baseball team. Like they don't really care
Yeah.
about winning at all. The players they are buying right now are more towards bringing new audience from America, I think.
Yeah,
So
that's what they're doing. They're trying to make
Yeah.
Milan marketable in the US. That's why they're going on for US players.
That's right.
They,
yeah,
It's
he,
so
he,
obvious.
yeah, he remember, all the investment he has done is within America and American football, um, American soccer, basketball,
baseball.
baseball. Yeah, so he has all that over there, along with the markets, the different revenue streams from there. So it's easier to get something that represents from there to market. So they will get different revenue streams, different agencies, different to jump on the wagon. And that is so obvious. It's so
Yeah.
obvious. That's why they're going after
They're
policy.
they're
It's
not
not
fooling
because
anybody. They're
yeah,
not
it's
fooling
not
anybody.
right. It's not because Pulisic is such a great player, right? I that's why I'm looking at this season and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but then I'm looking like what they're doing. They're the old names from when Maldini are there. Some new names come up. But this market, it's obvious that this market is not AI driven. It's not.
No,
If it
that
was AI
I
driven,
think it's that's a PR stunt. Like honestly, at this point in Moneyball talk is just PR at this
yeah,
point.
I think so too.
You know,
I think so
and
too.
but also let me just say that there's no I made this point a little bit earlier in the stream when I joined that there's no difference between the players that are being linked during Maldini's time and the players that are being linked now. And it's the same scouts, the
All
same
right, right. That's
Masara
why.
is
That's what.
the same guy that is doing the scouting. So the names are always going to be similar.
All
It's
right.
just who we approach is
That's
dependent
why
on.
I'm wondering why people are making it as this villain. I
Yeah,
listened to the Temper Milan podcast on what his name James Horncastle had to say, and I'm like, it's the same scout, same person, Jeffrey Mancada. Everybody making Jeffrey Mancada looks like this brilliant person, but he was the one who brings the names to, along with the data that they were collecting, along with the data that they were collecting on the players. He carried them to Maldini. The only difference is Maldini is the one who maybe
Makes a final call.
and goes over them and then say, all right, I prefer this player, I prefer that player, right? Now that he's in charge, it's the same set of players, but now he makes the choices, right? Everybody's making this thing looks so Mancada this, Mancada that, and Furlan this, Furlan that. It is easier to negotiate Leo's contract when Leo is happy. Maldini has already spoken to him and shown him the way it's easier to negotiate the contract. I don't see why everybody is Furlan is great negotiator, and now that things are unraveling, everybody is panicking. So I'm just looking at the team as it is right now, what it needs, the players that are linked to Milan, how well they will fit in, right? I'm looking at this on a holistic level. I even looked at the schedule, and I'm saying this schedule can make or break us. The start is very difficult.
No, it's only going to break us. We have so many tough games in the first 10
You're
games
right.
of the season.
So there's so many
There's no way that our team is going to be ready to
right
compete against Inter
2 months. We're
and
going to be
Lazio.
we're going to be like Napoli in 2 months with all these new players. We're linked to like 6 or 7 players. How the hell all these players are going to gel. That's not a finger. Oh, I don't get it. And why everybody's
I have
so
to say something. Like the reason why we bought or went back to the previous, they were linked with like these Loftus Cheek players because Milan had a reality check. Like they didn't really think it through that selling Tonali will be a big issue because the backlash they received from the fans was really great, and they wanted to please the fans somehow. So they pretty much overpaid for Loftus Cheeks, in my opinion. 20 million for a reject is still a big price. Maybe not for the Chelsea supporters, but for us, 20 million is still uh, big enough price, like a starting setup made.
uh,
So, in my opinion, the reason why they bought Loftus Cheek so fast is because they didn't want to have the backlash of the fans, and they still haven't actually replaced Tonali at all. The player we are linked with are all offensive center mid. Like they can't really defend like Tonali can. So I don't actually understand what our management is trying to do.
And you know what's pissing me off, guys? I just like Milan just posted something on their Twitter where they're like ask like basically get your tickets now for the upcoming friendly game. But it's just like why do you think fans are gonna I mean, honestly, American fans might go and buy the tickets to watch the game. But we are playing Real Madrid on the 23rd, then we play Juventus on the 27th, then we play Barcelona August 1st. These
this team is not going to be ready. Not
we
even
would
for
probably
preseason.
we would have lost this game. We would have lost all three of these games last season with the
We're
players
not
that
going
we
to be
have.
ready for preseason. Because remember, just looking at the players we're linked to, not, not. I don't think any of them have played in a midfield too. Maybe Reindeers, or whatever his name is pronounced. Maybe him. But Musa doesn't play in a two-man
I
midfield.
mean, honestly, I'm getting CDK vibes from this Chukwueze deal. It's taken so
But
long for Milan to get this deal signed. It's I
and
don't know
I'm
if we're gonna
looking
get him. I don't know if we're
and
gonna
I'm
get him.
just looking. I'm here looking at all these players adapting, new environment, new play style, new
New
life,
language. They have to learn the
new
language.
language. Yes, new
Yeah,
language.
well, I
Oh,
think Musa actually lived in Italy for some time when he was growing up. So, of all the players that are coming in, I think Musa is probably gonna have the smallest adaptation period because he speaks Italian.
right.
But
But
that deal isn't even done yet, you know.
that right because we're low ball in everything. Every
Roy,
single thing
Roy,
we're
what do you
low
think?
ball.
What do you think about the way Milan are trying to negotiate with this low ball tactics?
I mean, what do I think about it? Milan has been doing this now for what, 4 years? It's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, but the
Uh,
difference is that we had Maldini that was like, you know,
Yeah, that was
yeah,
the icing on the cake because players will get starstruck and players will make choices because of Maldini. But now that there's no Maldini, and I'm looking at all of this and saying some players might not even want to come. You know?
Maldini was having these issues too, though. I mean, that's
Yeah,
why that's why Maldini was asking for a club. Be courageous, invest more money, without selling players, without having to sell Tonali. But this club has taken this route since Elliott take over. It kind of paid off for a while. Right now, I don't know.
But
It's just
Elliot, Elliot did spend in Milan, like
yeah,
in
Elliott
one
spent a lot of
transfer.
money. They did spend.
Yeah, in one transfer window, I think they spent like net 80 million or something like that.
yeah. I can
Yeah,
remember
Like
they,
I
they
don't think
paid
it would ever.
They paid a lot for Piantek and Paqueta.
Yeah.
Beyond
Didn't
pockets,
work out.
and they also had to look after the dip in our club, right? Like
We
we
have
had
no
a
more
lot of
debt.
loan to pay. Well,
We have
Yeah.
no debt.
no, not
We're one of the only clubs in Europe to be
no.
to have
I'm talking
a net
about
positive.
when
No, he's
Elliot.
talking about when
I'm talking about
Elliot took over.
revenue. I'm talking about
No, he
club
was talking
revenue.
about when Elliot took over, what they had to do.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
Elliot took over, they paid our loan and they
They
paid
spend money
but
because they spent on
yeah,
a lot of players. That
they paid our loan and but Redbird has done nothing for the club at all. Like even last season when they spent 50 million, I think that money came from our own revenue. I don't think he
Right.
has spent anything in Milan.
But
and that's
just to go back on the preseason, I kind of have a feeling that, well, I'm hoping that like some of our Primavera players get a good chance to prove themselves. If this transfer window continues to go in the trajectory that it's currently going in, I think
but
it would be good. It would be good to see some of our younger players get a chance, because I think, for instance, the Nigerian kid Victor Roy, I don't know what's his last name. I know
Eletu.
Elliot too.
yeah, like I think he he plays in the sixth position and we need somebody there. He would be good.
I think they should try to renew Chaka Traore.
I mean, he
Chaka
would be
needs
a
to be
good, but
renewed.
also
I mean, we got Romero for a reason.
Yeah.
If they don't think Traore will renew, I think Romero would be a good
That is
replacement
true.
for him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he can play in any attacking position. So that is true. But I think I know a lot of people might be saying that Kubis is not ready. I think right now, based on everything, he should be the Gabby replacement. Because
what was that news about, Roy? What was
Gabby
that
needs
news
to
about
go out on loan
Brescianini?
instead of be rotting on the bench. He needs to further develop himself.
Well, we're gonna try him this summer during the preseason for sure.
Roy,
And the
when you were
17-year-old, I like the
Roy, when you were
17-year-old
scrolling
kids.
just now, Roy, you were scrolling just now. You passed something on Brescianini. What was that?
All right. Brescianini has been officially
Yeah, he's going to
going to
Frosinone.
Frosinone.
Yeah,
Is it
and
a
we
loan
have
or is it a permanent deal? What is that?
it's a sale, and we're getting 50%
Of the
percent
resale.
on the resale.
I mean, I found he was actually really good last season in the preseason for Milan, and I felt like
But
when we loaned him
but
out, that was good. But I wish we would give more of our Primavera guys
no,
a chance,
you
because
know
I think
you know
we
what the
actually have
problem.
some good ones.
Yeah, we have some good ones, but the problem is they're not ready. Most of them aren't ready
Yeah,
for
but
Serie
this
A.
is what frustrates me. How
They
do you
need.
know they're not ready if you don't give them a chance? Like, we don't give any of. We brought Chaka Traore from Palma. When he came over from Palma, he was already playing Serie A games, and now he's been in his Primavera for 2 seasons.
No,
When it
I'm not
was
talking about. I'm not talking about Chaka. Now we all know that
no, it doesn't matter. I'm talking when do
he
you're saying that they're not ready, but how do you know they're not ready unless they get a chance? And that's
I
my
believe in.
frustration. They don't get a
I believe.
chance.
All right. I believe in the process. The process. You ever hear Roy talking about loading them to a Serie B side and then gradually into a Serie A team, a lower Serie A team? I believe in that process. Look at Colombo right now. Right? If we had forced Colombo, continue to force Colombo, I don't think he would have developed as how he has now. I see Inter. I said it in the chat yesterday. Inter involving this Molatari in the deal with Fratesi. Molatari is a 22-year-old striker. Was never played in Syria. Only had 10 minutes in Coppa Italia, and they're selling him for 6 million. And I'm looking
but
at.
we're not even selling. We're not even. Well, I mean,
I'm looking at Colombo.
but
Colombo, who saved Lecce from relegation, had 5 goals and 2 assists. played 33 games, 18 as a starter for Lecce. And I'm looking at all this progress that he has went through. Colombo is ready. Might be not ready for starting for AC Milan, but he's ready because of the development process he went through.
No. I have to say, I think he, like, your point, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, you're not going to know. Roy said this before. You're not going to know unless you give them a chance. And at the end of the day, you can't players develop better when they get time to play. I understand
Right.
that.
That's why I believe in the process.
But how do you get that? How do you get that opportunity in Milan if the coach doesn't give you that opportunity?
That's why if you can't get it at Milan, you loan them out so they can get the playing experience that they need. You loan them out too.
But how do you get them prepared to make that transition from playing for a small club to the pressures that the San Siro demand? That's something that you're not gonna get unless you get experience.
Yeah, right. But when you get them back, it's not like you're going to rush them and say, oh, Colombo, he went through the process. Now he's a starter. No, you're going to win him in the same way. So gradually you'll get used to the pressure.
Does anyone know what happened to Lazetic? I don't know what's going on.
Exactly, he's the next one. Where's
He didn't have a good time.
It was in
Germany. No, Austria.
Yes. He was playing for a second division side in Austria that Klose is coaching. And Klose was playing him as a winger, not a striker. So I don't think Lazetic, and that is the next thing. You have to choose wisely the teams that you're loaning out here.
Lazetic needs to play now either in a team like Frosinone or Serie B, and then eventually see how he does.
Believe in that process because when I watch the under 21s, and the under 20s, and even some of the under 17 games, and I'm looking at players, and I look at other players from other teams, especially when I compare them with players from Italy. I realize that most of these players who you see become the next star, they're getting frequent games. If it's not at their club, right, they're at another club that they're loaned to, getting frequent playing time. A lot of teams do it. So I really do think that Milan should try to find or even create a feeder club for themselves.
Well, I mean, my whole thing is like, I would be okay. Like, I wouldn't be okay, but I would understand more if Milan was like, okay, here what we're gonna sell some of our stars. We might bring in one or two players, but we're really gonna try to focus on promoting from within. And because if they're all about this money ball, all the players that they have in the Primavera that are potentially ready to take the next step, they should be taking that step at Milan, because at the end of the day, right, the same reason why Tonali we were able to get 80 million for Tonali wasn't just because he's a great footballer and he has potential, but it's also because you're buying from a legendary club like AC Milan. So and that's why Inter could probably call the kind of money that they're calling for their young players, even though I think it's a little inflated. Like it raises their value if they're playing for the first team at a club like Milan. So even from a money perspective,
I wouldn't
more sense to
I wouldn't involve Inter in that conversation. Inter performs better at the Primavera level, yes, that is true. But the issue that I have with Inter is their evaluation for their young players who have never played in Serie A or doesn't get much playing time in a Serie B side is unrealistic. There's no way Molitari is rated at 6 million. Then how much Colombo is rated then?
I think it's inflated.
Milan should be, if they're letting go Colombo, Colombo should be 20 mil. I'm not arguing that fact.
But this is my frustration. Why are we letting go of these young Italian players? Milan is short right now into the Italian
No,
players
all right.
coming
I'm
through.
sure. I'm
I
sure
think
It's
that
you.
we should.
it's because Inter have Marotta as their.
No,
Yes,
that is
obviously.
true.
But my
But
point is, we are gonna what is so retarded about our management, and I mean retarded in the sense of slow, not the disability, is that we signed Pulisic when we could get Kamara for free. Okay, fine. Pulisic has a European passport, no problem. We need a striker. We saw how Colombo played last season. Why is he even an option to move? He should be
all
he
right.
should be getting he should be vice Giroud. Even if like you think the fans are gonna have a high expectation for Milan if we know that Colombo is gonna be playing, Daniel Maldini is gonna be playing, Shaka is gonna be getting chances. Like when nobody's gonna have an expectation if they see
Well,
a progression of youth coming
usually,
through.
well, 1 second. Usually, what they do is they use the summer to see where these players are at. So we're probably going to see these players against Juve, against Real Madrid, against Barcelona,
Yeah.
and then they're going to make the assessment whether or not they want to send him out on loan, sell him, or keep him in the rotation. So we'll see. We'll see which ones will make the cut. One thing that Maldini said in an interview not too long ago in a podcast, he said that the number of players that make it from the academy to the first team is usually 1%, starting from the Pulcini, the 9-year-olds till the 19-year-olds. It's only 1% that makes it to the first team. So we're probably not going to see most of these guys anyway.
That is true. But I think that
I know
I
you
think that
big
I
words.
realize. Well, I think that I realize also is that the academy is a way of making money. You have to
Yeah, but
also
we're not
remember
even
that.
making money from the academy.
No,
That's the
we're
pathetic
not.
thing.
We have been having. Be honest. For the past 10, 15 years, our Primavera has been not good. We're restructuring. We're doing all the necessary stuff now
We
to
were
get.
good last season. We made it all the way to
No,
the
I'm just saying. I'm just saying
Champions League.
overall. Well, I'm just saying overall, not just last week or this week before. I'm just talking overall. For the past 10 to 15 years, our Primavera has not. Remember, at one point they were in
It's never
Primavera
been that
2,
great.
right? And we normally find one or two talent out of it. That's where
What's noise coming from?
Locatelli came from, Calabria came from. You know, it has been like that over the years. But what I'm saying is that yes, we're not doing certain things. But we lose a lot of young players from little to nothing. But if we look on this whole approach that they're going after, this money ball and data analytics, also a part of it is building the Primavera, building the academy. That's why they're looking at they got rid of Andrea Carbone and Flavio Roma, and they're now looking at the guy from Roma, right? They
Roma is a
want
pretty
to,
good player. Yeah.
right? They have a very good youth system, along with other Atalanta,
I just want to
Lecce.
say, I
Lecce
gotta
has a
go.
good youth system. Inter
Roy,
has a
thanks
good
a
youth
lot.
system.
I gotta go.
What's that?
I have to go. But thanks a lot, and I really appreciate that you have your lives and you let us call in and talk.
Oh yeah, bro.
It really does help. Forza Milan, and good luck, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Forza Milan and Forza Jerry Cardinale. Let's go. Let's
Cardinale
go.
to
Milan.
hell. Cardinale to hell.
Okay.
Laird, is Laird here? Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Go
Hi,
ahead,
dear.
Alan. Go ahead.
The problem with me about this Primavera players is that, like, even if Pioli gives them chance, in the end, if they don't perform, the fans are too harsh on them, in my opinion. Because I do think Gabriel is our Primavera player, right?
Yeah. Came from the
Yeah,
Primavera.
yeah. Like if even if Pioli gives chance to Gabriel, the fans are really unhappy. because they are saying now that Pioli should have given all the time he gave to Gabia to Militao instead of Gabia. So in the end,
I, I, I
you can
think the problem
really
with
please the fan.
I think the problem with Pioli is not that he's not good with young players. And I think based on the goals that he's given, he rather to start with what he's comfortable.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
that is definitely
yeah,
true.
and
yeah,
if
it's always better to
right,
to play the
right,
comfortable starting 11.
right, and he's going with the players that he trusts. And if there's a chance, i.e., a injury or so, then he will try something new, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think
Yeah,
with
And,
Pioli.
and listen. When Pioli started this project, he was given a lot of
oh,
young players. Sorry, can you mute? Can someone mute? Who's that?
who's
Yes, a lot of
I don't know who's the last
Is that
guy.
me?
Oh yeah,
screaming.
liar. Who is screaming here
Are you
right
killing
now?
someone, Larry?
Man, I'm
No,
in the
no.
street. There is
Oh,
like 60 people and
don't tell
everyone
me,
is
don't tell
shouting.
me that there's a Jeffrey Dahmer in the stream.
Oh my lord!
It's
Liar to
5
Dahmer.
Iron,
a.m.
Liar to Dahmer. No, but listen.
Uh,
When Pioli started with the project, he was given a lot of young players. He developed them. It took him years. You don't develop a player right away.
that is true.
Sometimes you're
Yeah,
sometimes you're lucky that you get one that can cook right away, but it's not always the case. But once he won the Scudetto, the next year he has the obligation to defend the title. That's the obligation. The obligation is to defend the title, not to grow young players. So he has to
Mhm.
use the players that he knows. And then,
yeah.
yeah,
And
We
then,
should be
and
way
then,
past
and
trade.
that's a problem. That's a problem. Just because we don't have a strong enough bench or reserve when injury
Yeah,
comes, when people fall out of form, he has to just continue to stick to the same players over and over.
yeah. What's up,
like
Laird? Sorry, go ahead.
yo,
Go ahead.
uh, is it
like
my turn?
people forget that. Okay,
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Those.
People forget what?
like people forget that mm, uh, Pioli has lost a lot of his favorite players in the
Oh,
past as
yeah.
well, like
Yeah,
Believe it
Hakan,
or not,
Romanoli.
Çalhanoğlu was one of his
yeah,
favorite
yeah.
players.
Yeah,
Kessie was one of his favorite players.
yeah. He has
I,
lost a lot of his favorite players, so
I'm sure Tonali was
you
one of
can't
his favorite players.
yeah, yeah, you can actually expect him to play really good every game because I don't think
Mhm.
he's happy with the current squad he's given. To be honest, like
Um,
I don't believe that they're saying that Pioli is the one who actually like this Loftus. Yeah, I don't think he's in. Even
Amazing.
uh, the camp that Pioli plays is more of a intermediate type of player.
Yeah.
And the problem with uh, Pioli is that there is too much
Your
responsibility on him
microphone
right now.
making way too much noise. All right, sorry, Alan. Go ahead, finish.
He has a lot of responsibility because now that the project has already seen a trophy, a Scudetto, he has to now always think about winning first before growing players every
Yeah,
game. Like you can expect him to play young players. Maybe one and two players you can expect. Yes, you can say why isn't he playing Ardley or someone player, but you can expect him to play these young players every game. You
right.
can really say that Tomari has one bad game, so let's replace him with this Primavera player. You can expect to do something like that and let Pioli do his job. Like even if last season when we had a lot of injuries, we didn't have Mike Mignon, we were playing sit, but in the end we got top four. like people don't actually praise Pioli for that. Like we have a lot of issues with our depth as well. We lost a lot of players and we didn't replace them. We lost Hakan, we didn't replace Hakan. We lost Romagnoli, we didn't replace Romagnoli. We lost Kessie, we didn't replace Kessie. So what has the management done to back up Pioli? And if even if we, let's say we sack Pioli, it is not good enough for us. Who is going to come to Milan, this project where they don't spend any money at all? Which
Right.
top manager want to
You
come
can't
here?
attract a top manager. You can't.
Yeah,
It
unless
wouldn't
we
make
get
any sense.
unless we get managers like Carlo Ancelotti or De Zerbi or
But
Pochettino,
but
some big
By the
even
way,
managers.
but even with
Why?
if you want Ancelotti or De Zerbi or any high profile or thereabout coach, they are going to demand players as well.
of
And this
course,
Yeah,
and with this
they
management,
might.
we're
guys.
not with this management, we're not going
At the
after certain players.
at the end of the day, the ones that play are not the coaches. It's the players. So if you give Ancelotti the roster of Empoli, he's not gonna make top four with that roster. You know,
Yeah,
you have to give these guys a
like
roster.
That's
I do
what that's
actually believe that if
that's
we
why
had a
that's
better
why
depth,
to me, I believe that certain miracles over a decade or so don't happen all the time. You know, like Leicester and their run to the Premier League title and such forth. These things happen once in a while, not all the time.
And also, Leicester had Kante, who turned out to be a world class midfielder. They had Mahrez, who was world class. They had Vart, so they had players too.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get Lart in. What's up, Lart? How you doing, my man? Let's go, Jerry.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
there's
we
a bit of
yeah, we can
noise
hear
because
you.
I'm walking home. I'm trying to do 10K every day of walk to lose
good.
some weight.
It's good.
Yeah. So sorry for the noise. That kid that was shouting, he was like 10 blocks away. So
You got to be kidding.
I swear, that kid was making more noise than the cars around me. But anyway, so what I was saying, what do you guys want to know about?
Kratos.
What do you think about policies?
Kratos.
Pulisic is a good player for 15 million and better than Rebic, I would say.
Like it's not busy. Not busy.
22 million, I think.
So if Rebic is leaving and Pulisic is coming in, it's an additional improvement. Personally, I don't think it will improve the team more than Brahim Diaz, at least in numbers. So it's going to be similar, basically.
I don't
see
think
any big
Rebic is going
improvement.
anywhere.
They're saying he's the replacement for Diaz as a
I
cam.
don't think Rebic is going. I don't think anybody wants Rebic.
I heard the Saudi club wants him.
Right, but
Maybe
he doesn't want to go.
If he's the replacement of Diaz, I don't see an improvement. I see the same thing. I see in terms of numbers.
Remember, Pulisic can play in anywhere in the attack, left, right, center.
not really
on
on the
paper,
right
on
side.
paper, on paper.
Yeah.
Let's see how good he's gonna do it in Serie A.
That's
Like
true.
Serie A,
I
that's
do
not
know
at the
that
status
he's
of
50%
Bundesliga
of
and
his
Premier League.
No man, he's done it.
50%
He's
of
done
his
it when
on the
needed.
right.
You know, he's done it when needed. It's not something that he has done consistently, but he has done it when called upon.
Yeah.
He's,
No,
he's,
what I know, he hasn't done it in Serie A. I know he has done it in
well, that is true.
Bundesliga, or
That
he's
is
done
true.
it for one season in
Like-
Premier League, but he hasn't done it in Serie A.
That is true.
So let's see.
He hasn't done in Premier League as well.
In Premier League, I think the first two seasons he was good. He was
Well, Laird, I was
Very
looking
well.
at his numbers. In the Premier League, there weren't any better than Messias' numbers with Milan.
But I've been telling this thing to everyone for the last 2 years. The numbers that Messias pulls out, the numbers that a good season of Rebic, a good season of Diaz. These are numbers that majority of the people in Europe.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you
A
look at the numbers of
15 goal,
Rafinha,
20 goal
Similar,
contribution is really good. A 15 goal, 20 goal contribution is really good.
exactly
Like Diaz did improve as well. Like
the numbers
this
Leao
last season.
puts out is rare. You cannot
Yeah,
put
and
another guy at the same level of Leao on the right.
ESPN has ranked him as number 7 for 2023.
8.
Is it 8? Oh.
Yeah.
And Theo is ranked number 2.
Theo.
So
Yeah, for left back for this team.
sorry for the noise.
Mike is ranked number 4 by ESPN. Number 4. Allison is above him in 3rd.
Another thing is what Messia's numbers when he does like 8 or 10 or 9 goal contribution. I don't think we're gonna get the guy that does the same and get him for free. You're gonna pay 25 million. That's my question. Do we want to pay 25 million for a guy that provides the same numbers as Messias?
Well, because of Saudi and the Premier League, average players have been costing 70, 80 million.
But the other thing to consider with Pulisic is he's definitely, for sure, going to sell way more shirts than Messias.
Yeah, marketing.
The thing is, if
he has a whole nation behind him, so
yeah.
If Pulisic puts in
soccer
Messias,
nation.
if Pulisic
where's
puts
Paul?
in
His battery is dead.
Sorry.
So where's Paul? His battery is dead.
Paul is happy because we got Loftus cheek.
Oh my god.
Alan, you were saying something? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. If,
you said. Sorry, man.
If Pulisic puts in Messias numbers, that's going to be a bad season. But when Messias puts in Messias numbers, it's an okay season. Yeah.
That's
so
true.
Pulisic would people would have a higher standard of Pulisic than Messias.
Guys,
the thing with Pulisic
in your ears, guys.
The thing with Pulisic is he has the potential to be better than Messias. He has the potential, but is it going to happen though? That's the big question mark.
We'll see.
Big question mark.
We got Clint in the house. Haven't seen Clint in a while. And we also have Guido, so put protection in your ears.
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Man, I've been traveling. Now I'm gonna be back constantly on the lives now.
I thought Clint joined Nathan.
Nah, man. I've been moving around.
No, I was talking about the trap.
Oh no. I don't do drugs. No, bro. The thing I want to add on Pulisic, man, and I want to add another point. The thing with Pulisic is it's not even about potential. Pulisic as a player is better than Messias. That's the number one thing we need to get out the back. The biggest problem with him, and that's my whole biggest problem of us selling Tonali and selling Kessie, right? It's not in terms of quality, but if you're getting players, they're giving you at least 30 games a season and you're getting rid of them, and now you're bringing guys in that we don't even know how many games we're going to get from them, from Loftus-Cheek to Pulisic, because we know these guys are injury prone.
True.
Pulisic himself, somebody like Tuchel that came from Dortmund, right? That he's the one that allowed Pulisic to go on the rise, right? Including Klopp, of course. At Chelsea, they didn't even trust him enough to make him start all games because the kid was injury prone. And this is the type of stuff we're going to get. But like Jerry said in his things, he's looking more at commercial side of things, right? They're not looking at how for Italy and for our team.
Yeah, obviously.
For our team, the biggest thing's been injuries. Has been our fucking biggest problem the whole time. And we're bringing more injury-prone players, and that's my fear.
At least Chukwueze is 0 injuries. Like he played, and also Reijnders. At least these two players have
they played
played
almost the entire season. Yeah.
the
Right,
entire
which is good.
season. Yeah.
But like
It's good.
Pulisic is gonna have 2-3 games, and that's the reason why Pulisic is a big question mark even around pundits, is because they have not seen even Pulisic pull a string of 10 games consecutively.
Yeah, man.
This has
He's
been a
tiny.
year.
He's
That's a
tiny.
problem.
He's skinny. He's tiny. He's
He gets
Guys,
injured so
It's the
do
same
fast.
thing
you guys think that
it's the
My
same thing with
calf
Gio.
is bigger than his torso. My calf.
It's the
I
same
got
thing with
big.
Gio. Gio has the same injury problem.
yeah.
Yeah,
Guys,
but they're
And
good
Gio,
players together.
and Gio has a higher ceiling than Pulisic.
But my fear is this though: going into this summer, we still need a number 9. I'm hearing all this. Oh, since I know Tonali left, bro. We need a 9, bad, bro.
Yeah,
And that's
but
scary.
Clint, they're not going to invest into any serious number 9. It's obvious.
But they need a 9. What if they're not investing? We need to get a number 9. They have to get it. They have to get it.
Yeah, we know we have to get a number 9. But
What?
who is
Bro,
the question?
okay, hold on, guys. We got. I don't know what the fuck am I. Milan,
35 million.
35 million for Chukwueze. Milan serious for Chukwueze, guys. 35 million according to Daily Post. Don't know if how true this is.
I don't believe that. Daily Post
Yeah,
is
Daily
clickbait.
Post. Yeah.
It's
How
clickbait.
good? How
Yes.
good is Chukwueze, man? I have not really seen Chukwueze play for real. How good
You
is he?
need.
He's skillful.
I've seen plenty of Villarreal games. He's better than most on Villarreal. Just
You
put
know
it at
who
that.
he has a similar style to Lookman of Atalanta.
That's true.
Yeah. So similar like skillful player, not too big, short, winger,
Um,
but very wasteful.
acceleration. He
Very
has good
wasteful.
acceleration as well. He has good acceleration as well.
Yeah.
But his
35
numbers,
million. Holy moly.
his numbers are not great because, all right, I can give you a perfect example. Clint, you watch Newcastle, right?
You said again?
You watch Newcastle, right?
Man, I used to watch Newcastle like 10 years ago
All right.
when our Iran players were there. But go ahead.
State Maxim.
Yeah, I've seen St. Maximin play multiple times.
All right.
Yeah. Well, not as good as him.
No, I'm not saying as skillful. Just look at the comparison.
His numbers,
Fast,
though, right? Low.
right, numbers are low. Fast, skillful, but numbers low.
Kind of like Adama Traore, too.
Yeah, perfect.
Not
Adama.
as low. Not as low.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is true. Not as true. But that's the mold. That's a mold. Fast, skillful, but not turning over a lot.
Yeah. Well, the one thing about him that makes him, I think, valuable, unless Milan destroy him, is the fact that it looks like he never gets injured. So, and since you spoke about that,
Let's be hopeful.
To be honest, I don't
Guys.
know much about this player Chukwueze, but his
we can
numbers
check him out.
seem
We can put him on.
his numbers seem like Castillo when Castillo was in Villarreal.
Yo, Casillas' highlights look like he's the best.
No, seriously, he's better than Castillo.
The
And
problem
what
is this,
makes you-
though.
what
The
makes
problem
you
is
think
this.
of
All
that?
these kids, you sucking these African players, they're going to the AFCON, bro. And then
Yeah.
when you need them the most time, like they're gone for prep. Then and he's playing on a good Nigerian team. If that team, the deeper they go, the more you without him until February. But that's a problem, man. I don't like that.
That's a problem with any African player.
Well,
But yeah,
but
they need to
Milan,
go play the
how
AFCON.
many
though.
how many Africans does Milan have right now? Not many, right?
No, right now, no. Ray,
And that's
Yeah.
fucking.
No, it's
Oh,
man.
Benacer.
Mhm.
No, but it's been Adli.
And Adley no.
Adli, yes. If they call
It's-
he switched to Algeria though.
Yeah,
So-
he switched.
So
Yeah.
if they feel like they can get it, he hasn't played much, but if he has a chance to be called up, he's gonna go. He's
Mhm.
gonna go. But Thiago is not gonna change no more his nationality because he plays for Germany now. But
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
that could have been one to look.
They
look
love
out.
him. They love him in Germany. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So that's the fear because I mean, look at somebody. If we would have got Indika, for example, Indika just recently switched to play for the Ivory Coast instead
Yeah.
of for France, and that's the fear when you get these guys. You don't know where they're at, and they want to play competition. Then boop, I'm this now, and But Diaz, I want to speak about Diaz. I feel like if they get Arda Güler, I feel like Diaz is not going to get no fucking playing time.
Yeah,
Diaz
maybe
will be their water boy.
He kind of like start thinking about that career decision where he's stuck because Ancelotti now goes,
nice.
right? And then if a new coach comes in, if Diaz is not in the plans, there we are. Maybe Milan gets him back, or like he's I don't know, bro. I feel like he's gonna waste 2 other years. I don't see him starting on that. Like,
or maybe
lineup.
they're going to park Arda Güler in Milan like they did with Diaz.
Nah. Part of the deal was
that kid too good.
Another
Bro.
option was he could stay in Fenerbahce and develop.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't even think they're loaning him. If they get him, I don't think they're gonna loan him.
He's probably better than what they already have. So
because Madrid, when they get up, the players that they like, they don't loan their top players. Like the Rodrigo, the Vini, they never got loaned. They stayed there. They played in the Castilla B team. Yeah, when they loan you out, they're not too sure.
So what makes you think he chose Madrid?
What?
Güler. Why did he choose Madrid if he's not going?
Dude, I mean, look at all the youth.
Madrid is the best club in the world.
It is, but in order for him to develop, he'd need to play.
Yeah, but he understood that, and he probably want to go to that level because the project that you gotta understand. Look at the age range. It's people within his age range. Like he feel he can pick up if he really trusts himself. He's looking at it. Madrid comes calling.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Player, you're gonna go. You're not gonna delay unless you're really sure about yourself. You're not gonna delay your ascendance. Meaning like, oh, I don't want to go. I'm not ready. Like what Haaland did. That's not all players are gonna take that risk. He's coming out.
The Arsenal midfielder. What's his name? Odegaard. He left Madrid and it worked out for him.
Yeah, he did. But you gotta understand what Odegaard was going. Listen, when you gotta put into context. When Odegaard was at Madrid, dude, there were already people were in their prime, Cristiano and all that. This is a team where Güler is going, where all of them look at the average age, all of them and on that front.
The average age
from Vinny and all that, they're all within his
23.
age.
If he shows that he's good enough, he'll stay. What's up, Guido? Guido, your sound is terrible, my man.
I think the average age of the midfield is around 23.
Hey guys, you talking about Güler? Why he choose Real Madrid? You guys don't read the article. He's a Real Madrid fan. I received a message a week ago, maybe. That's why he choose Madrid because he's a fan. You don't even know what you're talking.
But also because Madrid is the most appealing project. Hey, Guido,
that's what I mean. If you're a fan of Barcelona and Madrid, what do you choose?
Check your.
But before Real Madrid came, he already expected Barcelona still.
What's live? What's live, man? I'm not here live.
Live is out there doing 10 Ks, man.
So what do you guys talk? What are you guys talking about?
Are you next to your window? Are you next to your window?
Yeah, you're right. Because I'm preparing my salad, man.
Yeah, but when you're next to your window, your phone makes some weird noises.
That's weird because the window doesn't move. What about now?
Now it's better.
So
now it's better.
what do you guys were just met a few minutes ago?
No,
so what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about
Pulisic a done deal?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
it's close. It's close. It's close.
It is close.
I want to understand what system Pioli is playing. I still don't understand what he needs Pulisic for.
They're saying they're going to use Pulisic as a number
Pulisic,
10.
They're using Pulisic to put him in billboards in America. That's why
that's what they're doing. That's for sure.
They're using him for the World Cup
because they cannot convince me that the algorithm said Pulisic fit the fucking criteria. There's no way.
The AI is broken, Clint. The AI is broken.
They cannot at all because
do you guys think
buying Pulisic means not buying Chukwueze? How does it work?
Well, they're saying they want to get both. Today, Longo is saying they're going to get both.
So what about the number 9 and another 2 midfielder we need?
Unless there's Unless
Reijnders,
there's a number 9,
Luka.
American number 9, you can slap on billboards in America. It doesn't matter. What
This
is
will be a joke.
important?
Listen, this will be a
What is
joke.
important is to put Pulisic on the. That's the priority.
Yeah, Pulisic is the priority.
Hey,
This will be
Roy,
a joke.
what about the Benfica? What's a Porto offender? They scored 120 goals, 150 games. What's Remy? What's his name?
Taremi. They're not going after Taremi.
So the guy, we talk about Morata, Icardi, which I like. Why not that guy? Actually, he's not European, right? He's from where he's from?
Iran.
So
He's from Iran.
So he's not part of Europe. So he's gonna be
Nope.
an extra. That's why they didn't
No,
get
no.
Kamada. Roma's getting.
That's it, yeah.
Roma's making a good team with the.
Yeah,
Roma's
the thing-
getting a good team without buying players.
They stole.
The
they
thing- the
stole
thing
our
is-
target.
The thing is, Morata looks like he's going to go to Saudi Arabia. They are offering him a 30
Saudi,
mil
one thing,
contract.
one
Yeah.
thing I want to add is like Saudi Arabia this year, what they did, they really mixed, like, fucked up the market and trying, because a lot of these players were going to other teams. Like, for example,
Yeah.
Firmino was going to Madrid to become like a bench player, like second striker for whatever striker they were getting. And then Saudi Arabia became that third factor and started scooping up everybody.
Yeah, because they're offering huge contracts.
Oh man!
Conte is
Now I
going to
just
get
saw.
Watch when they start getting the young players.
Conte's going to get a 100 mil a year contract.
I mean, they're getting players in their prime now. They're not just getting people that are retiring, man. They're getting people in their prime. Now they're
It's all
forcing.
about the money.
They did a broad proposal. They want to get Kessie now out of Barcelona. They do want to buy him. They got Seko Fofana. Like they're going in. Like those loose players, they don't really know their situation. They're going for them. Now, Mane.
It's a matter of time
Mane
till
just got an
they'll
offer.
get Leao in his prime.
Yeah.
They'll get the big players in their prime. With all the money they're offering, who's
Yeah.
going to say no to that? How can you say no to 200 million at 26 and you're playing football? Like, you're not going to say no
Yeah.
to that.
And then Mane
look at-
just got a big offer right now. They're trying to get Mane because Bayern is working on getting Kane. So however they sell Mane for, and Mane might think like, okay, I won everything now. What else? He's gonna look at it. Am I gonna win Champions League with Bayern? Right? I already won the league. I won everything with Liverpool, bro. I won the African Cup of Nations. I'm out. That's how they
Mane
look
will
at
take
it.
the money. Also because he likes to reinvest the money in his community. He's
I
going to take the
listened to
money for sure.
Koulibaly's interview why he went. And Fred, she said, like, bro,
I
it's like
think,
it's way too much money.
Boy, Clint,
The reason why
look at Celtic. Look at Jota from Celtic. He's 25.
Yep, he left.
He's going there. He's going there for the money.
Because what he can see, he can always come back to Europe 2 years after he makes all his fucking worth amount of money.
Yeah, man. Who's going to say no to that kind of money, bro?
What's going
for
on,
playing
Roy?
football. Gio, what's up? Where's Rocco,
Nah,
Gio?
man.
Where's Rocco?
Nah, I don't know. We're trying to figure it out, but you know what? Skynet is stupid.
Skynet
Okay,
sucks.
look. I'm tired of people telling me to be patient. Okay, Brescianini, there were 5 teams in for this guy. Whether you rate him or not, so you give it to somebody for free with a 50% future sale. You couldn't even get $5 million. You telling me 5 teams are in for one player and you can't even get $5 million. So anybody that ever disrespected Maldini that he couldn't get money, he couldn't get. Remember, Maldini, he got that 7.5. Okay.
Gio,
For Pestina. But
Gio.
I'm just what's going on?
I hear you, bro.
I was speaking about the same thing earlier with Mulatari from Inter.
Yeah,
Inter values him at
8 million.
at 6.
8 million.
Yeah, and he's never played in Syria. Played 10 minutes of the Coppa Italia, but he's worth that much. I've been saying it from I've been on the live. If he's worth that much, then Colombo is worth 20 mil.
But so far, I ain't gonna lie. Like so far, right now, going into the season, if you want to speculate, I think it's Inter and then us, bro. Because I don't see Napoli. We're having Rudy Garcia.
What?
Not fucking too sure.
No,
I'm serious.
Bro, you're crazy.
No,
Us?
listen.
How us?
No, when I mean us, it's like, dude, we still got to lay out. Like, let's not get it fucked up. We still got
That's
our
not
guys.
enough. That is not enough. Dude.
No, I put in. No,
Hey,
you might say it's not enough, but when I'm looking about how everything is transpiring through this season, when I'm looking at it concretely, there's not really a big gap. Only Inter that I'm looking at, like they're building, right? Napoli switching their coach, and if Osimhen does leave, I mean they're already losing Kim and Jay. Still don't have a replacement for him, dude. That's part of that's.
All right,
That's the
Clint.
most
What about
important
Roma
piece.
then?
Clint, I see what you're
What about
saying,
Roma?
but you know what the problem I have?
Bro, I'm not worried about no Roma, bro. Like they don't even have. They haven't even got it.
Roma
You know
right
what-
now looks like the best team right now.
Clint, last year nobody was speaking about Lazio, and look where Lazio finished. It's the same thing with Roma. Nobody is speaking about Roma, and they're silently doing their thing. Listen, looking at Milan, based on
Roma
what you
improved
just
this
said,
season.
based on what you just said, looking at Milan, we don't got a midfield. And even with the players that come in, they need time to adapt. So I don't see where Milan is going to come.
Milan is in trouble this year.
Milan
guys.
is in
Milan
problem.
is in trouble.
And then we
I
play
think-
the top 6 team in the first 10 games. We'll see.
Yeah.
Pioli
Yeah.
won't make it. Pioli won't make it past October if we don't.
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this from now. Pioli is going to stick to the players that he knows. So you're going to look for
Krunic.
Krunic in midfield and maybe
Pobega.
even Pobega. Okay. So no matter what Leo does, we don't have a midfield.
We don't. I don't disagree with that. But when I look at the activities of other teams about what's going on, like it's not. Well, tell me what on Juve. Yeah, they got Timothy Well. Okay, fine. What at Juventus you're looking at so appealing compared to like?
They got
Yeah,
the
but they-
referees, Clint. They got the referees.
Yeah, but on their midfield,
Yeah,
their
I mean,
midfield,
other than that, like for the
their
players,
midfield hasn't changed.
yeah,
Most
the midfield
teams,
is slopping, bro. They play
most
terrorist
teams.
football. Allegri's not about to change a damn thing. It's gonna
Yeah,
be the
but-
same
but-
thing. They're
But,
gonna go
but
in.
whether they play terrible football or not, they will win same way.
But-
They
but
will win
remember-
1-0.
Yeah,
You
but
have-
They will
but
win
then but
2-0.
you're saying all of that, but we
Clint,
beat them. We
but
beat
you
them
have to
back
re-
to back last year.
Yeah,
we
but
beat
what,
them.
Clint,
We beat them with a squad that took us a long time to build. But remember, Juventus is not building to make money. Like we are building to make money for Jerry. Milan, the sole purpose of Milan is so Jerry can buy a fucking yacht and can say that Redbird now has increased in assets.
But now I
That's
was
why
hold on.
Juventus is
Roy.
building to win trophies.
but I was
Right.
reading online that actually City as a whole, right? I'm going actually deep in the financial state of actually the league is so bad that all teams are actually broke. And this is just the beginning, like with the whole Tonali thing, that's just gonna be what's gonna be happening back and forth, where you're just gonna have to keep selling your players and nobody will be immune. Even as much we used to praise for Juve.
But we hear
they're
this every year, Clint. And
no,
yet
we
again-
hear
and
it
yet-
every year, but
And
it's
yet,
getting- listen to
Pogba
me.
comes, Di Maria comes, Lukaku comes, Inter spilled 40 million on Frattesi, Napoli get this guy. It looks like the only fucking team that has issues with money is a team that has no debts, and it's us.
But it's just like you cannot
Juventus is going
compete.
for SMS, I think. They are in contact with SMS. And if
I
they
don't think
get
SMS is gonna
I
go to
think-
Juve, bro.
I think they're gonna leave SMS to the last minute because if Lazio aren't gonna sell him next year, they're fucked if they don't renew SMS. So they're gonna have to sell him this
SMS
window.
Yeah, but SMS is not gonna go. Like Juve is not playing Champions League. He's not gonna go there. He's not. Allegri, he's going to want to understand what is Juve's project. They don't have any right now. Vlahovic is on the verge of leaving. Between Vlahovic and Osimhen, one is getting bought by.
I wouldn't underestimate Juve, man, and their pull.
Yeah, I will underestimate them because they've been showing nothing. They've been saying since Ronaldo left, they've just been regressing the whole time. So I'm gonna underestimate them until I get proven wrong.
I mean,
And
at the end of the day, Juve finished. How many points did they finish in front of us? I mean, the only reason why we are in Champions League.
Yeah, but look at it. Based on the logics that Clint just used, Milan is also regressing. Think about it. We have been regressing because all the players that we lost, we did not
yeah, but we
refill the
regressed in
position.
one phase. We regressed. We still got top four. We made it semifinals. We still won the league. If we want to take the fourth space window, they have more regrets than us. Listen to me. Last year, right, when they brought in Pogba and everybody was all happy, I knew that shit was that way. I'm not all, but they did a bunch of bullshit because this player's not going to stay healthy. Look, what has that done for them? They brought in, when they were bringing in all these guys that wanted to be excited of, and that other Argentina get Paredes, they're like, oh, Juve's built it. Dude, Allegri's still there. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
But they still finished in front of us.
Man, we're playing
Yeah, and Clint, you have to look on that we're linked to 6 or 7.
Like, it's
Clint.
nothing to be happy about. Like,
Clint.
Roma, on the other hand, I could be like, yo, Roma is doing something, but like,
You will agree that Milan are weaker than last season, right?
I am not going to listen until August. I am sure that Juve is going to build a team that is good enough to win the Scudetto. I'm positive about that.
And we can, and also for us though, right? We can
no.
also probably suffer the Napoli effect
No
from
way.
last year. Listen to me.
Impossible.
I mean, you said now when they let the piece leave, like, and the senior leave, right? When you let a Koulibaly leave, you don't. Yes, you can say like, oh, I saw clips of Kavishka, but you don't even know that leads them straight automatically to a Scudetto.
The difference.
We can be in that situation.
But the difference.
Yeah, the difference is that they had players there that were already cemented to Serie A. We have all our midfielders coming in has to adapt to Serie A.
I know that, but why are we acting like it's just like 80 of the players? It's only Tonali that left, bro. Our pieces are still there.
Tonali and Benacer.
It's Tonali, Benacer, Diaz. We're rebuilding the whole the third, the quarter third. And listen, and we're rebuilding with players that have not proven anything. Players that, like, I can watch Vicha Verasquilla, I can tell you this guy is a phenomenal player. But
what has Vicha, prior to Vicha going to Napoli, what has he proven other than your optics? What did he prove before coming to Napoli? It's easy to say that when it's a success story.
No. But there's a reason why you can look. There's a reason why you look at Vicha and you say this guy is a phenomenal player, but you cannot say that about any of the players we're linked to. First of all, and second of all, Napoli. The midfield is Napoli's biggest engine. That midfield has been a project that has been going on for years. It did not happen overnight. It did not happen in a summer.
But guess what? They also lost one of their starters.
They only lost two players.
Fabian Ruiz was a starter in that Napoli team. They also lost them.
They lost two players from the starting lineup.
Yeah, they lost.
That's it.
They lost Fabian Ruiz. They lost.
We are rebuilding the whole midfield.
Could have been said, so it's easy. Napoli is a success story. Now we can be like the build up.
But Napoli, I could have told you was a success story because I saw what they're doing.
Bro, I'm never gonna take your word, dog. Like, it's not. Life don't work like that.
Whatever. You can decide what you want. Yeah. And whatever. At the end of the day, I was right, though. I was right. I mean, I saw what they're doing, and again, they're not doing a whole rebuild, and they basically took out players that were retiring, on the verge of retiring. They took out Petagna and they brought in Simeone and Raspadori. I mean, fuck. If we take out Origi and we bring in Simeone and Raspadori, I'm going to tell you shit. Now we have a fucking bench. We're not doing that. And then Insigne, verge of retiring, they substitute him with one of the best upcoming talents. We're not doing that. Kim is a player I didn't know. And they were really good at that. But the midfield was the same midfield. It was the same midfield. The only difference was Fabian Ruiz went out. They bring Ndombele in. We have to rebuild our whole midfield, and we're rebuilding our midfield with players that haven't done anything yet. They still have to amalgamate. It's going to take 1 or 2 seasons.
No, and I'm not, because what I'm saying is this. When I say we can also suffer the Napoli effect, I'm not making this as a statement. I'm saying that, like, what it says true, Tonali left, we're hurt and it's down. But we're not as when I'm looking at other teams around, the gap is not as huge. That's all I'm saying. The gap is not as huge because we still got to lose. Because if Leao was going at the end of the contract that we were losing, let's say Leao and Hotel, I'm not even uttering these words that are coming out of my mouth. But the fact is only Tonali that left. You're still bringing midfielders in. The way our game is conducted, and I'm looking at teams around, other than Inter, I feel like they're going to even have a stronger upper hand going into this, next season, speculating because it's different when you're on the pitch. I'm looking at the other teams. We're not that far out.
Well, don't be surprised if by
That's all I'm saying.
hold on, but don't be surprised if by January or by December we're 7th and we're struggling to.
I mean, now
break
if
this
it
up.
happens, you know, it happens.
We need
I'll
it.
be
We
like,
need
yo,
the
we
players
fucked.
now. Like, but
You
they
know?
need to close before they come to LA, and they need to get acclimated because Pioli, he has a harder system than Pep and all that. So we need him to bring in these players, and they need to be in
That's
here for
funny
a
you
month
saying
and a
that,
half.
Gio. Pioli has a harder system than Pep. Like Pioli
Yeah,
is
no.
this
This
and that's
is
true
true.
though.
Like
But
I
yeah,
like Single, and I think Single will bring us that physicality that we wanted.
yeah. But then
I've always
AFCON
wanted,
comes and you gotta lose
but
them.
yeah, I know, but
Fuck.
for him to say that Fresneda Single got better talent than Fresneda, and now you smoking that caca. I mean, Single is not wanted by Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester City. It's us or like a Serie A team. I like Single, but Pioli, I don't know. I think they're just
Yeah, but
making him
Single,
a
Second
puppet into what
year,
he's doing.
second year.
Single is already acclimatized to Syria.
No, third year. No, second year. Second year.
So I
They
think
don't
you
even want Macias. That's how bad. Nobody wants our players, and the players that we want, we only can loan them, or we have to give them for free, and that's not. I thought Jerry Cardinale, the new development team, were supposed to sell players and stuff
Gio,
like
the
that.
AI is not working, Gio. Can't
Oh
spit
my
out the numbers.
Listen, guys. A team can only go as far as the engine that is behind it, right?
Yeah.
And the engine behind Milan is not
Right
an
now it's a
engine.
Fiat.
It's a Fiat. It does not want to win any races. The purpose of this engine is to make money for Jerry. So it is,
And that's
you
why our
cannot,
statement signing is Pulisic.
right?
All about the money.
Exactly.
Guys,
But to be fair,
Guys.
if Jerry wanted to make money, he would just replace Tonali with Loftus Cheek and close the window.
Listen. I went now. What
No,
I did,
but
right?
remember,
What I
no,
did. Listen.
getting
What I
Pulisic
did though, right?
is opening the entire US
With
market.
Jetty though, right? What I did, I went to watch every single Jetty interview, like on all panels, conference,
Yeah,
sports
me
related,
too.
just to get now what he thinks, and I see where he's going with it, and to me, it's nothing good. I mean, that's what all the fucking
He's
Americans
going.
are doing. They're all in here for the cash flow, and he kept repeating that. That's what they're in for. So they don't care. They don't really care about what transpires. Yeah, I want to win, but you want to
That's right.
build an ecosystem.
And that's why the US market
just
is
for
so
the cash flow.
important.
That's why you should not hope that we're going to be runners up or contenders for this title, because there's no drive behind the club to do that. Nobody.
And the
nobody
thing
even
too is, the thing is, no, I only said we're gonna get the driver based on the players we still have. I think it's still above levels in the league.
And remember in one of his interviews, he said the mid-table teams are the best to get. The Aston Villas and those.
But to be honest,
yeah, I mean,
he
it says
did
that in
say
soccer economics, because as a business owner, actually, that's where to even go above the break-even rule, you want your team to be around that 7th, 8th, 10th position. You make more profit, but that doesn't correlate to the satisfaction of the fans. So therefore, and that's been always given. Like for Tottenham, for example, right? Levy makes a shit ton amount of money. The positions that Levy holds within the Premier League is more profitable for him as a guy, but for the fans, it doesn't. So glory on the pitch will never translate to the business pockets. Never. Like if you want to win in football, especially in today's market, it's a losing business. You gotta invest more.
Yeah.
So these guys that come in, they don't really care about that. Like it's not the problem. And the Americans, I mean, right now, what is it? General is saying no to what the 7-7 group. 7-7 group is having problems in America here with audit issues, and they want to go and buy General because there's this word spreading around American investors that football is the underlying, and they're coming in here. I'll reckon this. I think Italy might sell out so much that Italy probably might be the first country to turn it into a franchise, like as the whole league. I won't be surprised if that happens. The amount of Americans that are coming here, I won't be surprised if that happens.
Hey guys,
remember one of Jerry companies that he invested in is failing right now as well.
I have a question for you guys. I have a question for you guys.
All right, go, Alan.
Why
Then Guido.
why do you think? Why do you guys think we actually won the Scudetto that season?
Because
What
we
was
had
the
a really
reason?
good roster that year. In compared to the competition around us, we had the roster. We had a roster that was
And
good enough.
the competition was failing as well, which helped.
For me, the biggest reason was we had 3 world-class midfielders. Like we had Kessie, we
Yeah,
had
that's
Benacer,
also
and
another
we had
reason.
Tonali.
We had Kessie, Tonali,
Yeah.
and Benacer. We had Ibra, who played half the season. Oh, he had a big impact. He
Alan,
was still in the locker room.
Alan,
Funes was
all the stars,
yeah.
all the stars aligned for us to win the Scudetto.
But that was a work
Yeah.
in progress. It did not happen randomly.
Yeah.
It did not. It was a work in
But
progress.
yeah, but now when you see midfield, we don't have that 3 players
No, we
with us
don't.
anymore.
Because look, it was
Like
Tonali's
Benacer is
second
out.
year. It was Tonali's second
Yeah.
year. So he had done his first year. So he had done that trial and error stuff. Second year, Kessie was his last year, but he already with the team 4 years. Benacer was what, his third year or fourth year? Yeah, of course. Like so this midfield that we're building right now is like shit, man. Anyway,
But I only saw clips of that Reijnders or whatever kid. He looks
good.
I think he's the
He's
only one
really
that looks
good.
good.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he looks
And
good.
I need people that
But
can
he's
play a
not
lot
a
of
replacement
games.
for Tonali. We don't have any replacement for Tonali at all. No defensive.
What you mean he's
midfielder.
not a replacement for Tonali? Whose replacement is gonna be? Last time I checked, he's not a trequartista either.
Well, I think a
Nah.
defensive midfielder. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Defensive midfielder.
Well,
Second.
based on all the players we're linked to, Musa would be the defensive player.
He'll be the most
Nobody-
defensive from
no,
when I look.
yeah.
And he's Dutch, so I'm not even mad at that.
Musa's.
Hey guys, can I say something
Okay.
while I'm eating?
What's that?
That's why I don't bother you, because I'm eating. I think everybody's too pessimistic. Okay, I remind you guys. I'm 52, so I saw much better football than you guys seen. Because before everybody was good. Everybody could stop the ball. Everybody could control the ball. Everybody could shoot. Yeah, it was slower. Now it's faster. But that's why these people don't care. They go with the algorithm. Roy, are you sure this midfield? First of all, nobody should talk before we build the team, because the team is gonna the league's gonna start August 20. Last year we got that piece of junk in the Cutler after the first year. I don't think it's junk, but maybe Piolo didn't do a good job with them. But it's still 21, 22. How old is it? But besides that, I remind you guys that Italian teams. Okay, now you're gonna say, oh, but they didn't win anything. There were 6 Italian teams between the semi-final, quarter-final of the Champions League and every other cup. They reached 3 finals this year. So if you talk about the money people spend, how much they spend, and this and that, we would be the last one of the freaking every league.
Okay,
So
but
how come Italian teams, 6 Italian teams, 3 went to the final, 5 went to the semifinals,
okay,
and 6
Guido,
to the
Guido,
quarterfinal? So
Guido.
how come?
Guido,
That's the
Guido,
beauty of
answer-
football. That's the
answer me this
beauty of
question.
football.
Answer me this question, Guido. Which of those 6 teams did a complete rebuild of their midfield that year? All of those teams were teams that were ongoing projects.
Hey, Roy. No, I answer you. Okay.
Which one? Which one?
Benacer fucked up himself because he played with 1 foot. He got hurt. If you look at the game, he got hurt by himself. So I'm glad he's out. I don't need Benacer. First of all. Second of all, I don't need the midfield that play 1 foot. Again, the midfield, another left back, another wing, another offender. The midfield, the 1 foot, for me, is unuseful, especially if you play at 2. So, I love Reijnders. Maybe Reijnders is son.
I did not ask you how many feet Benacer has. I asked you which.
I'm asking you, yeah.
I asked you which of those 6 teams, aside from Milan, because I don't care about how many feet Benacer has.
Do you know who we're gonna buy? First of all, are you sure of what player we're gonna buy? Are you sure?
Well, the players we're linked to.
So, okay, Loftus Chelsea. He won the Champions League, this and that, so he's supposed to be good.
No, he was no. The guys that won the
No, he's a
Champions
piece of
League-
junk just because we bought it.
No. Okay, so the starters are Chelsea, during that year was, who was it? It was Kante. It was Jorginho.
Come on, Roy. Jorginho don't even like, so don't talk to me about players.
Loftus-Cheek is a fucking bench player. Loftus-Cheek is the Krunic of freaking Chelsea.
Okay, so do we win the Italian League with Krunic and Benasser? They were relegated.
No, we won the league. Yeah, we won the league.
There, Krunic and Benasser were not playing.
We won the league with Tonali.
Where before?
Wait, no, fucking let me talk, my man. We won
no,
the league.
I didn't talk 2 minutes. He didn't make me finish.
No, because you're always interrupting me. We won the league with Tonali, Krunic, Tonali, Benasser.
What a fucking Maradona, like Maradona. You're talking about Maradona.
Players, no, please. You're not understanding that we did not buy these players in one summer and then they won us the league. We bought these players and it took time to get together, develop, and build a team to become league winners.
Maybe because they suck. Maybe the players are going to learn faster. Why don't you think positive sometimes? Who tell you they're not going to be able to? Who tell you they're not going to be able to?
Guido, you're just fucking being crazy right now.
No.
Crazy. Yeah, okay, listen. Some people tell you bring me Iniesta, bring me Busquets.
They won the 20 points in the league. How the fuck they did that? Napoli changed so many players last year.
No, they did not change so many players. Napoli won the league because they changed their bench. They fucking added depth to their bench.
Insigne, Napoli people, they want to kill the president because they're
Insigne and Koulibaly were the only
Insigne with the European Cup with Italy, man.
Listen to me. Insigne and Koulibaly were the only 2 starters that got swapped.
Can you imagine?
The midfield was the fucking same team, Guido. Fucking the midfield, the defense, the attack was the same.
How many people were making fun of them when they bought a team? What a fucking team. It became one of the best. You don't know you could buy. So you cannot judge before things happen.
Guido, Petagna.
How can you judge the market?
Instead of talking over
we know better than Moncada. You think we know better than Moncada? You love Mbappe. Everybody loves Mbappe. He's the guy that found Mbappe. What a fucking god he is.
Gonna fucking talk.
Could we see
you want to give a chance to build this fucking team and play?
With fucking Raspadori and Simeone.
Who the fuck is Raspadori? Simeone, they were stuck before. What did they do? What did they do? I can see Raspadori when he goes to score with Italy. He's in a bench too.
You are talking out of your ass, Guido. That's the truth. Right now, you're talking out of your ass.
You guys don't want to give a chance. Build the fucking team and play. Then we talk after they start playing.
Build the team. It doesn't take 2 months to build a team. It takes years.
People, we got to get Pulisic. What the fuck are we going to do with Pulisic?
Okay.
Pulisic culo. That's what you do with Pulisic. What the fuck? Are we going... If we get Pulisic, we don't get Chukwueze. So let's build the team. Let's buy the players. And then we can make a prediction. You got to buy the players first. Okay? You got to buy the players first. Then you...
Whether you buy the players,
listen, if you know how to play soccer, you don't take 300 fucking years to learn how to play together. If you know how to play, you know how to pass, you know how to stop the ball, that doesn't take 500 years to play together.
We're not saying it's going to take 500 years. It's just going to take time. We're not going to win this year.
They can see Maradona. They see in the bench in Barcelona. They don't want him anymore. What are you talking about? This is Maradona, please.
Let me ask you.
Look at this comparison. How long did it take City to win the Champions League?
Yeah, exactly.
How long did it take PSG to start winning?
We got rid of Casillas, we reached the semi-final Champions League. How the fuck is possible?
But we didn't win.
We didn't draw, Guido. We got a relatively easier draw.
Okay, Man City deserves to beat Inter, right? Luka missed 3 goals in front of the line, not the post, the line. So Man City, because they're so fucking famous, they deserve to win.
Guido, we're not talking about the game. We're talking about it takes time for players to develop and learn to play together.
Listen, football is beautiful because it's not predictable. Guys,
let me ask you a question, but you need to answer the question, okay? Don't deflect. Answer me the fucking question, okay? If I tell you You have two choices: De Bruyne, Gundogan, and Barella, or Reijnders, Musa, and Loftus Cheek. Which one do you choose?
Oh, what a fucking comparison. You're the one that don't like De Bruyne. I always defend De Bruyne. Of course I wanted De Bruyne. Of course, Barella, be honest with you, I can find another player that costs much less to play like
Quality
Barella.
does matter. Quality does
I don't
matter.
really think
Right?
Barella is that good.
Quality does matter.
I really
Right?
think Barella is that good.
Does
The
quality
most
matter?
important, De Bruyne. Okay, how are you going to buy the
You don't answer the question.
De Bruyne?
Quality matters.
Why the
Quality
players
matters.
we had the other years, they were better than De Bruyne. So Kessie was better than De
quality of
Bruyne
the
based on
players.
what you talk. You
Guido,
cannot buy
Guido.
De Bruyne, so forget about it. Why
Guido.
you worried about? Why you worried about?
Guido.
Did not
We
answer.
semi-final
Guido, hold
Champions
on,
League, we
hold
won
on,
the
Guido.
league without De Bruyne.
Guido.
So
Hold on, calm down, Guido. Guido. How long have you been watching Milan?
you guys talk. You guys don't never watch the
No,
game. I
Guido,
watch
just
all the
answer
Serie
that
A
question.
games. So you guys cannot
Hold on.
talk about Dia. Why you
Hold on,
cannot
Guido,
get Dia instead of Pulisic and fucking Chico West? Who the fuck is Chico West? In Inter, he's not going to touch the ball, Chico West. Is he like Leao? Does he have the power Leao has? I don't
Guido,
think
calm
so.
down, Guido, calm
All
down.
over the place.
Guido,
Why we
calm
get
down.
Dia can play every position in the front. With the money, you can buy Dia. Then you can buy another fucking 3 players.
Guido, you cannot tell me in one sentence we're going to win this league, and then the next sentence you say, who the fuck are we buying? These players can't play in the Serie A. Make up your mind. It's one or the other.
No, I'm talking about Pulisic. I thought Pulisic would never come in Milan because they want so much money.
That's who's coming.
So what position, what system we play? That's the question you got to ask. Not what player we buy. What player costs Pulisic for me is unusable. We got rid of Diaz, now we get Pulisic. We got Romero, it's free. We got Romero. Romero is 10 times better than Pulisic. 10 times.
Either you say that Pulisic is great and we're going to win the league, or you say Pulisic sucks, what the fuck are we doing? You cannot say both.
That's why I
Pulisic is
asked
the only
you-
one.
That's why I
For
asked
me,
you,
it's
you know.
not going to be effective. It's not going to be the
Right.
one we need.
That's why I asked
That's
you how
all.
long he's watching Milan. And if you
Are we
compare
playing
the quality-
4-3-3? Are we playing this motherfucker coach doesn't even know what he's doing? That's my question. That's my question. Does he know?
from the past till now.
Calma,
Guido.
calma.
Yeah, Guido, I was saying that. How long have you been watching Milan?
Say again?
How long have you been watching Milan?
How long?
Long. But if you compare the quality back then, the quality of players that Milan used to have under Berlusconi,
Listen, you guys
compare the quality of the players that.
Yes, can I tell you something? You guys can talk. You guys don't talk with the reality. These people, this mother. I want Milan go Serie C, not Serie B. So this guy lose all this fucking money and leave. I rebuild from Serie C. I don't care. That's how much I care. Because this guy, he's not. Look at Inter. Got $1 billion and $300 million. They buy players.
The
They're gonna buy 5 players. How the fuck they do? How do they do?
How can you start the conversation from, we're going to win the league, why the fuck are you guys being so pessimistic, to now
I didn't say we're gonna win the league. I say in soccer everything can happen. So you guys, what the fuck is Italian team? What the other team is so fucking better than us? I can make a prediction after we buy the players. I want to see at least a month. I gotta see a month these people playing.
But listen, in 6 months, when you
Can I
find out
compare
that in 6 months, when you find out that the reality that you cannot build a midfield in 2 months, then come back and let's have this conversation again. Because I assure you, in
how
2
can you
months,
be so sure? But
I know these things, okay? I just know it. I know.
be honest with you, I want a Pobega to play, not fucking Musa. I want a Pobega to play, not Musa. That's what I want. People that know the fucking league, and everywhere they've been, they did good. Because this motherfucker coach don't know what he's doing with the computer. Got 3 people around him. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. If he didn't have a million injuries, he will never play the young players. Now he wants a Germany national team. Kalul, the French national team. If this guy didn't have an injury, they will never play. So that's my problem. That's my problem.
Can you please make up your mind?
We reached the semi-final Champions League youth team, and we don't bring any kids to the freaking first team? How the heck is possible?
Guido,
Okay.
Guido, keep
How
going
the heck
off,
is
Guido.
possible?
Guido, tell them. I agree with your points. Guido.
Either,
Keep going off.
either we
Go on,
don't have
Guido.
a coach that is not good enough to fucking win the league, or we are being too pessimistic.
Listen, you think it's easy to win the league? You think it's easy? I win the league.
You
Like,
are saying
based on the player I have, I win the league.
You're
It
saying,
was that easy. Paris Saint-Germain will win everything the last 10 years.
you are saying we're going to win. The teams around us, they all suck, but we suck. We don't have a good coach. We don't have good players.
No. You used to do that. You used to do that. You change your mind when you say something. Then that's why on a life for many years.
Exactly
For
what's
many
going to
months.
happen. I'm
The
telling you
problem is,
exactly
I didn't
what's
say
gonna
we're
happen.
gonna win. I say I don't see after we buy those players they're talking about. Beside Pulisic, because I don't think you guys are happy with the single.
What's going to happen?
Of
What's
course, you're
gonna
not gonna win single. That's for sure.
What's going to happen when we buy these players, Guido?
Single
What's gonna happen?
songo, single bongo, please.
What is going to happen when we buy these players, Guido? What is going to happen?
These players, I want to see. The only one that I'm happy with, it's only Reijnders. Because he's the only one who can play soccer.
There's only one player that is
He's the
good.
only one who can play soccer. So,
This
but
one
because
player
I know the
is
way
good enough
the
to
soccer
be the
level,
rest of the competition
well, you think
in-
if Krunic or Pobega or Benacer, they're much better than all the players we'll
And
league.
you guys
You think
start to
Benacer is
realize
better
that the other teams.
at least he can contract. If we play Inter, he can fight them. What Benacer is going to do? He's an handicap. He can play with one foot. He cannot
was
turn around with his body,
screaming at
please.
me. Everybody
He just
was
slide. He slide.
Last year-
Romero
last
can do
year-
what Benacer does. Romero can do the same.
Listen to me. Last year, everybody was screaming at me, telling me that I was crazy, saying that Napoli was so good. And guess what? Who was right? I was right. Why? Because I know how to fucking read these things. And I'm telling you right
Okay,
now.
if you know everything, go ahead. So, like you're the only one.
This year is going to look.
Listen,
ugly.
everybody needs to stop Napoli play. Everybody know that Napoli was good after 2 games.
Okay.
How can you say before you see they even play the team?
I said it way before the season. I said it in August.
You know how many people I heard talking like you? Yeah, people, everybody's magician. You put the words in my mouth and I didn't say it. I never say Milan's going to win the league. I say I don't see why Milan cannot win the league because the other teams are nothing too. They're all, but not only in Italy, everywhere in the fucking world. I don't see. There is no more Maradona body. Ronaldo phenomenon is not there no more. Those are the players. Maldini next to say they were untouchable. Those players.
I think Roma are picking up great players.
Roma now looks so good. Then every year does the same.
Roma has a better roster than Milan as of now.
Yeah, and we see every year they say that. Every year they say that.
Yeah, and every year.
Can I get a?
No, hold on. And every year.
Maybe we're lucky. We got lucky. We got lucky.
I hear you guys say that Milan is going to win the Champions League and the Scudetto because you're Milan fans.
Oh, this year I went close. I said last year, and we lost the semi-final thanks to Pioli, which is an handicap. That's why.
To be fair, Roma won the Conference League and they got into the Europa League final this year, so they have been improving.
You guys talk about. We just lost Tonali. That's it. It looked like we lost like 10 players. For me, Tonali is the only one. For me, Tonali, hey, don't we start and make me buy him out to stuff that I don't say. Tonali was the only player I would never sell because he would stay with us all his life.
As I said,
he's gone now. Goodbye. I don't give a shit because I don't see big difference.
As I said, if the players we're being linked to are players that, first of all, know the Serie A and are of a certain level, then you can say, okay, yeah, we can fight for top 4. We can do this. But the players we're being linked to are all players that have never been in top teams, except for Loftus Cheek.
Okay, Roy. Let me say again. Benacer and Krunic, there was relegation. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fucking 3 years before they won the league. 3 years.
Yeah, Benacer and they came from relegation teams. However, they did not come into Milan and set the world on fire. It took them 3 years before they found their rhythm within the squad.
Are you guys you have a Bible? Are you guys talk like that? You guys have a Bible. You guys ever freaking played soccer at a certain level? You win 3 years, 2 years, 5 years. What the fuck you guys talk? You never play soccer. What the fuck you talking about? You know what? Goodbye. I'm done. You guys talk bullshit.
Hold on, let me just get to your point, Guido.
I think you have never played football. I think you have never played football.
Okay, go ask my children in my town when I go back what they tell my kids. People that haven't seen me for fucking 20 years. Ask my kids.
Guido, let me just make a point to what you were saying, right? I understand what you're saying, but if you look back at all the great Milan teams and all the great Inter teams and all the other teams that win when they bring players in, they're not changing.
Listen.
The team. Hold on, just now, let me finish. They're not changing.
You guys don't make sense when you talk. What are you saying?
Let me finish.
You have to let people talk. You can't scream over people when they're fucking talking all the time.
At the end of the day, those winning teams, the reason why it looks seamless when players come into their team is because they're not changing the whole core of their team. At the end of the day, Pioli said last season, the reason why we underperformed was because we were lacking depth. We were lacking depth. And we lost Tonali, which was one of our quality in depth that we had. The players that are coming in are unproven. So there is going to take time for us to see if they have the qualities to improve the team or to at least challenge for titles. When Kulit and all these guys came, it was only 3 of them came at once, and they did not change the core of the team. That is the difference.
Can I answer when you're done, please? Can I answer?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, now if you guys are such a good predictors, right? I make you now you gotta be honest, you guys. Now you gotta answer my question. The year we won the Italian league, right? What was the year that we had the more injuries? 10, I remember 11, 12 players missing for 2-3 months. Now you answer me. How the fuck we won it with the 12 injury for 3 months? Now I'm talking about you. Now you find your fucking answer. Bye.
Yeah, the reason why we won is because the players we didn't sell. We weren't a selling club when we won the league. The year before that,
you're not answering me. I said the year we won the league, we had the 10, 12 injuries for 2-3 months. Answer fucking me.
It's not even true.
You guys cannot talk soccer.
We had Romagnoli and Kessie.
Last year we had all the injuries. No, last year no, because this year we didn't win the Italian league. The year we found out Kalulu. Kalulu wasn't even trying to play. It was for 12 injuries. So all this story you telling me.
Guido, let me ask you a question. My question is, what makes you think?
I didn't answer my question. That's because you don't have the answer.
According to Guido, you can get any fucking player in the world, put him in Milan, and right away he's going to be the best player in the fucking Serie A.
If he's good, yes. If he's good, yes. If he's good player, yes.
And who's good? Who's good that we're getting?
Who the fuck you gotta play with Milan for 2 months? You gotta play for Messi for 6 years? Who the fuck said it's
and this is the other fucking problem with Guido.
What proof you have?
He says if he's good, but then when he fucking talks of the players that we're linked to, he says, bro,
what proof you have? You find me the proof.
Fucking mind.
We want to play Articuler is gonna come in Milan and he's dancing with the ball like you think he can do, right?
What do you think of Jorginho?
I was right about Beach. I was right about Beach.
Guido, I mostly agree with some of your points, but on this point, I think you're not correct.
You guys are making a fact that you're right, I'm wrong. That's the beauty of football. 100%. You cannot be sure about anything. Villarreal would have reached the semi-final Champions League. Milan would have reached the semi-final Champions League. If you guys were right,
Same shit I had to endure last year when I was talking about Napoli. People were screaming at me. They were saying I'm wrong. No, Milan this, Milan that.
You always want people to say that you're right. Listen, I'll be right. I'll be wrong. Like everybody, you can be wrong. You can be right. So stop always complimenting yourself. Like you're the one. That's not nice for other people.
Guido, you are right. Guido, you're right in the sense that yes, players can come.
You don't have the proof for nothing.
I'm using logic. I am fucking
That's it.
using logic.
Guido,
Do you
Guido,
have
just hear me
logic,
out, right?
Guido?
No, there
Do
is
you
no
have
logic in football.
Hold on,
There is
No,
no.
there is logic, Guido. You cannot just
Listen.
Let me
provide
tell you another
the
thing before.
Guido,
Yeah,
fucking
I'll
let
be
me
quiet.
talk, goddammit. Let me fucking talk.
No,
You
no,
can't just
no.
put
About the history,
Guido, you
AC
cannot
Milan
put
when Sacchi was a coach. When Sacchi was a coach.
You're always fucking talking about 50 years ago. I don't give a
We
shit
got
about 50 years
lucky.
ago.
No, I'll give you an example. We got lucky with the Red Star. We were losing with the Red Star. We were out to the Champions League. We repeat the game and we won the fucking everything. That's what I'm telling you. You need the luck too sometimes.
You cannot
You are
put
right.
3 random.
Guido, you are right in the sense that yes, players can come into the team in their first season and hit it out of the park. However, those players cost a lot of money. Okay,
Guys,
And we don't
relax,
operate
relax,
with a lot
please,
of money.
calm down.
We
To be
don't-
honest,
Listen, but do you want to?
Giroud
Whose
and
fault is it Tonali left? It was the only one left because Krunic is there, Povek is there, everybody's there. Benacer is injured. Whose fault is it? It's the Jerry Cardinale fault? Only Tonali left. You talk about you're going to rebuild. What the fuck you're going to rebuild? Krunic, what do you rebuild? Krunic is not going to be better than that. What do you expect from Krunic or Povega? That's what they are.
I don't understand you, Guido. You fucking first say that we're being too pessimistic, and then you fucking say the exact same thing we're saying. God damn it, make up your fucking mind.
No, I'm not saying the same thing you say. No, that's what you don't understand. I said that everything can be possible. Everything can happen. Because I don't think Benacer is a champion. I don't think Krunic is a champion. I don't think Povek is a champion. So, if I bring Reijnders, Loftus, it doesn't fucking change anything to me. Maybe it's better. Maybe at least we have hope can be better.
I can't hope.
I can win the Champions League. Anything could happen, right? So Milan.
Brozovic is a soccer player. Brozovic is a soccer player. Not this fucking thing. These are not people you put it there, carry with the ball, give it along like a fucking dog when you throw the tennis ball. That's what they are. They cannot play soccer.
Don't tell me I'm being pessimistic, man. Don't tell me when I'm being pessimistic. When after half an hour you say the exact same thing that I'm saying.
I'm not. That's you don't understand. No, I said you said that we're gonna be 7 or 8 or 10. I don't believe so. I want to see the team at the end of August.
What's gonna happen?
You cannot talk now.
I am.
Why are you talking now? Just because you see Inter got Frattesi. Inter lost 12 games in the Serie A.
I'm using my brain, Guido. I'm using my brain. I'm using my brain.
Inter play defense and they lost 12 games in the Serie A. They play defense.
I can see where things are going, Guido.
Guys,
no, you put in my mouth stuff that I never say. That's the problem.
Riesco a vedere dove vanno le cose. Se a te ti sa sul cazzo che io ho questa capacità, so cazzi tuoi. But I can do this. I know.
Okay, guys, listen.
Are you serious now?
Guys, one thing. In this civil war of the Jerry in versus Jerry out, we have an
again.
anarchist. We have a.
No, I see what you do. You compliment yourself. That's the problem in this life. That's your life. It's not everybody's life. That's the fuck. That's why I gave up.
So what's your prediction? What's your prediction? What's going to happen in the season then? Oh.
Antonio, what were you saying?
I'm saying in this civil war in the Milan fan base, we have my dad who's like an anarchist, like by himself, like with his own agenda. He's just the random.
What does he think? What does he think about the season?
Well, he wants to give Jerry Cardinale time, and and then he wants to win the league. I don't understand that. We need players.
Yeah, I don't understand either.
I mean, he has a point.
I don't understand either.
It's not logical for us to say that this will happen next season because it's too early to judge. I can see what he's saying, but I don't know. I want to know what.
Yeah, but he also said anything can happen. The ball is round.
But I mean, he is right. It's illogical now to make any assessments before we see the team play. I mean, he has a point.
But we see where the direction is going.
Yeah,
so
we see.
I get you. You're making a prediction.
You're making a prediction. It's a guess. Yeah. So
that's why I asked him what's his prediction.
It's not a random guess. It's an educated guess based on facts, on what you see they're doing. And then we can be wrong, we can be right.
But it's not also what you see they're doing. It's also based on what happens before. Player needs time to adjust. Yeah. It happened to CDK, happened to Tonali, happened to Rafa Leao. It happened to a lot of Benacer. Benacer, it happened to a lot of our players. Players need time. Even players from Syria. Remember, Benacer was coming from Empoli. Tonali was coming from Brescia, and they still needed time to adjust. Kessie was
Of
coming from
course.
Atalanta. So imagine players coming from outside of the league, different country,
This
different
is
language,
this is just
different
using
lifestyle,
logic. It's just using logic.
different playing style. So we're saying that more than likely they're going to need time to adjust.
Exactly.
We're not saying that, oh, it's doom and gloom. Milan is going to be relegated. We're just saying they're going to need time to
And
adjust.
I have said Reijnders to me looks like he can become an exceptional player. I really like Musa, but Musa is 20 years old.
The thing with Reindeer, though, based on Reindeer's stats, as you said before, without the ball, there's nothing there.
Right.
No
Nothing.
stats to back him. So we need players to help him.
Yep.
So he can play make, because his playmaking stats. If you look at, he has a 92% in the opposition's half. 92%, when it comes to possession in the opponent's half. That's a player that's good on the ball.
Who are you talking about?
Reindeers.
Oh, Reijnders, yeah. On the ball,
Yeah.
he's great, no doubt. He needs a muscle.
He needs some. Even if he doesn't have the muscle, he needs some. He needs a bodyguard.
I mean, he needs like a Kessie and a Tonali next
Yeah,
to him.
yeah.
Or he needs Singo, because Singo's physical. He could cover them on the right spot.
But
What?
Guys, can we just let everybody get a chance to talk before we interject? Go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
think like
Gio.
just 25 players that we've gotten. I think only Theo and Magic might have hit the ground running for our last 3 seasons transfer window. So that's why I don't have that optimism if we don't get them now or next week or before preseason. Because if we don't have them gelling, because Pioli likes to do madness, we're not gonna. I don't know. No optimism from me.
Gio, you remember we had there was a live where Roy was talking about the tactics that Pioli was using when he had Theo going into midfield, and he was changing it around. Tonali was dropping back in defense and such forth. If Pioli can create some sort of masterclass to help these players to adapt with tactics, then I could say Pioli is a genius. But I have my doubts, These players need time.
But that's the thing. If you get those players as a collective, each player could play to each other's strengths. Then
yeah.
Maybe we might have a very good season next season, if that makes sense.
I mean, but that's going to take time. That's going to take at least 10 to 15 games before we see some kind of unity within the team, right? Based on the fact that we only have one sign-in that's probably going to be in time, or 2 sign-ins, sorry, that are going to be here for preseason. At the end of the day, my question to you guys and in chat, I'd love to see their responses in chat as well. Do you think that this current Milan team and the projected players that are coming in will do better than last season's team?
Yeah.
No.
To be honest, I have to wait and see how they adapt before I can make a judgment.
Nah, but I mean, just go off of what you know right now. What do you think? What do you think is gonna be?
Just right now, absolutely not. Not even close.
I'm the same.
If we get a striker, if we get a right wing, and if we get a backup left back, I think we could be better.
If we get Chukwueze, Dia, like 2 more midfielders, then yes, we can be better. It's a possibility.
Yeah, it depends on who we get. But based on
this,
how...
I think this was Anto's dad's point, is that you see now we're going back to his point. we can't make judgments now because we're all now saying that we have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like, no matter what, I don't see us, based on the players that we're getting, making top four. I don't see us making top four unless we get some really good players. But
kind of,
I don't see that happen.
the quality is not much different from what is there.
I think that Jerry really did a huge mistake because he kind of made his margin of error smaller because he fired Maldini and now he sold Tonali. So the margin of error for Jerry now is so small because the fans are now expecting something huge from him.
Yeah,
So I think
but
that's a big mistake he did is he kind of like he made a bad impression and now the fans are demanding a lot from him.
and
I think that's a huge mistake.
I just think that his statement signing is going to be Pulisic. I don't think he's going for anything else.
I think there's a surprise signing because I think we're smart and that in the last month of the window there's going to be opportunities. So for example, if no one goes for SMS for the last month of the window, Lazio are screwed if they don't sell him because if he doesn't renew, then they're going to lose him for free. Or they're going to lose him at a huge discount in January. So I think they have to sell SMS.
So
I don't think Milan is going for SMS.
What I read about SMS today was that Juventus is trying to see if it can get SMS. Lolito wants to sell him for 40 million, but Lolito is going to propose him, or the agents are going to propose him to the Saudi teams. So we got to see what happens with this. I don't think we can get SMS. I think it's going to be either Juve or the Saudi teams. If we do get SMS, then I can say we can start cooking. But I don't see that happening.
I mean, the Saudi teams are kind of an outlier here because they're like an externality that no one ever saw that they could have this much of an impact in the market.
Right? Yeah.
But as for Juventus, I think that
money speaks.
Is smart because when it comes down like to the last month of the window, I think that the offers he may get, such as like 30 million or 20 million, he's gonna be inclined to accept it because time is running out and he will need to accept those offers if he doesn't want to lose them for free.
That's a great opportunity. We should pounce on it.
The only way we can pounce on it is if it's the last month of the window because that's when Lotito is going to get pressured towards selling him.
Yeah, but my concern is that at the end of the day, we are not willing to fight teams that want to go through a bidding war. And from what it looks like so far, every time there's a bidding war for a player, we come out losers. So that's why I'm a little bit skeptical about waiting so long to get these players in.
Speaking of bidding wars, this just came out, which is encouraging, I would say. According to Tutto Salerno, Ballo's Entourage, they reported to Salernitana 2 official offers. We confirmed the 2 offers. If they put 25 million on the table, we can't do much. That's Salernitana saying that. Milan are the closest. So it's us against Fiorentina. I'm looking at the...
They also want players from us. Maldini and others. There was also a report that they would accept the money in two installments.
That's right.
So Dia is plausible, but it's whether or not we want to go for him. Like a concrete, just go and get him.
So between those 3 guys, right? Between Loftus Cheek, Pulisic, and Dia, that would be like net close to 60 mil that Milan would have spent.
60 million?
If I'm correct. I mean,
or closer to 70 because Pulisic would be 20 plus, 22.
So then our market's done then.
It looks that way. Dia would be 25. And Chukwueze, Villarreal wants 30 or more, and we're offering 20 plus. So let's see how it goes. We're missing out.
no one
Oh, we're
actually
missing out
knows.
Musa. Musa is also 20.
The thing is, no one. I don't think anyone knows what our budget is, because there might be an extra 20 million from Jerry planned for the transfer
No, I
market if
think
we
they
had it.
selling Kalulu. I think that's what they said. I don't know.
Oh man, that would be horrible.
That would be horrible. Why
I don't
would
know.
They
I
could
they
get
didn't hear
30 million
anything.
for them. So I mean, hey, we have to strengthen with 6 players, and we have to sell another one. Then I guess
I
we'll
think
see.
I think it's Mike who's gonna go next. I think Mike is gonna be the next sacrificial lamb based on what Chelsea needs and the Premier League. What do y'all think? Kululu, or if you had to pick one to leave next, who would you pick? Big money for Kululu or bigger money for Mike Magnon?
Kalulu, Magic Mike is essential to the team.
I would say Kalulu too. Yeah. I wouldn't be ready,
You
man.
already
That
have the
Mike
replacement.
Manyan is like
Go ahead,
that,
Roy,
that
sorry.
that one is gonna hurt too much. Mike Manyan is the one that hurts the most.
But we already have Sportello, and so we have a viable replacement. You know, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know, man. For me, Mike Manyan is like, the best. So when you have the best of the best, it's like it's hard to let go of the best of the best, But I mean the finances, yeah, of course. Mike Manyan, you can rebuild a full team with just him if you reinvest some money.
but I mean, it looks like we have. I mean, if we go off of what the 3 signings that we would have made so far, with Dia being one of them, that's like close to 60 mil. That's like most of Finale's money we use up right there. So
Can I ask you
maybe
guys
we
a
would
question?
reinvest it.
What's up?
So I don't know. So Victor Luto is very highly rated. You think he gets minutes this time if we can't close that Musa deal? Because they're basically the same age, 18, 20. So and Luto wanted by Premier League clubs, Bundesliga clubs. I mean,
Gio,
we just don't know what
did
direction we're going in. That's the thing that I've been telling Roy all the time when I talk to him. What direction are we going? Because if we would have been Moneyball, we would have did all the signings that Roma did. Because it would have cost us nothing.
Gio, did we renew him?
Well, he still has 2 years left. So I mean, if he feels that he's gonna get game time, I'm sure he's gonna renew. But look at Inter. They sold Casade for 20. They got 8 million for Muteladi, whatever his name is, who's a 23-year-old who's never touched the ball in Serie A. I mean, I don't know.
Who's Valencia?
Yeah.
Yo,
I don't know. We'll see. Because Cuenca, to me, he's more ready than Luka Romero. I'm sorry. Cuenca's 6 foot. He could play with both feet like Guido loves, and he could razzle dazzle.
I think he still needs time. That's what I think. I think Chaka is more ready than him. Chaka was playing in Serie A before we got him.
Yeah. Yusuf, you want to respond? Chunk is his comment is
I mean, he makes the point that they want to give the pieces to Pioli as soon as possible. Yeah, but sometimes the market opportunities happen at the end of the market, not at the beginning of the market. And if management has a business type of mindset, they're going to pounce on opportunities. They're going to prioritize opportunities over giving Pioli the pieces early on. And if they had an opportunity to get SMS, I don't think Pioli would object to that, even if it's the last day of the window.
SMS would be a good signing, man. It is too logical.
I mean, that's always been management's mindset. Even during Maldini, they've always said that they're going to pounce on opportunities if they happen. if they see an opportunity, they will take advantage of that.
Yusuf, but we have failed at every signing that makes sense, that would fit the team and make sense. We have failed at almost all of them. Did you realize that?
I mean, the CDK one, I think we were on it for the whole transfer market, and we didn't fail on the CDK signing. Funny enough, it turned out to be a flop, but in terms of our target, we got our target, which was CDK.
Yeah, but I'm talking about all the ones that really would fit our team.
I mean, even Tomori, during the summer, Tomori was our target, and we ended up buying Tomori. So was Tonali. Tonali was a target, and we ended up buying Tonali.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but there were other players that were linked to that make sense, that would fit the
I know,
team.
but that's how it is. Sometimes you get your target, sometimes you don't. Giroud was our target, and we ended up getting Giroud.
Yeah, that is true. As I said, I'm not disputing what you said. I'm just saying that if you look at all the targets and see how they fit with Milan, most of the ones that would fit with our playing style, we have failed at signing.
You're saying most of our targets that fit in we didn't get?
Yeah, as in that makes sense and would fit our playing style. That's what I'm saying. Even for this market, there are a couple of them that would fit our playing style, and we fail at them. You know.
I mean, but the targets that we got did fit our play style, like Tomori. He did fit.
Yeah, but Tomori, remember, Tomori, we loaned him first. We tried him, then buy.
Yeah, but he wasn't our player though. He was Chelsea's player, and he was a target for the summer.
Yeah, but we still loaned him.
But that's different.
At the end of the day, we had sampled that and realized that it fit.
Yeah, we had sampled them, and then we realized that he is one of our number one targets. I mean, alone doesn't mean he's our player. Same thing with Tonali. We sampled him, and while sampling him, we realized that he should be the number one target for the next window.
Yeah, but we're not doing so much of that. You know, we went out. We had this number one, number two, number three target, and then
I mean, I could make the argument that for our number two goalkeeper, which was Sportiello, he was our target, and his contract was expiring, and we got our target. We all knew that Sportiello was the target deputy goalkeeper.
Yeah, the ones that we got. I'm not disputing the ones that we got, you know. I'm just looking at other players that.
Okay, but it's impossible for any team to get all the targets they want. I mean, Barcelona wanted Güler, but they didn't end up getting him.
Yeah, I understand that. As I was saying, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I was just looking at some of the targets that we missed out on.
But I mean, that's part of the window. That's part of the game. You lose some.
Yeah, you win some. I know that. But sometimes the ones that we do win is not the best. You know.
Like CDK.
Yeah.
I agree, but for CDK, there's still some time. I think that he could
develop. There's some time for sure. I would love for, like, I think Roy said it. I would love for him to show, you know, so we can say, Maldini
guys,
still work.
We can't say that, you know, hey, these guys that are coming in need time, and we're not giving CDK the time that he needs. This would be his second season, so
Yeah,
I think it goes both ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, and like this post that Roy just pulled up is one of the reasons why, you know, I think the management, you know, bumped their heads when they got rid of Maldini, and they underestimated the importance of having a strong historical presence in negotiations, right? Like, look. What do you think? What do you think Goulet is going to? I mean, Iniesta sent Jacko to Istanbul to try to get Goulet, but Goulet heard from Ancelotti, Perez, you know, Luka Modric and Cruz. Like those are the types of influences that sway a decision from from a player, in terms of probably joining a team with less money, because they buy into the project and they believe in any names that are telling them to buy in, right?
The Maldini effect is gone.
We have these guys who nobody knows, right? Trying to convince players to come. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're not getting our targets, is because our targets are looking at these guys and saying, "Oh, what's your track record? Like, who are you?" You know what I mean?
That's why Moneyballs works with unknowns. Okay, you can
Yeah,
go to
I completely agree, because they underestimated the power Maldini has in negotiations.
I mean, I like Guido, and I agree with a lot of some of the things that he says. And one of the things that he's always been saying so far this summer is that why not bring in a bunch of unknown players for spend 10 million to bring in a bunch of young unknown players like Romero.
You're talking about Guido.
No, yeah, I'm saying, yeah, Guido said that.
Yeah. And
maybe
one of
that
the
is
most.
what Moneyball is, right? It's about bringing in unknown or under the radar
I
players.
say if any of them stick. That's what you're talking about, to see if any of them stick.
Yeah.
Like Kalulu.
Exactly. Like Kalulu, like Chow, like Benesse when he came, like Kessie when he came. I mean, I feel like Kessie came with high expectations because of how he played. He had already been in Syria for more than 4 years before he came to Milan.
But Ace, that comes with a different set of expectations, right?
Well,
If you're Milan and you're carrying in a lot of unknown players, that comes with a different type of expectation, more than what the fans are used to.
I think what needs to happen is that the management needs to come out in an open interview this week or next week and set the tone for the season, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know. I still feel like it's really soulless from them. Like, they signed Loftus cheek, and not one person is standing up there with him smiling with the shirt. He's all by himself. That just goes to show the level of
But if you remember,
management have.
But if you remember Jerry's interview, his most recent one, after Mali, he said he doesn't need to be there or in the limelight. He said that,
Yeah, but somebody needs to be the face.
It's a team effort. That's all he's saying. He doesn't need
The thing is, I hear you're saying that, Maldini and Masara left and there's no one that replaced their positions. It's kind of empty.
Yeah, but I mean, if we sign in players, I mean, Roy, I don't know if you have heard anything in Italy about the replacement at sporting director, because I know they were saying
No,
a couple weeks ago
I saw that they want to make Moncada the sporting director.
Yeah.
But is that official? Has that been official now?
But Moncada's contract expired.
Yeah, no, I saw something about it got renewed, but there wasn't any announcement about it.
Roy,
yeah,
we can't go get Galliani.
Another reason why,
yeah, we should get Galliani. Yeah,
we can't go get Galliani
I would love if they want to bring the fan base back. We need to bring the Condor back. Bring the Condor back, please.
They don't make the obvious signings. That's what I think most of the fan base is mad. They don't make the obvious signing. They're right there, but no, they just want to do the things their own way because they want their own credit. Imagine the Condor calling up people. He'll get us on a 3-year loan with a 35 million payment or whatever.
Yeah, he'll invent ways. He'll create ways to make it happen. That's why Kind of like what Marotta does, right? So
That's why he's the condor.
I mean, I feel like
Moncada
he
is new at
does
this.
back
Moncada
up,
just
man.
started a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he still has, but even so, like, I mean, not even him or Purely. Like Purely came back out to work on Monday. We officially signed Loftus Cheek on Tuesday. But none of them were there to like pull his shit up with him.
Yeah,
You know what I
right. What
mean?
was
Like
that about? How the
that
fuck
was
is nobody there to sign that contract with him? Like, what's going on?
But Pioli came back. The thing is, before that, all of that, there was time because Pioli came back from his holiday.
I think there was
To have,
someone there.
to
Like
have a
I think
meeting with management.
yeah,
Who
his
was
agent.
there?
They could set it up, but
I
they
think
just
someone
didn't.
was there. It would be illogical for someone not to be there, but they just didn't want to take a picture of that person because
Mhm.
they knew the social media comments would backfire.
But it
Yeah,
wasn't. It
agreed.
wasn't Furlan. It wasn't Moncada, right? It was someone else, right?
Yeah, it was some like, secretary, the person that like picks up the papers and
Oh
shit. You know
my
what I mean?
lord! What a disaster!
They're scared,
What a
Roy. Guys,
disgusting
they're
club.
scared. They don't want to.
It was,
They don't want
it
to
was the
be on
Curva
TV
Sud.
now.
It was the Curva Sud.
They've been disappointing too.
It's sad though, but it seems like that's the trend because Sportelio, the new guy Noah, it's all the same. So that's a trend.
So
So
is this how it's gonna be from now on? Like
It
nobody
looks
stand
that
up
way.
there. It's just the
Looks
player
that
in a cool a cool room, media room, just like, talking to
so
At
himself.
loud.
least they're still giving them the tour.
I mean, geez,
That's
I mean,
a good part.
yeah,
That's
but
But the
like,
tour,
They're probably charging
what
them
you
for
gonna say?
tickets, man.
yeah.
Well, yeah, they probably had to pay to go and see. They probably had to pay the admission to go into the history into the
But the
Casa
tour,
Milan.
the tour helps, because it sets the standard. They see what Milan is all about. Even if even if they've just heard about it, once they do the tour and they see all the trophies, all the
I mean,
memories.
Milan
it
is
got
one of the most influential football brands in the world. Everybody that knows football as football and not soccer knows what AC Milan
Yeah,
is.
but no, but I'm not disputing your age, but all of these young players, they have the recency bias thing going for them. It's what's
I mean,
happening now.
it really got me thinking. Why don't they include Baresi to make to have Baresi in the negotiations room with them? Because Baresi is
Guys,
still an employee of the club. He's an ambassador, so he
Yeah,
could be of use when it comes to negotiations. I
that's
don't know
true.
why
I
they
don't
guys,
don't.
nobody wanted to take
because
that heat because
exactly
Loftus Cheek
that's
put
what
up
I'm
that number
saying.
8. That's what it was. They cowards,
Exactly.
man.
Because when you stand up next to the guy pulling his shirt, everybody's gonna say that's the guy that brought this player to my club.
Can you imagine Loftus Cheeks wearing 8? I can remember Gattuso, Donadoni, and all these people.
So
That kind of
so
is, I'm not gonna lie.
with Sportiello, who was it? What was it? The same dude? The same guy?
I think it's the same. I think all of them were the same. I don't
Yeah,
remember
some
seeing
staff
any
guy.
of the executives there.
I think this is
Nobody.
the first time ever I've ever seen anything like this.
Me
First
too.
time.
Watch
At
when they
any
bring
club.
Pulisic. When they bring
Oh
Pulisic,
yeah,
the
Jerry's
whole
gonna be
United
there.
States of America is gonna be
That's
there.
right. Jerry's gonna be
They're gonna
there.
have Biden in there. They're gonna have
Biden.
Kamala Harris there. Everybody gonna be there. Watch.
Oh God.
Captain
It's
America.
crazy.
You might even see American flag on the AC Milan colors.
Oh yeah, for sure. They already did that actually.
Yeah. My God, can you believe it?
Fuck.
I saw a post and it was like, fuck, United States of America's Twitter page posting about where Pulisic is going to be, where Musa is going
Oh
to
yeah,
be.
yeah.
And I was
ESPN
like,
is going crazy over this.
I was like, this is the new reality. Like, seriously.
Yeah. Look, I mean,
Oh,
it's
ESPN is
good.
finally giving us love, Roy. They finally giving
Yeah,
us love. That
yeah.
they
I
used to
mean,
disrespect us for the last 6 years now.
No,
Oh,
but
Pulisic is going there.
they don't check their facts anyways. Because I remember one of them speaking about Messiah, and Pulisic would easily take his position, and they're saying Messias is young.
oh,
That was
really?
one of their comments. You know, Messias is young. I was like,
God.
did this guy check his facts? You know?
But you know what's really pissing me off, guys? I'm sorry to say it, but like I don't know. They talk about like I've listened to all the interviews that Cardinale and his band of clowns talk about, social media platform, entertainment, this and that, and it's just like, do you all not see how the English media is portraying Milan? Like they're saying that we are like a club with financial problems. Like, they're saying that I love Tonali, but they're saying that Tonali was our best player. Like they're so
No,
disrespectful. They don't even bother to do the research to see,
no, they
hey,
don't.
there are actually three players at Milan that have a higher net value than Tonali, that are rated higher than Tonali. If Tonali was so great, sorry to say, but how come he didn't make the top 10 best midfielders in Europe? And I mean, Diaz
Hey,
made the top 10
even
attacking midfielders. Like,
when Leo was renewing,
It's all perfect.
the even when Leo was renewing, what ESPN or what Gio likes to say, the caca that they were, I don't know if I said that right, that they were spewing was making it look like Leo was bigger than AC Milan. That's what they were doing.
I mean, but could you give them wrong when you see the way Milan is like conducting themselves? Like just not even waiting and trying to get a bidding war going for Tonali. Like, you know what I mean? Just grabbing the cash because we are
Mhm.
desperate for the cash. Like, that's not how big clubs operate. And at the end of the day, like, our ownership, they only knew about Milan like 2 seasons ago. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like, they
but
didn't,
at the
they
end,
didn't know
they need to
anything.
put some, but at the end of the day, they need to put some respect on Milan's name.
Oh, there's
But
no
they
no
don't.
respect right now. None.
They don't. They don't put any respect on Milan's name.
It's because
Even
of
when it,
recency bias. They only think
recency
about the
bias,
last.
yeah.
But
Hey
I want
guys,
to just answer, if I could just answer Alexander's question,
yeah.
because I see Roy pulled it up. Who do you think is the perfect coach for the Skynet model? I think Gazubi would be the perfect person to replace Fury.
I think it's Raf Ranić. They wanted him before, and I could see if Pioli gets sacked, they would get him.
Yeah, but coaches like Ragnick, they have expectations of the club. At least with Gazubi, he is like accustomed with this money ball technique because Brighton do it all the time. They buy unknown players and they split them for a lot of money. At least Gazubi has like some type of technical creativity to change up his system to suit the players that he has, right? And I think that's my other like skepticism with Pioli this season is that last season we had a better team than we have currently, and we still underperformed. So, and he didn't even he wanted like when we were going through that rough point in January where we were losing every single game, he changed our system. And like, why did he not use that system in the first leg of the Inter semi-final when we didn't have Leao? Like, you need to have a coach that is brave if you're gonna follow the Moneyball method, because he needs to think outside of his comfort zone in order to like get things to work. And I don't think that's within Stefano's wheelhouse to be brave and creative.
Yeah, he's a
Stefano
good.
Pioli likes to stick with what he knows. And that's just it.
He likes like that's a good shot. The Zerbi.
Mine
Ragnick
is
comes from
Paladino.
the Red Bull.
Paladino's
Rag-
mine.
Paladino's good. Yeah.
Who? Who's that,
G-
Roy? What you said?
Roy,
Sorry.
What
Sorry.
did you
What?
say, Roy? What did you say?
No, I said the Zerbi is a good shout out. Yeah. The
but Roy,
Zerbi, Paladino.
Ragnick hasn't won anything as a coach, though.
Huh?
Ragnick hasn't won anything as a coach.
Well, I don't know Ragnick, and I never liked the idea of Ragnick. Ragnick comes from the Red Bull system, right? Is that
He's
what?
not there anymore.
But that's where
Yeah,
he
but
comes
he's the
from,
one who
right?
set it up. He's the man that set up that whole system that they're following.
I know.
Yeah, that's why I said he could be the ultimate
But as
coach
a
for Redbird, because
yeah,
before Maldini renewed, they were having talks that Ragnick could be the coach and also the sport director, so we'd have two roles
Right.
at the
as a,
club.
as a technical or sporting director, I would say he's better at that. But as a coach, he hasn't done anything as a coach. Anything at all.
I mean, that's it. Ragnick is the guy that developed the famous gig and press that Jurgen Klopp uses, and a lot of coaches are using now. Even Pioli, use the gig and press at some
Yeah, but
periods during the year.
gegenpress is not something new. It's something built off something that was there before.
But I mean, that's football, though. Like, I mean, it's very rare to fight. Football has been around for almost 100, almost 200 years. Like, there's not a lot that you can develop. Again, you just have to kind of improvise.
Right, because remember Saki had a high pressing game with a high line. So it was something that he saw before, and we used it. But as I was just saying that as a coach, he hasn't proven anything. He hasn't won anything as a coach. So I wouldn't want him as a coach as Milan for Milan.
I mean, I'm liking this tweet that Roy just pulled up. I hope that we could get Skamaka with the Origi switch. That would be beautiful. I would give them 25 mil plus Origi. What do you think?
I don't think West Ham going to do it though. West Ham wants money. That's their stance. They spend
West Ham
40.
just got 105 million. They don't need money.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
For Declan Rice.
mhm.
Was that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
But that's how they're being. That's how they're behaving. Whether they remember now they pressed Arsenal to get that much, and they're going to bleed Skamaka to get what they want. They spend 40 plus on Skamaka. They're not going to let him go for little or nothing.
But also, I think I did see something where Skamaka was schooling out for Roma, and that goes to show like the importance of having somebody that has
A pull.
a pull. Like people want to play. Who you gonna? If you were a footballer, would you want to play under Stefano Pioli or you want to play under Jose Mourinho? Who you think you're gonna learn more from?
Mourinho.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Roma, I'm seeing a trend where Roma is kind of coming in and stealing our targets or hijacking our targets. They got Ndika, Owar. They want Kamada.
Yeah, they
Skamaka.
want Kamada.
I mean, they've been improving their squad. Like I said before, they won the Conference League. They got into a Europa League final. They're improving year by year. So I think next
Yusuf,
season they're going to.
as according to what you're saying, I strongly believe you can't put Roma out of the picture.
Roy, what's that? Let me see what he's saying. What is he saying there? 35 mil, 39 mil for Onana? No way.
Manchester United have presented in the morning their verbal proposal for Andre Onana, 39 million. That's pounds, right? So that's
Yeah.
what 45 million euros, more or less. No, 49 million euros, more or less. Add-ons included. The bid will be official soon. Inter expect 60 million euro for Onana? Okay.
Inter is trying to milk everything they can get out of Onana.
But I don't actually think they want to lose Onana because he like actually is one of the players that starts their attacking transition to Inter.
They might not want to sell him, but they have to sell him. They have to sell, and they're linked with okay backups.
Yeah, but they don't need to sell. They don't need to sell. The 100 million that they made from Champions League, they have to pay. They have money. They just need to make sure
No,
that
they have to sell based on their financials. 100 mil from Champions League is like a drop of water in a bucket. Remember, remember Zhang is wants to take out another loan to finance their transfer market. That's how bad it is.
I mean, would you consider their transfer market successful if they sell Onana, they get a replacement? They are interested in Demiral, and they got Fratesi, and
they're linked to the keeper. What's his name? Trobin or something like I can't remember. They're linked to a good keeper actually.
I think Inter and Napoli are
Ukrainian.
favorites right now. I think Inter and Napoli are favorites to win the league again, based on what they've done so far in the market.
What is it, Gio?
I think he's the Ukrainian goalkeeper. I think.
Yes.
Like 6
He's a
months.
good he's a good keeper.
Yeah, so I mean,
I really
with
like
Inter,
the
what I
Moroccan.
like what they do is they find players and they fit their system. You know, we don't know what we're doing right now.
No,
Cardinale,
Gio, we find players and then try to make them fit our system. They don't find players that fit our system.
Were we linked to this guy here?
Yeah, for free. Another money ball gone.
We're linked to someone else from Eintracht, Jasper Lindstrom.
Oh, we're not getting Lindstrom. Lindstrom is they want like 40 mil for him. We're not going for that.
Yeah. He's actually a good player.
Yo, are you guys telling me that Real Madrid is going to sign Güler and Mbappe in one session and Bellingham? Jesus
Holy
Christ!
shit. I mean,
Roy,
was it you that was saying that Leao's transfer movement will depend on Kylian Mbappe moving?
I speculate.
Yeah. But what do you think? What do you think they're going to do? You think PSG is going to bring Leao to the table?
I think that they're going to set their eyes on Leao for sure. Yeah.
I mean, but this guy is saying pretty much that Mbappe has to leave in this window.
Hey.
Well,
Real Madrid can do what they want. They have the royal family and the royal bank behind them, so they're good.
Well, Leao has a release clause, and if PSG wants to pay 175 million, but before the release clause is over, then it's just a matter of offering Leao a contract. Milan has no say.
Roy, I don't know if you realize that PSG are trying to make smarter moves now. You realize that?
Yeah, but
they're not trying to be too flashy. They're actually going for functional players.
But
they're even trying to get back Xavi Simons.
No, I know that. But Mbappe is a huge load off their books. So at the end of the day, we're still going to save money if they get Leao. I think. I mean, there's no way they're paying Leao. What do they pay Mbappe? Like
$1 million euros a week.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to pay that. But anyway, I don't know. I mean, I'm just speculating. They might try to do that.
I mean, that's just gonna. Oh my God! Can you imagine if they go in for Leao at the end of the market and just buy him for 170 mil? That's gonna destroy any chance of us being in the top 10.
But where would we get a proper replacement?
We're not getting
Think
any
about
replacement.
that. Think about that.
Pulisic.
Go ahead, Roy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pulisic is a replacement, man.
Oh my God.
No proper replacement, Pulisic. No.
They're really, like, if like I don't know, like look at if you just have to look and see what they're doing with the Tonali money, right? You can see that they're not really trying to get a influential sign in. They're just trying to fill up the gaps, right? So we can't expect anything less if they sell Leao.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen, but
Well, we wouldn't find another Leo or nowhere near the potential.
who is there like that is
Coming up,
on the
I
line?
can't think of a name that is,
Noah Lang. They've been after Noah Lang.
I mean,
but
yeah,
He
Noah
came
Lang
Nolan
is
is
over.
a shout.
but Noah Lang is not even close.
He's not, but I think
I mean,
it's the Moneyball move.
the best
That's
left wings are Vinicius, Mbappe, Leao. I guess after that, maybe who? I
Mahrez,
don't
but
know.
he went to Saudi Arabia.
hey they
Martinelli
Don't
up
get
there.
players like,
Martinelli.
you know what else I'm annoyed
Martinelli.
about? Like you see Barca signing players and they're setting their release clause at like 500 million, $1
Yeah.
billion, and
Yeah.
we only set Leao's one at 175. Like, oh man,
well,
like
nobody's going to buy anybody from Barca for
Hold on.
500 million.
I gotta take a call.
exactly. That's the point. The point is
Those
they're
players
not
going to
serious.
end up run out their contract and leave Barcelona if they
Scott
choose
isn't
to.
coming to Milan, bro. He just won a league with Napoli. He's not coming to Milan. I mean,
A lot
we're
of
not
players
gonna.
not a
You all
lot of
need to
players not
realize.
going to come to Milan.
I mean, you all need to realize. Just look at the market right now. Look at what Milan's doing with the Tonali money. We're not going for ready replacements. Like, yes, of course, Fratesi would have been a direct replacement for Tonali in terms of the box to box and quality and Italian. And they had they had reports coming out that Falani didn't even meet the San Solo sporting director to talk about Fratesi. He was talking about other players.
I think the strategy here is different. Instead of getting a replacement for Tonali, they're gonna get 3 or 4 quality players
But all right,
Yes,
for different positions.
yeah, but even the players that they're signing are causing uh like a divide between Milan fans. Like like we all heard, the conversation about 20 minutes ago with Guido and Roy. Like nobody, like none of us could agree that, yeah, besides Rain there, who everybody thinks is pretty good, but there are like deficiencies in his game. He's not
hmm
he's not the most defensive oriented. He has good retention in possession, but you know we
hey,
need quality players. We
but
need quality.
the most moneyball approach if Leo is gone wouldn't be Noah Lang. It would actually be the guy from Michelin in Norway, Denmark. Sorry. What is that guy name again? Isaacson.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
his
man.
name.
Or Anthony Nusa from Bruges. Yeah, defensive side. Anthony
we have
Nusa.
been linked to Isaacson. I think his name is. He's a Swedish young footballer that plays for, I think it's Michelin in Denmark. He has the number. He has a 18 goal contribution this season, and we have been linked with him last season. He was
He's the guy that scored against Lazio, right?
yeah, scored
in the Europa
a
League.
hat-trick. I think it was a hat-trick against our 4 goals again. A good amount of goals. I don't remember against Lazio.
So you think he would be the Moneyball move?
Yes, he would. He's 21 and is based on his stats. He has an 18 goal contribution this season.
I just can't believe that we haven't signed any.
And it wouldn't cost us a lot either. Maybe 20 million.
I'm not holding out hope, guys, because of the way we've been moving so far in the market. We're getting bullied by Chelsea to sign an injury-prone player that potential was back in 2013 for
No,
22, for
but
22
Ace,
plus add-ons. I mean, you'll really
Ace,
think that these guys have that kind of finesse to go into another market, unknown market, to bring players like that? Like, really?
Ace, we got bullied by Leeds last year. So what are you talking about?
How did we get bullied by Leeds?
CDK, they were willing to pay up for CDK. You forgot, but CDK wanted to come to Milan instead.
That's not. We didn't get bullied. What? Like us paying 20 million plus add-ons for Loftus cheek, whatever, Loftus cheek. That is getting bullied. A player that sits on your bench only had like 10 or 13 games last season. You want us to pay 20 million for him? You want us to pay 20 million for Pulisic?
But
Injury prone?
Ace,
That's getting
it's good.
bullied. That's getting shakedown. That's what you call a shakedown.
It's,
Getting
it's,
shakedown in the market
Ace,
right
it's
now.
good. Ace, it's going to be like that. Remember, the EPL is a super league.
it's because Jerry and Todd are friends.
That's true.
Aren't
So Jerry's
Jerry
doing.
and Bolly friends? Why can't he get Pulisic for 15 million if they're really friends? I would get my friend an alley oop like that. If he
Yeah,
was really my
exactly.
friend, I would tell him, yeah, go get him. I don't need him.
Like you see rumors where Pochettino is talking about developing a B team in the first team for Chelsea. So they have players that are not even gonna sniff the team, like Pulisic and Loftus Cheek. But we have to pay 20 million for them and 22 million plus add-ons. Like, come on, guys. Come on, let's be real. We're getting shaken down by Chelsea.
But Ace,
We're always gonna be
Ace,
shaken down by Chelsea.
Ace, if we approach any EPL team, that's how it's going to be. Remember, they're the Super League. Right now, if we go to Leeds has been relegated. We were linked to Luis Sinistera, and Leeds want 25 to 30 mil for him, and they have been relegated. Look at that.
I mean,
That's
I also
why I
got
don't feel
this up
sorry.
point.
What are you gonna say, Antonio? I mean, Gio.
I was gonna say that I was pretty disappointed about Tielemans because we were linked with Tielemans and he ended up going to Aston Villa.
Aston Villa.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. We get bullied by these teams with one Champions League or no Champions League. Like, at the end of the day, you can't be too optimistic. I mean, we can't be pessimistic and negative, but at the same time, you all need to like see what's going on. Like, we have.
Right now, Aston Villa trying to build a super team over there.
I mean, that's why I don't feel sorry for England and with the Saudi Arabians coming and splashing the cash. Like, I love that they're doing that. I wish they would splash the cash on Rebic and Origi and like come and get our players too. Like, I don't feel sorry for England at all. I think they're a big bunch of hypocrites and only like it when they're the ones, disrupting other leagues and buying out players and like, could you believe that Tonali and Declan Rice? Like, okay, I think Declan Rice is maybe a little bit more a finished article than Tonali, but not 100, not 55 million pounds more.
It's called English tax.
I mean, I never understood this English tax thing. Maybe one of y'all could explain to me. Like, England has never won. The last time they won a World Cup was 80 years ago, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but remember, it's the EPL, and the EPL is the number one marketable league. So any English player is going to be hyped up like that because it's just the EPL. So local based players are. I don't know if you remember. You remember when Andy, what's his name again? Andy, the guy went from Newcastle to Liverpool for 30 mil. Andy Carroll, yes, for 30 mil, and at that time it was a big deal.
That was the beginning. That was the beginning.
He flopped so hard.
That was the moment where you saw that shift take place, the Andy Carroll operation. I was like, what the hell? This guy's being paid like he's a Ballon d'Or player. You know, at the
Yeah.
time he's a normal player. He's a regular average player. It's like Pitanya. It's like Pitanya. You get Pitanya, you pay Pitanya 50 million. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Right now, they got Dominic for 70 mil. And you're looking at Dominic as a player with so much potential, but they got him for 70 mil. I don't think
guys,
Dominic is worth 70 mil right now.
have any of you like seen the videos of Tonali like going across to Newcastle?
There was a video at the Linety
My boy
airport.
is so cool now. Like he's like so cool. Not a smile on his face. Like you could tell that he's like not enjoying.
Yeah,
like,
he looks angry.
Yeah.
His girlfriend has a smile on her face.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I bet she does.
Gio, she's getting the bag. What do you mean? She's getting the bag. Come
look at
on.
him, not a smile on his face. Like I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that he like, I know he's not gonna shit the bed. And like in my mind, like I had a dream last night that he like had a horrible 2 seasons, and then we signed him for 25 mil. But I mean,
But it's not far off though. He might have a horrible
It can
first.
happen. Yeah, it can happen.
Remember he had it at Milan, so it can happen.
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
like
that's
He didn't even
cheeky.
want to
That's
answer the
cheeky.
reporter's questions.
Look
He
at
didn't
his
want to
iPhone
even ask
cover.
the reporter yet.
Look at his iPhone cover. Is that a sign? It's red.
is that red? Was that
Yeah.
red?
Yeah, his iPhone cover.
It's the blood.
That might be a sign.
He loves Milan, man.
But you know
His
what?
girlfriend, his girlfriend is now thinking, oh, how many Chanels I can buy, how many Jimmy Choos I can buy. That's what she's looking at.
as soon as she realizes what the weather is like over there, she's gonna start complaining.
Exactly. But the thing is, like with Tonali, I mean,
He doesn't have
I love
doesn't
him
have kids
as a
as yet.
footballer, but I also kind of feel like Newcastle is the type of city that like their fans, they're like, they're gonna take care of him. You know what I mean? They're gonna be patient with him.
If you watch EPL a lot, there are certain teams that will make simple players and even great players a legend at their club, a cult legend.
Absolutely.
These people will not forget them, and they will treat them like kings. Newcastle is one of them.
Yeah, they already have a song for him, kind of thing. He hasn't even put on the kit officially yet, and they have a song for Tonali.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at what Gibson's put in the chat. Like Skynet is selling Maldini. Like they're literally calling.
They can't
Milan
sell
of
them.
quality.
They can't sell. They're probably putting them on loan.
Why
We
they
can't
can't sell
sell
them?
any of our I don't know. Skynet can't even sell talented people that
That
five
is
people
true.
want.
That
I
is
just
true.
see what they're doing to the Maldini heritage at Milan. Like it's like what I mean. It's horrible. I could have said something bad, but I don't want to say something bad. But it's just, oh my god.
Look at Culicini. Culicini was a legend at Newcastle.
Culicini.
Who's
Yeah.
Culicini?
The Argentinian with the cool hair.
Yeah, with the
Was that
curly
the
hair.
one with the curly hair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
he was a legend at Newcastle, man.
Yeah, but now you have like, I don't know, I listen to a lot of English media and stuff. These guys are saying that because Newcastle signed Tonali from Milan, that like, Newcastle is now a big club that could go and take players from the top teams in Europe.
Oh, they're feeling it, man. They're feeling it.
Yeah, that's why they're hyping up there. But they have the money. They have the money, can do anything that they want.
They're like, hey, we just took one of the Milans of this legendary club's best player. For them, it's 7-heaven.
And then now they have a fake sponsorship by PIF.
Yeah.
You heard that? Come on now, bro.
It's going to continue like that, You might soon see their stadium be renovated and the name change as well.
Why the Saudis don't buy the Syria? They're buying golf, they buy all kind. Syria is the number 2 best league in Europe right now. We're number 2 in Europe, behind England, with less money, less investment, less stadiums.
Bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy, yeah, is a problem. Bureaucracy. You have to go through too much.
Syria and Cardinal even came out in the beginning and said that Syria is an undervalued league. You know what I mean? So I don't understand what's happening. I don't know. I mean, Roy, listening to you and Guido go at it kind of like shed some light on, the reason why stadiums can't be built.
No, but Ace, you have to look at it, Remember the same owners
That's a
that
good point. That's a good point.
Newcastle had. They wanted to invest in Syria and Inter, and they made a 360 and went to the EPL. Too much bureaucracy, too much corruption in Syria.
Invest Corp, which is also
Yeah.
state
But
owned.
what do
They
you
wanted.
but what do y'all think is good? Like, I would love to know what y'all think about what would be the straw that breaks the camel's back, or like gets the Italian FA to change their marketing strategy or their selling strategy? Or why is it just bureaucracy that's like keeping it stagnant? Like, why is
Yeah,
it that they have not been able to?
bureaucracy and
I think
archaic laws as
if
well.
Milan sells layout to Juve, and Agnelli finally tells them, okay, let this club build their club. And that's the only way it's gonna happen. If Agnelli himself calls and tells them, let Milan build a stadium. To be honest with you, other than that, I have no hope. Jerry could talk a good game, but this ain't America, bro. Where you could take the Rams from one end from the Midwest, bring them into LA, where I'm from, build a stadium in a pandemic, not follow any rules, and build it, man. I don't know. I think he's out by like 3 years. To be honest, if he can't get the groundwork for the stadium, he's out by 3 years. He can't afford it. He's losing money on XFL every year, and he thinks like he's a genius, bro. XFL failed time and time again. You're not a genius, bro.
I agree. If he sees that he can't build the stadium, he's out. He has no business staying with Milan. He doesn't care.
But then who do we go back? Does he defer the loan and go back? We go back to Elliott. What happens there? Like, how does he get a buyer?
Yeah, he still owes Elliot, so if he doesn't pay off the loan, Elliot gets back Milan. So
There was was it the Qataris that ever made an offer a few weeks ago?
To Milan?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Somebody from Qatar made it. I think it was the guy who was linked to Manu, I think.
Oh yeah.
So why not just sell the club now? You're making your money. You're gonna make at least 500 mil. If you bought Milan for 1.2 or 3, you sell it for 2. You pay off your 300 million loan, and you cash the rest.
I think the profit would have been 200 million. He probably wants more.
He wants more. I remember, Elliot has a chunk for themselves, and also if the stadium is built, they get another chunk of money again. So Elliot is well placed. So I don't think they want to Jerry wants to make a $200 profit and has to share it or anything like that. He wants to make a big money.
We might have Pulisic official today. This is getting closer.
No, that's what I was going to tell you. Longo put something up, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Roy has it up right now.
Pulisic is pushing, man.
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what needs to happen. Like, we need to shake down Chelsea for their shit players. Like, we don't get shaken down, bro. You know what I mean?
You're about to get a call from Biden too. Kamala Harris about to call you. Would they pushing the deal through? Watch. They gonna push it through, Roy.
I believe it, bro. I believe it, dude.
Captain America, soccer.
This is it, guys. This is the signing of the century, man.
I'm just afraid that like
Unfortunately,
I just don't want that to mean that Leao's gone. Like that, they would be okay. We have Pulisic. We could take the the bag for Leao if Mbappe moves.
Yeah,
Ernesto,
anything is possible with Skynet.
I don't know Ernesto. Ambrosini had a lot of great players around him.
But also Ambrosini was a dog. Like he was a dog.
Yeah.
I don't get
And
that
remember
vibe
how
from
the club
Fabinho.
treated him,
Yeah.
Roy, when he left? And he still loves Milan. He's like, what, consultant or something, ambassador. He's always there for all the games, doing his thing and stuff like that. Those are the players that we should always keep and don't disrespect. But with Skynet, everybody's
Abiati is the same. Abiati is the same. Abiati gets on his bike and comes to Milan matches as well.
Hey, let me ask you. You all think Maldini will come to watch any of our games next season?
I doubt it.
Nah, I don't know.
Maybe if Daniel is on the field.
Oh shit! Look at this. So this is another player we were linked to. So done deal and confirmed. Reece Nelson will extend his contract with Arsenal. So it looks like another free player that we're missing out on. But
I'm
I guess
kind of glad we missed him though.
Yeah.
I think he's like Thuram, like
Okay.
a little over.
I don't know anything
Overpriced.
about him. I never looked at him. I don't know anything about him.
Overpriced for a shit player, man.
Hey Roy, could you pull up like highlights of Pulisic?
EPL highlights. No, I can't do EPL highlights.
They say there's no Brazil scout.
anything.
There's no Brazil scout of him.
Yeah, even Brazil scout, I still get blocked.
Oh.
Liga is good. German league, I get blocked. Portugal is good. Italy is good.
what about World Cup highlights?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Yeah. More than likely he's going to get blocked for that as well.
Anything
FIFA
EPL,
FIFA don't play with their contents either.
Roy, we need you all to send a. I can draft the letter for you if you want. We need to send a letter to Milan, tell them to let us become their scouting department. Because I think and also do negotiations for them.
What's
Because
that?
I think we could do a better job. I think that we should.
Anybody can do a better job, man. Anybody can do it.
We need to get Shevchenko in and let Shevchenko get some of those Ukraine talents into Milan.
But I feel like right now nobody really wants to touch Milan with a 10-foot pole from an admin side. Like,
yeah,
Roy, do you know how Chelsea can sign like 13 Brazilians? Like, how can they do that?
I don't know.
And we can't even sign one. They signed Angelo Gabriel, a player that we were looking at, for like 10 million.
Oh, they signed him in the end?
Yeah.
For 10 million?
Yeah, 10 million plus 3.
And they signed two other Brazilians as well.
That's how Moneyball runs. You go sign
and the thing is, they're signing them to some long contracts, some 8 years and 7-year contracts.
Yeah. So that
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that existed in football.
That's
yeah, but so how those things work? So basically, like, let's say for instance with Tonali's contract is a 6-year contract. So basically, Milan, it could be that Milan agreed to like get 10 million each year for 6 years.
Yeah.
So this is the other thing that frustrates me, right? Like, why are we not signing some of those young Brazilian players for 10 million? That's like a steal of a deal. You know what I mean? It's like what, 2 million over 5 years. I mean, that's
it's a no-brainer. I don't get it.
Roy, is Reijnders gonna be the first Dutchman we signed in a while, huh? I don't remember another Dutchman coming in since Urban Emanuelson. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's the only one that comes on the. Who?
Was it Van Bommel was around that time?
Yeah, well, Irby, yeah, he was around
Irby
that
Oh,
was,
time.
the,
Yeah.
the,
I
the
think Irby
young.
was after,
The
Oh,
young,
and De
De
the
Jong.
Jong.
young.
Yes.
You
So
know,
look
I
how
actually
long
love
since we signed a flying Dutchman.
No,
Can you believe it?
Huntelaar.
Oh, Hunter. Yeah.
Huntelaar, but
Yes,
Huntelaar
we signed Huntelaar.
Huntelaar was during Patu's time, no? And De Jong was after Huntelaar, wasn't he?
Mm,
He was right in he was in the midst of Banter era.
yeah.
But you know, I always loved Van Bommel just because I remember he came to Milan and played like what 2 seasons, and then he had like a farewell, and this guy was like crying and stuff like that.
Yeah, everybody says it. Like he was just crying, bawling out. You could tell. I mean, they grew up on that Ruud Gullit, the Swan Van Basten. You know, the real Flying Dutchman, not that Johan Cruyff that didn't win nothing for Holland. The real Dutchman, the ones that lifted it at 1988. What was it? 88 euros? Yeah,
Yeah.
that famous shirt.
Wasn't that kid that we had Strasser or something like that? Wasn't he Dutch?
Oh, Strasser. No, Strasser was Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone. Oh,
Strasser
Yeah,
America.
yeah. It's been a
yeah.
while since we signed. Well, Macias ain't Brazilian, bro. He grew up in Italy, so
Yeah,
he
he's
didn't grow
Italian.
up in the favelas. So he doesn't
Mm.
count.
Paquetá
That mean Rock doesn't count as well. Rock is a fake Brazilian.
Who?
Rock.
He
Oh,
talking about
Rock.
Rock. Oh yeah. But yeah, like you know, I always was frustrated with this one aspect of Milan. Like when I fell in love with Milan in the late 1990s, like 97, that's when I started watching like that. I mean, and this might sound weird, but that's when I like had access to like television. Um, and yeah, the Serie A was still like one of the top leagues, and Milan always had a tradition of a lot of Italians, a lot of Brazilians, and now you know we don't really have that kind of tradition of bringing Brazilians in. I mean, I would even argue that we're moving away from a lot of Italians as well, because
Yeah, we're always at a base of Italians, especially our defense.
Now it's going to
They're
be America.
signing AI Italians like Musa. You have an Italian passport, but you're born in another country. You're classified as Italian. So they doing AI Italian.
That's right.
AI Italian and that makes yeah. So
It's
I
sad though.
really
It's sad though because you remember, Roy. I don't know if you remember. Hansel was talking about Endor.
Yeah, Endor. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, and you know he signed for PSG, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For free.
Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, that's a good. I
For
mean, he's.
free.
I saw him play in the U19s a few nights ago. He's good. He's a good player.
Yeah. And he's
Another
free.
free
I'm just
player.
saying, he's free.
Another free player gone.
Yeah. Don't know what's going
All
on.
the free man. This season was full of free players.
Yeah.
It was like
the most.
it was like the most ever. Like we didn't get one of them, or I guess we get Romero.
I would have taken Di Maria from
No,
UB. Dead
we
ass.
got
I'm not even.
Sportello as well. Sportello
Oh,
was end of his contract as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Were
I would
we
have
linked
taken.
to
I
a
would have
young
taken
Brazilian,
Di
Roy?
Maria. I would take Cavani now. Like we just need some kind of quality, boy. Like god damn.
Gio, we're linked to a lot of persons. A lot
No,
of
like one called Marcus. He was supposed to have a good
Leonardo,
U20.
Marcus Leonardo or something like that.
Yeah, but what happened to
Yeah.
him? He's only $5 million. We
He's
can't
linked
afford
to
5 million.
he's linked to Lazio now.
I would take Pato back even. Give me some Pato.
No, he's
Nah,
he's still
Pato is
available.
done. Pato is finished.
Barbara ruined his knees, man. That lady ruined his knees. He don't have no more knees because of Barbara. Thank you, Barbara.
Too much under the table. Barbara
guys,
had, Barbara had him in the corporate office too much under the table. That's why he has no need.
if we get Pulisic, you all really think that we're gonna get Chukwueze, boy?
I don't know.
Why? But the reports are saying they see Pulisic as a 10 and not a winger. That's what all the reports are saying. That Pioli sees him as a number 10.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really see Pulisic as a number 10. I see him as like a false 9. I mean, I'm just thinking about when he plays in the US, like he's always close to the box, right next to the second striker. You know, like he doesn't really. I don't know. Like these kind of 10s that Pioli likes, based on his system that he likes to play. He likes the 10 to get back and drop back into to make a three-man midfield when we off the ball. And Pulisic is, I don't even want Pulisic. If he comes, I don't want him doing that leg work because he might be
Injuries.
able to hold exactly. So I think
But Ace, on paper, they say he can play right mid as well. So I don't know if Pioli have it in his head that he's going to, train him to track back.
I mean, when he was at Dortmund, he played on the right and left. So, but I don't know. Like, I know he's young, but I don't think he has those legs again, boy. Like he used to be rapid when he was at Dortmund, but I just feel like
I think the EPL and what happened in the EPL kind of slowed him down.
I would take Seedorf back right now. Let's bring Seedorf back at 47 years old to play on number 10. You also saw his workout the other day that he posted.
Yeah.
He looks ripped. He's fitter than me.
Yeah. He is something else, man. Like he really took care of himself. I remember when he spoke about, being a professional since he was very young and how he took it very seriously from the beginning.
Who?
Like Seedorf.
Oh.
Like always ate good food, always had a good diet, and never went out. Always took care of himself.
That's all in the discipline,
and he's gifted.
Right, it's all about the discipline.
No, like where the young professionals, and that's what I liked about Tonali. I find Tonali, like he wasn't all about this flash on social media, and I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. Like Leao's like that, but I mean, Leao, he puts it out on the field as well. But I just find a lot of these young players now are so overhyped with like social media and like fashion, and none of them are like pure professionals anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
Roy, I want to mention one last thing on Tonali. Everybody's saying that he wanted to leave, but what player do you know? Shout out to the New York City club from Milan. What player pulls up to their club, hits their president, tells them that they know that they're one of the biggest Milan fan clubs in the world, and has a private dinner with them and spends 3 to 4 hours with them? Like, come on now, guys. Whether you feel that he wanted to go, what player has done that? Tomori has been in LA like 4 times in the last and spent like weeks here, and we've been trying to get a hold of him to meet up with us in LA, and you think he's responding? No. So there's people that, whether you like him or don't, or you think the money was good, just don't put slander on his name. That's all I'm gonna say. No other player in Milan has done that. If maybe if our name was I Show Speed, maybe Leao would do something for us. But it is what it is. No more Tonali slander. I'm not saying it to you guys, but to anybody who has shared it. No player has ever come to any Milan club to meet with them and spend hours on them.
Hey, Rafa.
You said Tonali did that? You said Tonali did it?
Yeah, Tonali did it. He met with them last year in New York City club. Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta close. I'm being summoned, so I gotta go. But anyway,
that's a nice way to close, Gio. I appreciate that little story. That's cool.
Guys, thank you for joining. Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you for having us.
Peace out. Forza Milan.
Forza Milan.
Forza Jerry Cardinale, right?
No.
Forza Redbird.
Forza Redbird.
If I could just plug myself for 1 minute.
Yeah.
For the Caribbean, I know there are a lot of Caribbean guys in this channel. I just started a Milan Trinidad page on Twitter, Milan Trini. Go check it out so we could just keep communicating for the Caribbean guys, right? Thanks a lot,
Ace, let's
boys.
drop it in the chat.
Yeah, man. No problem.
Yeah, just pop it in the chat. Milan Trini.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Roy.
Follow Milan Trini, guys.
Platza Milan Trini. Platza RossonARI TV.
Forza
What's
Jerry.
What's the red bird?
All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace out.
Peace.
Let's.
Later.